But like between this guy, my Universal, it's not Universal Monster, but like the Metaluna Mutant, which I love a whole lot.
Right.
He's not gonna do Jean-Claude Van Damme or whatever, but he was a dude from an
No.
old 50s movie in a suit that like barely did this. So
Right.
this guy's pretty rad. I have the regular version of him. But no, like, do I wish he could do what a lot of my other figures can do? 100%.
Right.
But Oz, like
I've
got AWOC and I've got Mythic Legions, and those also have very different articulation schemes. And I've got this, and I've got Dark Wolf, also very different articulation schemes. So like, yes, I get it. Like I do wish that magically figures could have awesome sculpts and awesome paint and awesome articulation all of the time. But
Frick, let me ask you.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with what you bought, because we buy things that we might not think are worth it, but we like it. Sure. Do you think the $55 price point on an Ultimate is worth the price?
I think I do wish that they would go down. Like, for example, my Thundercat, I'm wired today. I couldn't get my wireless sets on. But the what's his name? The dude who Mongor, who looks like
Mongor.
Dude, he's badass. And like, I would have paid more than what I paid for him. Same with Mumra. I would have paid more than $55. I think he actually was a little bit more. Those figures are.
I think Mumra is like
Mumra's a bigger figure. I think he was a little bit more.
75 or 85, I think.
100%. I'm like, oh yeah. Compared to some of the other things that I've gotten, that I paid like $60, $70, sure, he's right there with it. If I'm getting like, it depends, man, because I'm really picky and choosy, and that's the thing. It's like if it's something that I want, and it's like it's something that generally it's something that no one else is making. I mean, if you're gonna compare to a figure that I'm not necessarily gonna get anyways, like who cares?
That's not what I'm talking about. The quality of what you're buying, along with what they show you're supposed to get and what you actually get.
I mean. Right? Yeah. No, I mean, I get you, but it's so subjective. Like I got these plastic models, right? And compared to some of this stuff, like quality wise, it's a plastic model. I got it from Japan and I got it through somebody else who brought it here. So it was a lot cheaper for me, but people are paying like $60, $70 and I can't fathom that. But they do.
So let me ask you this.
So it's like, I'm just saying based on, if it's like, I'm basing it purely on this notion of quality, I struggle with that a little bit.
But okay, so let me ask you this. Yeah. You have a lot of Mythic Legions, right?
Yeah.
Is there one Mythic Legion that you have that you say this is not worth the price?
Oh, a bunch of them.
Really?
Yeah, like the older ones. Like, but that's me. And like I know people are like people pay hundreds of dollars for some of those older ones, but I'm like, oh, I'm not really
what they're putting out now.
Yeah.
Do you ever look at one of those figures and think this is not worth the price for the quality, the paint, and everything else that I'm getting?
I mean, generally, no. I get what you're saying, but it's like when I look at this thing, okay, when I look at like, so I don't know how they handle costing. I think that's the other thing.
I understand that. That's a huge thing.
But like being involved in, let's say, like AWOC, right? Like I have a better understanding of how, like, in theory, if you look at one certain fig from a certain wave versus this other fig from a certain wave, one is way more valuable in terms of cost than the other, but they're being both sold at the same price. So I don't know how that all sort of like balances out over all of the different lines that they carry or within a line. But like this thing's wild. It's got an awesome soft goods cape. It's got all this like cool translucent plastic, a crap ton of accessories. And so I'm like, I don't feel bad paying $55 for it. Same goes for this guy who came with a robe, 3 heads, a freaking disk drive to go in the back of his. A floppy disk to go in the back of his head, which is an actual disk drive, which actually fits. Yeah. Like it's which just cool as hell. It's cool shit. And I was like, okay, yeah, here, just take my 55.
Now,
Slide,
no problem. I want to add
55.
on to that because I'm a Super 7 Ultimate person too.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have to agree with Punk because 55, because these are the Power Ranger ones that have gone, that I went in on. I thought they were better quality than Hasbro. miles away, different discussions. I wait for like the best deals. I'm waiting, like most of these I got for about 35 to maybe $38 a piece.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't feel 55 was worth it because they have limited articulation. There is limited articulation, but on the flip side, they do throw in, like, you get multiple heads in it. On some of them, you get like those one-off weapons or some item that they had from like that one episode in that one scene. And
Yeah.
I mean, that's great. They give you a ton of accessories, but everything's not 100% perfect. Some of it, like the Goldar, the one wing broke off a couple times, like it literally snapped off. So yeah, there's some QC issues. Is it worth $55? You know, it all depends on what you value it. But I gotta say this, for the most part, I'm that person that's gonna play the long game, and I'm gonna wait for maybe someone on Macari to sell or do a bundle so that I'm not paying that 55 per each one. So I see both sides of the argument right there, but I'm going to be that person that's going to wait.
I'm going to chime in too with that, because I have forgotten. I did buy one Super 7 Ultimates figure, and that's because Connor and I went to Attorney of Dreams, and the boy walked over and finally saw the Power Ranger section.
That's right.
And they just had gotten in like a whole bunch of the Power Ranger Super 7 Ultimate stuff. And he saw that. Probably if he'd pointed to any of the other stuff and wanted it, I might have talked him down off of it. But he pointed to the freaking Dragon Zord, which we all know. That's my boy, my favorite. Freaking Godzilla in Zoid form. And he said he wanted it. So I ended up paying, I think it was like $65 for it. And I gotta say, overall, I think it was a good buy for $65 because of stuff like that, like the missile finger effects.
Yeah.
Here's
the thing too.
Version away.
It looks better than what we had as kids. It doesn't transform, which sucks. But you get multiple parts. And back then, in 1994, Dragon Zord, I believe, was like $32 because I know they were in that like $35 range.
Right. $35-$40.
Yep.
I think the actual Megazord set was like $50, if I remember correctly. But it was, 5 Zords combining into one robot. So, and the Dragon Zord set, you got the Dragon Zord, and you got the large scale Green Ranger figure for like $35-$40.
Well, that Dragon Zord, I actually scored him in the T-Rex together for like I think $55 or $60 off Macari at the time. So that was a friggin' home run right there.
Right. And
I had the
Ultimate Dragon Zord's pretty good too, especially with articulation. Because again, the original, even the newer toys, the newer Zord toys that Hasbro was putting out, didn't have the articulation that Ultimate's Dragon Zord had. So it's really a case by case basis, I think, with Ultimates almost.
I have that one too, the Dragon Zord, the Ascension Project Dragon Zord, and I mean it's great, but it feels cheap. The plastic and everything. I mean, it feels a lot like they kind of phoned it in.
When you're showing off the promo shots, didn't the Sabertooth Tiger have hollow legs?
Yes. I mean, they have hollow legs.
I saw that, and it was $145. I was like, nope.
They feel cheap. It's just cheaply made.
Yeah. So Toy Matrix says, I'm sorry, Brick, hang on. I've had this comment up here for a while, and I do want to go over it. I would sacrifice articulation for a good sculpt any day. And you know what? That there is a point to that, right? Because we all make fun of Toddy Mac, but he has, like, even with his limited articulation, some of the best sculpted figures on the market. Like, he does, hands down. And he's kind of always had that because, like, even like way back in like the 90s when he was first getting started, like, Movie Maniacs and stuff, high-end sculpting, beautiful look, and then in the end, yeah, it's basically a statue with minimal posability. But
even the back of this looks friggin' fantastic. On the back of the legs,
Mhm.
and
Yep.
compared to like the Dragon Zord that was like was it like 120 or something on Hasbro, the Ascension Zord Project one, maybe 130 or something like that. This
It was like
kills
147.
it. Yeah, this kills it. It really does. You put
Yeah.
the two and two together. There's a little bit of
They're
height
kind
difference.
of
You get more
tempting.
polish because of the plastics.
The other thing you're going to get too is they're meant to look like the show ones. So when you get the Megazord, it's going to have. It's not going to look like the toy version. It's going to look more like a person in a suit.
Yeah. Which it should.
If you want that look.
yeah, I know
I mean,
one of the
I was
biggest
just
things
gonna.
that. Oh, sorry, Brent. Please
No,
go ahead.
I was gonna to respond to the comment earlier. I totally get that you would want to wait for it to go cheaper. And if you have that option, by all means, like go for it. I think when it comes to especially the license stuff that they're doing, I think that's all kind of I don't know if it's newer. It's been around for a while, but that's not necessarily the Super 7 that I sort of like came up with, I guess, because when I moved here in 98, Super 7 was just about to get started. They had their store here, weren't doing figures, and then eventually they did figures. But it wasn't like massive licenses that were like super hot, popular brands that like people were longing for the longest time. They were like relatively obscure things, and they kind of built this little niche for themselves. And then they got the Motu license, and then from there it was
Yeah.
like Muscle, I think, was the largest one. That wasn't nearly as big, but then of course it was Thundercats, and then I just remember like, oh my god, when they got Turtles, I was like, oh, here we go. And
When they started doing Primal Age everything, I was kind of like, I'm digging this. Like they had the horror ones,
Right,
the Savage World horror ones, the Primal. Yeah, we had the Motu
wait, isn't that
Thundercats
Funko?
crossover almost.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking more like when they got into like TMNT and then Silverhawks, I just saw like, ooh, there was a scrutiny and an attention from a particular type of toy buyer that wasn't necessarily the toy buyers that they or the collectibles buyers, I'll call them that and distinguish them.
Right.
That they sort of like came up with. And so essentially it was like they had to sort of, I don't know, kind of reinvent almost themselves as a brand a little bit. And they're kind of in this weird, sorry, this is not the best way to say it, but like a schizophrenic phase right now in terms of they'll do the artsy wild stuff like this, right?
Yeah.
And then they'll do the stuff like Turtles or GI Joe, where I think there's a different kind of demand, and there's also clearly the immediate comparison, like, wait, Hasbro charges this, or Hasbro does this, and why are you charging me this? Or
They're still finding themselves.
Well, I
it's
think
really difficult with Turtles too.
They're finding themselves among that kind of buyer, I think. Then again, there's like people like me who are like, yeah, no, I'll pay $55 for this, or Conan, because where the hell else am I going to get a Conan Arnold Schwarzenegger figure? It just doesn't exist. And then people will complain about it and say, oh, it's freaking ugly, but it's like, okay, great. So where should I go?
I mean,
and then it's like,
I think Ultimates is kind of an alternative to NECA.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Always. That's kind of always the way I looked at them.
They were doing the Ultimates rock like heavy metal rockers, like Lemmy, Cliff Burton. I mean that just kind of like it's a step above NECA. I mean the price point is a little bit more, but I mean like for example, I'm opening up Blue Ranger right now. They throw in. Remember anyone who bought Power Rangers back in the 90s when they first came out? Remember they had those like the white or the gray weapons instead of the colored weapons. They throw those in there just for craps and laughs. They throw that stuff in there.
Yep. Yeah. And then hold it up again, Dave. Hold it up.
Like this. They throw this in there, and I'm opening Billy. They throw in like the silver little kitty version of his spear, but then they throw the regular spears.
Right, like
They
the
throw that
actual
one-off
ones.
weapon. They throw in about, I don't know, like four sets of hands. You
Oh,
get
we all
his
know how they love to throw hands.
you get the morpher in there, and then remember when they hopped in the Zord, they would pull out their coin, make it into a crystal, which was like a key. They throw that in there.
Yep.
So I mean,
Yeah,
an
it
argument could
comes
be
with
made
some
for like
good stuff.
$55. Yeah, they throw in every little thing in there. It's a lot better than what you're paying $27 for like Lightning Collection when it was still a line, because obviously it's not a line anymore.
No.
So I mean, it's there's arguments to be made. I mean, I think they did a pretty good cartoon-esque sculpt for David Yost,
Yep.
Billy.
Hold on a second, Dave.
Yeah.
Let's bring you up there. Put that back up there.
Well, there's that head without the glasses. And of course, we get this one with the glasses, which definitely looks like season 1 of him.
Yep.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Not
It's like a
meant to be
cartoony
100%
one.
accurate. It looks more like a comic book drawn
Yeah.
version.
Yeah.
And I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yeah. So Derek's mentioning here, Super 7 is quite justified on some of their prices with some of their pieces/lines. But I can't wrap my head around the reaction. And I get what he's saying, right? A 5 POA Star Wars-esque Kenner style figure, $20.
Sure.
Versus like, Hasbro puts out a similar style figure and it'll be like $10 or, something like that. But the main reason that goes up, and we all know what it is, it's licensing, because they've got licenses for reaction stuff that's just insane. Like, there's not many other places I can get Misfits toys. Right.
Yeah. But again, I'm not 100% sure on that because I don't know how much those things cost. I hear you, but I'm not totally sure what the cost of are some of those licenses. But that said, I think there's again, I have no basis, and I'll say that I have no basis to say this, but I'm wondering how much of it's kind of what I was alluding to earlier. Sometimes you sort of take the price, the budget, and you kind of spread it out across things, right? I wonder how much of their reactions are subsidizing some of the other stuff that they do.
Exactly.
So,
Again, I really feel a lot of it. There's, again, and I only speak on behalf of the licensing thing because Ace, right? Ace has talked a lot about the licensing with stuff. And how expensive it is to get a license, which is why he does what he does, and it's even on stuff like properties that nobody else is selling, right? And he's like, I try to get the license for it, but I can't afford it. So, and I get it, right?
And again, remind you, we don't know how many they make.
Right. I've got no idea what the numbers are.
I'll walk into that Super 7 store, and that's like one of my favorite parts is they've got all this one wall of I've shown you that before, like reaction figures. And it's so cool to see them all on pegs and all these like cool card art of like basically like walking into like a Gemco back in the day or a toy store back in the day. And it's such a cool feeling. And I look at them and there's a lot that are like older, that haven't sold out. So I don't know that they necessarily I don't know how quickly those things sell out. I've seen some completely come and go because they're really popular. So there's so many factors that I don't know. I just don't know. I'll say I don't know. I think most people don't know, but they just
you're right. But what it comes down to is we see other companies that are doing the same size figures having licenses that cost less. Spin Master can do 4-inch 3.75 figures of every DC figure that they want to do, right? Don't tell me those licenses aren't expensive. They have more articulation and they look better.
Well, here's the thing though, right? So we're talking the DC license. Okay.
Rad.
Is that just one parent license, or do they have to buy individual licenses for Batman, Flash, and all that? Because Super 7 is buying a license for Muppets. So that's a Disney property. That's expensive. Right? Because Disney's got a high price tag. Bands that aren't selling any new kind of merchandise.
But this is where you can't price everything the exact same. I want a Circle Jerks figure. I want Gorilla Biscuits, Agnostic Front. They're doing it. I'm okay paying $20 for it because who else is going to fucking do it?
Exactly.
And they're going to make a lot less. But you're going to start doing G.I. Joe figures and these Transformers. They're going to sell, but not at $20.
Yeah,
Well,
but again,
you might beg to
like
differ,
who's
though.
doing
If somebody's
geek?
doing unified collection, then yeah, they might.
I'm saying who's doing the cartoon G.I. Joe? No one. No one ever has.
But no one's
ever.
going to buy it because I'm walking in, oh, this is $25 and this big hunk of fucking awesome looking classified is $25. Why
Right.
am I
But
screaming? I don't know why.
that, well,
Oh, well,
that's where
believe me, I get
go.
that.
And that's where I go. Like, I just think, I don't know. I think Super 7's trying to figure out a way to exist and do certain brands that are definitely much more sort of popular than this kind of stuff they've done in the past. A lot less niche, a lot more, whatever, like just popular mainstream, if you will. And so I don't know how they are adjusting to it. But at the end of the day, what I've always sort of wondered when I see the vitriol when it comes, like, that people genuinely like really frustrated and angry about Super 7. I'm like, what's the end game? I guess I just don't understand it. I guess, like, what is the end game of being upset about the
Because
Super 7 piece?
they have a license, or they have
Uh-huh.
licenses
Yeah.
of figures that only they're doing, and they won't give you a good product like Hasbro does, like Valaverse does, like Mythic Legions does. That's what I'm saying.
But like, again,
they
good
could be better.
product is relative, period, full stop. Like, that's so hard to say because there are people, and I mean, obviously there are, because like they're still around and they're selling the shit. There's somebody buying the stuff.
You are absolutely correct.
They know the numbers. Why would they
the
keep
moment-
doing it if it's not selling?
Because the moment someone is doing something of that product,
Uh-huh.
G.I. Joe, perfect example.
Uh-huh.
Who's buying their stuff? No one. That's why we find them for $10 at Entertainment Earth, and they still can't sell them out. Same
Well,
with the Transformers. Same
but
with the
again-
Turtles.
But you know as well as I do that, one, we've said this, we don't know how many they've produced.
You're
We
right.
don't know. Like, so when we say no one is buying, like, what are we saying? None of the G.I. Joe buyers that buy Hasbro are buying it. Great. That doesn't really say much. They're a completely different market. It's sort of like, okay, that's great. If the expectation was the same people who buy Hasbro are supposed to be buying Super 7 Ultimate G.I. Joes, then sure, that's, I guess, some kind of metric, but that's not at all realistic. Like, it literally is, here are figures based on the cartoon by G.I. Joe. They don't exist anywhere. Who wants them? And sure, clearly they've made some kind of miscalculation or whatever. Maybe they misinterpreted the market or whatever. There's also, like, there's chatter around like how terrible they are or whatever. So I don't know how much that affects stuff. But at the end of the day, so okay, great. They're still doing them. They haven't stopped. So that's the thing. If it was this big, like, oh no, crisis, like they've over manufactured and no one's buying it, and like, we've heard the explanations already. They made calculations on how much to make and how much to put on the market based on old numbers. They are readjusting. Like, we're not going to see the same production numbers of G.I. Joe or any of these other things.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the question. Are we going to continue to see this big, like, dramatic, oh no one's buying it, everything's being clearanced? I don't know. I mean, they got to be really bad if that's the case. If we're going to see that a wave upon wave upon wave. And then hell, maybe like this is their business model. Their business models are well and great. I guess we're no longer going to be making G.I. Joe Ultimates. Moving on. So like that's my question to people is like, well, what's the end game? If there's this concern that like I am somehow the arbiter of what is a quality action figure, and I'm looking at the marketplace, and this is quality, this is not, this is bad, get out of here, don't charge anything for it, don't buy it, it's horrible. Like what is that? I just don't understand that.
I don't get what you're saying.
I just don't understand the notion that people will say, hey, that is not a good, you compared it to, say, Mythic Legions or AWOC or whatever, right? The quality of it to classified.
Mm-hmm.
And somehow, and I'm saying I reject, I can't engage in that conversation and accept the premise that somehow we can objectively say, this is a good figure, this is a good figure, this is not. I just can't. Like, I'll tell you, I love Masterverse. how would I compare it to an AWOC? I think this is shit compared to AWOC.
Okay,
I still love it,
but-
and I still
but-
buy it.
When you have Super 7 that says, this is what you're getting, and then when it comes out, that
Oh,
face
sure,
is nothing like it. It
100%.
has broken parts on it. The paint is off, right?
That has happened. Has that happened
Numerous
every
times.
sure. Then what do you do as a company? Have you had a clunker video? Have you had a clunker video? Does that mean all your videos are shit and your channel's shit?
All of Lawrence's videos are shit, just so you know.
No, they're not. They're excellent. But we all like we're figuring it out like any other business.
Look what Jeff said. It's
Mhm.
how line dies. Word of mouth. Why do people still say that Americans make shitty cars? Because in the 80s, they made shit cars.
Sure.
Guess what? It's 2024, and people will still say that exact same thing, and it is bullshit. But when you have numerous things come out after one another, and then when you see them constantly on clearance, and we've held them in hands, I'm not saying, hey, I've never had one. I'm looking at it, and I'm going, wow, this is just awful. Right?
Question: what else have we seen on clearance? Just Super 7?
You're absolutely correct. But it seems like Super 7 continues to do it.
Seems is
won't
seems.
readjust.
I don't know. I don't know what to say about seems, but
They
you're
don't
just-
readjust their prices. Their prices still sit there at $55.
Neither
and
has
then-
Marvel Legends. In fact, those have gone up. Neither has G.I. Joe Classified, and those are gone on clearance, but those have gone up. Neither has Massiverse. Those were, remember everybody's joke about how these were going to go away because they're constantly on clearance. Just wait, they'll go cheaper. I just saw Andra for $649. I just paid for her for $21. She was offered at the Bay Area for $25, but I price adjusted people, but $21. I mean, like, I'm just saying those aren't necessarily the indicators that I think people are interpreting them to be. That's all.
I think when you're looking at a small company that is basically only being sold online,
Mhm.
how often does BBTS or Entertainment Earth completely blow something out? Do they do it with NECA? Not that much. Do they do it with Hasbro?
Well, I mean,
Not that much.
again, I just don't know what the end game is. Like, are we? What do we want to see? What do you want to see happen to Super 7?
You want to see them if they're going to give you if they want to sell you a $55 figure, it should be $55 quality. When I hold it in hand, I should say this is at least the same as a Mythic Legions.
Again, I
Quality-
struggle, man. I struggle with that concept because, like, I look at this. I think it's a rad figure. The sculpt is freaking amazing. This
Mhm.
cape sucks, but I
I'm
like
not
it.
saying
It
every,
looks
I'm not
cool.
saying every single one of their figures is awful.
Okay,
All right, I'm
but
not
they've
saying
had
every
they've
single one.
had some that have
They've
been
had
awful, and I
more than
agree with
some.
you. Oh yeah, well, I mean, I've had a bunch of NECA that I hated. Remember when we all said NECAs were horrible and they broke?
Yeah, and
I've had
people
a bunch of Masterverse that
and people still say that, right? Again, that goes back to my thing. Like, people still say, "Oh man, NECA has shitty plastic." Does it really? It did. I'm not going to argue that. But
then-
now those gargoyles mostly are pretty good. Actually, really good.
But I guess that's what I'm saying is, so why wouldn't we? Where does Super 7 not? What, I guess, what's the difference? Like, what? Like, are we really saying every single figure they've gotten 90%, 80%, 70? Because I honestly
Well,
haven't
let's-
paid attention enough and
okay.
don't have the wherewithal, or the capacity, or ability to actually
also-
do that. And I
okay.
wonder if people do. Because
but
I
it
don't
also
think
goes
they do.
to the fact that you have an owner that says, "Hey, yeah, we know it's not right, but what are you going to do about it?" He literally said that about the G.I. Joe waves where they didn't paint the faces. He said the same thing about the Tigra, right? Oh, don't even get me started on the Tigra. Just
Yeah.
go watch my video, and you can see exactly how pissed off I was, right?
I mean,
And that was because I watched videos where he said, "Well, yeah, we know the paint wasn't right. We know they didn't give you something they were supposed to, but hey, we were done with the factory. The factory didn't want to do it. What are you going to do?" Well, you know what? You don't charge full price or anything to those people that bought it and waited 3 years. You fix it. It's pretty simple, right?
I mean, I don't know that it is. I like conceptually, ideally, absolutely, materially and objectively. No, I bet you it's not that simple. I put money
Okay,
down that it's
here.
not that simple.
Here.
Ideally, sure. In a
Here.
vacuum.
I'll settle this with a guy I don't even fucking like. everyone bitched about Bobby
What's
Vala's
up? Oh,
Bobby
sorry.
Vala's fucking Vanguard that doesn't have a gun turret that goes up and down.
Sure.
He decided, hey, you know what? I'm gonna fucking do one and send it out to you guys.
I mean, that's great.
Yeah.
What did they do with Panthro? Didn't they give people new parts?
I don't know. I know that they told everyone to
That's-
fuck off on Tigra, and that's the one I had.
But okay, just yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess I just don't. I don't know. I just yeah. I don't know because I don't pay attention enough to and I would never say like, oh, they're doing this objectively and this is how often it happens because I don't have those metrics. And I hear people say that and I just wonder like, what are y'all talking about?
I know in recent times I had that Super 7 SDCC bat. It broke right away. They didn't send me certain parts. It's super loose. I'm looking at what highly articulated said. I'm basically basing everything on two waves. The G.I. Joe figures that didn't have painted faces.
Yeah.
You had the Andre the Giant, which was one of the worst looking figures.
Right. Those were all around the same time, right?
The Green Power Ranger.
Alien figures were around the same time.
Yeah.
But those were all around the same time. And I thought, I might be wrong, but wasn't that the time when they were saying that they were having an issue with the factory? So they moved away from that factory?
Well, they said they had an issue with one factory.
But weren't those all kind of like around the same time? Because I remember that. I was like really looking forward to, not Alien, I'm sorry, 2001 A Space Odyssey. Man, I was looking forward to those. And I went in and I saw them. I was like, man, those faces look really cheap. And then Andre the Giant was there. I was like, oh, that looks like shite. And I saw, I don't know if it was Duke or whoever. And I thought that was, oh, is this what people are referring to around them? Like, I guess my struggle is that I think people often come with very strong convictions that they put out there. And I just question where the information is coming from. That's all. It just doesn't feel like it always adds up to me.
You also have a lot of information that comes from the owner. He says something.
But I've heard him say other things as well. So I don't know.
You just said it. You hear him say other things. He goes on another show. He says something else.
I mean, punk. It's like, so you're from the punk scene and so am I, right? We've gone through this where like people question people's, oh, he was straight edge. He's not straight edge anymore. Oh, that band sucks. It's like, I don't know. I guess maybe I struggle with that.
Okay. So
I struggle with that nowadays. Yeah.
If this was just me saying it, okay, I'm an asshole. I get it.
No, you're not.
No, I get it. Like I'm very, but
there's a lot of people. You're representing a lot of people. 100%.
I'm not even representing. There's how many YouTubers that will go out there and say this about it. Like they'll say, this is what I heard him say. This is what Brian Flynn said.
But
okay? After a while, what's the common denominator? That one guy at the head.
We also recognize that like the way this whole social media thing works, man, it's like you can hear all sorts of things. It doesn't necessarily mean that it represents a majority, a sizable, like I was just watching the interview with, oh my gosh, I'm blank, Saturday Morning Cartoon. And he was just here. I'm so bad. But they did an interview with Brian and like, they're clearly like, they love Super 7. I was like, oh, this is interesting to kind of hear someone from a different perspective. And those are out there too. You know what I mean?
I know that.
Right. But
we'll never ask him a hard question.
Okay. Whatever, man. Like, here's the thing. Like you were talking about Bobby Vala. Like I rarely talk about Bobby Vala. I don't buy those toys. Like I just don't know enough. And it's not only like, I may have my opinions about what I've seen about him, but I don't own his toys. So I'm like, why would I talk about, like, I don't know. I wouldn't make videos about why I don't buy his toys. Like I just don't. So I guess I don't understand when people are making the, the comments or whatever it is. Oh, Super 7 sucks. Super 7 is a horrible company. I totally get that that's your opinion. I don't understand why people talk about it as if it's gospel or a given or a granted or represents a huge majority. Like I'm way too trying. Thank you, Schmerber. It was totally him and Saturday Morning Toy Collector. Sorry, my bad. But like, that's where I'm coming from. I'm struggling with that, not just in the toy world, but in the real world too, where I just feel like there's a lot of claims and not enough evidence and reasoning, and not enough solid dialogue. This is good dialogue. We're talking about it. We're working through it.
Yeah. And
But
again, if you like it, you can. I don't care. You buy whatever you want. I mean,
right.
It doesn't matter to me. My thing is, and I've had them in hand. I can't speak on Mofex. I've never had a Mofex, right? I've had Super 7, and I've obviously looked at a lot of them because I wanted to buy the G.I. Joes, and I'm glad I didn't because, well, I think they're completely overpriced, and there's been a lot of issues with them. I had one, and that was my final straw. I bought 5 Super 7 Ultimates. Come to find out, 2 were built off the Mattel Buck. One was Tigra. One was Chitara, which had probably the worst articulation of any large figure I've ever had. And this is supposed to be a cat that moved. That's why I said like AWOC having it would be awesome. And then I gave them one last chance, and the litany amount of stuff. Ordering the SDCC, spending $20 on shipping and handling. They waited 4 weeks to ship it out, and then it ended up being over at BBTS, which I could have just ordered it from, and then have one thing break right away on the video, along with it missing a piece. That's when you just you start going, all right, and then you've seen the interviews, and don't get me wrong, I have the O-rings on pre-order because I'm hoping they're good. Do I have faith they will? No. But I'm hoping they will.
Yeah.
But again, if someone likes them, awesome, buy it. My question was, you can think something is overpriced and still buy it and still like it.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Rattler was a little overpriced, but I still bought it. I'm going to fly it around the fucking backyard.
Making airplane noises?
Well, of course.
I will say that in the conversation around articulation and scope, like even that, like just we all often say like, oh, it's supposed to have this. I've seen other people like talk about, oh, it's not double jointed, I'm not going to get it. And that's fine. That's your thing. I totally get it. But when people talk about it as if it's sort of like a must or a given, and like, what's wrong with you if you don't?
Well, the problem is that we call things now modern articulation. Well, what is modern articulation? Because Delta 17 is a modern toy line, and their articulation is not the same as other 3 3/4 inch lines that are out there right now.
Mm-hmm. So
what is modern articulation? AWOC is definitely different than Mythic Legions. But both figures are cool.
You can have or not have double joints like the Ultimates, and they still have better articulation. Why can't you hit a 90-degree knee bend or elbow bend? That's,
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting because I've seen it pick up a lot of steam lately, and I've just been like, wow, what's going on? But at the end of the day, I think what I struggle with the most is
Super 7. If they come out with their O-ring lines, if it's good, I think they have an opportunity to redeem themselves
with a certain.
With Joe fans, yes.
With Joe fans,
yes, exactly. With a certain demographic and certain buyers, for sure. Because really, they're going to be the only game in town, right?
Yes. But a lot of the fans that are mad at or upset with Super 7 or whatever are disappointed because of a few points that Lawrence made. They jacked up those faces, and the guy knew about it and didn't do anything. That's bad, right? To know about an issue and not even.
It seems like any human. It seems like any like real life face they try to do always ends up turning horrible. So like the Power Ranger.
Well, what Dave just held up, I thought was pretty rad. That Billy.
Well, some of them look good, but like if you look at the photo they show off for, I think it was like Green Ranger Tommy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
He's
Green
like
Power
evil head.
As you guys were talking about it, I actually came across a 2 potential issues. Now these are brand new out of the box. Piece of Billy's elbow is actually scuffed up. I don't know how well you can see it. There's a discoloration right there. That's not reflection. That's not the light hitting it. That is
like
actually
plastic stress, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like stress. Yeah.
Just by bending the elbow.
Uh-huh.
This Kimberly, the Pink Ranger, look at her knees. Why are her knee covers kind of disjointed? I have to kind of correct that.
They twist, right? Do they twist?
Because look at the back. You can see.
Yeah, they're not in alignment with the leg.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just weird. I mean, I was like, wait a minute. If I bend this, am I going to break it off? But you can see there is discoloration there. But I'm not going to be posing this 1,000 different times. I'm probably going to set it, and it's going to be that way for a while. But I do like that they gave me an actual, like a rubber band for her bowstring. Like, it's got flex.
Right.
So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses to it. Nothing's 100% perfect. Some of the torsos are a little loose at the top.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I think
it's better than anything Hasbro has ever done, because they completely butchered the Lightning collection. And like you guys were just talking about O-rings, it's going to be interesting to see how well they pull off the O-ring Ghostbusters that they have coming out in 25.
Yeah, I'm glad I only ever bought 2 Lightning figure collection characters. If I'd gone deep in that line, I'd be a mad boy here ranting.
Listen, I have about
It
4
still
shelves
sucks, but
of Lightning
like,
collection.
so.
Did you say
Okay, I have
4 shelves?
I have 4 shelves of Lightning collection. Let me just do this real quick.
I went in on 1 for science.
Quickly, Lunchbox.
Yeah.
I just want to say, like, they can't ship something they don't have. Like,
There you go. 1, 2, 3, 4 shelves of Lightning collection right there.
Yeah.
Well,
And
the
it
problem
flowed
with
last.
the problem with what Lunchbox is saying though is that a lot of people think that Hasbro Pulse is Hasbro, and it's not.
yeah,
No,
It's a store that Hasbro sponsors, basically.
they're waiting on their shipments.
Yep.
Like, there's nothing they can do about it.
It's not getting delivered straight to Hasbro Pulse from the factory. It's not
No.
part of the actual Hasbro company.
it's Pulse is basically like a storefront, kind of, so
Yep.
to
Yep.
speak.
And
And that's
sometimes,
why a lot of
and
times,
that's,
sometimes we see that stuff hitting the stores before it's
yeah,
the pre-orders are being shipped from Hasbro.
yeah, that's why we're seeing, like, sometimes BBTS, their crate comes in sooner. Sometimes it's Amazon. Sometimes it's Hasbro
Mhm.
Pulse. It is never Entertainment Earth. So, yeah, that's all that is.
Random
Anyway.
question. Punk, do you show the boxes when you? I'm trying to remember. Do you show your
At the be-
boxes?
In the
You do.
beginning, yeah, I don't
He
open
doesn't
them
go
up
through them like
anymore.
Robo or anything, but he does show them.
Yeah, and then I don't open them up. I don't open them up on screen anymore. I'll do it like if it's a brand new, figure and brand new line that I've never done, just so people can see.
Mhm.
But nobody wants to hear the crinkling of a fucking classified coming out, especially these days. That's like half the fucking battle.
Lawrence's favorite line is to look at
Literally.
the thing and go, the file card that leads to nowhere.
To hell.
The hell.
Takes you to hell.
Takes you to hell. Rick, did you get any of these? The Nacelle Biker Mice from Mars?
I did not. How are they? Ooh, I could talk about Nacelle.
I
There you go.
picked
I
up
might have a
Vinny
negative
from,
opinion there.
I picked up Vinny from Hella Dope. It was the last mouse they had. So
How is he?
he's not bad actually. The hip articulation isn't bad, but it's different from what we're used to in modern days. It's got like a ball, and then so it's like an old style Marvel
A
Legends.
ball, like a Revoltech kind of thing, like a ball
Yeah.
right on. Okay, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Like
got the
Frenz
ball
when you
hip,
said your
but I mean
Revoltech.
it's not bad, right? It's just not
Hey,
what we're
okay.
used to.
You think
but-
he'll sit in a
Okay.
bike? I haven't seen those. Do they sit in the
I got
bikes?
it.
Well, they got bikes for him. I don't know. I mean, like he'll probably sit on a bike, but it's definitely like that's as far as the legs go up straight.
Okay.
Yeah, I quickly got to say something. Terrence, the short jokes are okay from time to time. You need new material. I mean that. Like, it is just over and over. And I'm not the only one that notices. So I'd say come down on them, but then you say, hey, there's a short joke. Or, hey, it's low-hanging fruit. That's a short joke. But after a while, it's enough. All right.
I totally understand that. I hear that.
But yeah, overall, he's not bad. I mean, he's got double articulated elbows and knees. The tail is articulated, but it's too bad they didn't put a wire on the tail. That'd have been really cool to be able to pose the tail when you.
Were you a vintage Biker Mice guy? Did you have them as
I
kids?
didn't have the figures, but I loved the cartoon when I was younger.
Okay.
But it was out when I was, well into my teenage years. So
do you or
I'm an old dude, man.
Well, I understand. Do you or anybody else here know how those compare to the vintage? Are they like dramatically?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Like I said, I didn't.
I don't remember Biker Mice from Mars for anything.
Okay.
Like, I don't remember the cartoon. I was like, oh, this was something.
I only recall a commercial for
2 or
it.
3 years after Turtles came out, the cartoon.
What's
It
that,
came what?
Dave?
I want to say Biker Mice from Mars. I think it came out like 2 or 3 years after Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the cartoon, came out. So
Yeah,
I
it was
think they were
definitely after
riding that
Turtles
whole
because
wave.
it was that whole craze of
Yeah.
animals and fighting and stuff. So,
Like
yeah.
what was it, SWAT cats and everything?
Yeah,
else?
SWAT cats and all those. Yep.
Well, here, let me offer this. I think it relates to what we were talking about. I'm a huge Sectars fan. This is one of those lines that I had a lot of as a kid.
Wait a minute.
And
I don't remember that line either.
Sectars?
So-
Sectars was awesome.
Sectars was
quickly,
the shit.
I got a huge lot, and I had a Sectar in it, and I thought it was a character from Star Trek.
Yeah, I mean, especially because they're kind of Mego sizes, right?
Yeah, hold on. I actually have. This is the one I have. It was after the Sectars came out, and I'm like, that's what that is.
Cool. Hold him up. Yeah, that's this guy's mentor. Hold him up for a second. So if you look at that, and then you look at this, basically, if
Here, let me make Lawrence big real quick, and then I'll make you big, Brick.
Okay, or put a side. I don't know. I guess you can't put a side with it. Here, if you that right there, and then you look at this one, they slot right in. So here's an example. I'm a huge Sectars fan. Was incredibly disappointed with this figure. Now, not because it's necessarily.
Who makes that? Is that one of the
Nacelle.
ones? Is that one of the ones? Okay.
Now, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad figure. For me, it's a bad figure. But objectively speaking, like I can't pretend that's objective. It's not. Because I think there are people who wanted to basically see the vintage line like in somewhat more modern form. And so it's funny because even like the level of deco, it's not that much more than what it was. Like maybe we have a little bit more sort of airbrush going on here, but some of them had that. Like it's not even the plastics used are very well, maybe it's a little stiffer than what was used in that, but it's the same idea. It's like they took the originals and they're just like, well, let's make them so that they fit right in. They're almost exactly a perfect match. They added some articulation. So those arms that you had, they're like stuck like this, like He-Man, right? They don't have elbows. These, they have elbows, but again, like it's in my opinion weird because it's like there's a joint here for the bicep, doesn't go 90, right? And then there's a weird joint here at the forearm that actually bends a little for some reason.
That's weird.
And then
like they did a double articulated elbow and like put an
but
extra
not
piece in
not
there.
a true and then there's the swivel here, so there's new stuff kind of, and that's a weird thing to me. But again, I think people are probably excited about these because it's like, oh, this totally reminds me of those figures.
So they
and
built that basically using the old mold.
maybe like no, there's some differences. I compared this Dargon to the others.
Did you?
And these have like solid heads compared to the old rubbery heads. So there's
But
definitely
it's just
some
weird
deconstruction.
because like if you look at Biker Mice from Mars, which didn't come out too much past that from Nacelle,
they
I think it
updated
had
it.
the same type of body, right? I mean, like this looks almost like a modern figure. I mean,
Yeah, but those, it's like those, they like intentionally didn't go like the old Toys, if I remember,
Right.
but they went more so like, let's do it more on model to the cartoon, which was kind of cool because we didn't have that before. This one, they went another way, but here's what's really odd. oh yeah, but we can do double knees for some reason, like you might expect
Wow.
from a modern figure. So it's just a little bit all over the place. And again, I don't totally know. And there's like a swivel, but not a rocker,
Not a rocker. Huh.
and not a like. It's just odd to me, especially compared to the other stuff. But like this, just
Yeah, the newer TMNT figures have that foot swivel, and I hate it.
yeah, and it's just it's not what I wanted. But like, I wouldn't say it's a bad figure. It's just like a well-made thing. I totally get it, especially because Allison and I won these on GDL. It was like a 2-pack, or was it? Is it GDL or YH? I think it was YHS. So we made a pact. We're like, hey, if your duck wins, then let's split it. If my duck wins, we'll split it. So she got the female character, and I'm forgetting her name because I'm a misogynist. But
We knew that.
Diversity too.
that actual figure was never made. It was a prototype. So again, it's like kind of cool. You could slot that prototype figure character right in with your vintage.
When
So
I
it's like-
talked to the guys
see the
from the
value.
cell at PowerCon last year,
Mhm.
they were talking about how, because I was talking to them about the sectors, about wanting the hand puppet flying bug
Bugs.
thing. Remember that?
Mhm. Yep.
And he said basically, if the bikes from Biker Mice from Mars sell well, they were going to make that bug.
Mm.
Now I don't know how well they're selling, but they released the mice and then the bikes, and then they're also planning on releasing the bikes with the mice. So
Well, I wonder how well these have sold, but I will just say that I suspect that if they do, because there are a lot of like maybe more nostalgic toy collectors,
Right.
other than myself, who want these. And if they do, then awesome. Then it's awesome that it exists, but it's not for me because
Yeah.
it doesn't like, what I wanted was something that could like hang out with these guys with like these
Yeah.
cool modern sculpts and not feel so old,
Yeah.
like it.
Well, it's like I picked up the Vinny. He doesn't fit into my collection either, but I was like, I wanted to see what they were about, how they
Right.
fit,
For
how they felt
science.
and everything
No,
else.
I totally
for
get
science.
it. I just lucked out that I won
Yeah.
one for free. So
So how do you feel about the Motu Origins figures? Because that's what they are.
yeah, I don't
Because-
collect them.
Okay.
But again, like I would never say that they're bad figures. I just
No,
like they exist for somebody. You know what I mean?
But I was just wondering how you felt about that, because I think Origins, again, if you collected Master of the Universe, you're like, I just don't want to spend how much it costs to get some of these figures, or when they made new figures, I think they fit in absolutely perfect. So I was just wondering how you felt on that.
Yeah, I
Hey,
mean, I've gotten a couple and I've used like parts. That's a lot of what I've done is like grabbed parts that I want from those figures or the old WWE Motu or whatever master of the WWE. Thank you, Derek.
He's got your back. Derek
yeah.
knows all the facts.
Yeah, it's like fake fan, fake
Yeah.
Sectors fan. That said, like I just grabbed this one just again for science, and I love the head, and I love his staff.
So you're
Cartoon
probably
collection.
not a fan of O-rings because there's not really that much of a difference.
It's not it's not the way I collect. Like
Like something new.
Ken, who I love, right? Like Ken
Yeah.
is a buddy who I'm super supportive of Delta 17. I'm super I'm just glad that they exist in the indie toy space. They're doing O-ring stuff and they're doing their own military line with its own lore, all this really cool stuff. And then he was like, "Hey man, can I give you this stuff to review?" And I was like, "Well, I would absolutely take it, but like the thing is that's just not my jam, and I wouldn't know, like I wouldn't even know how to speak to it because I have that sort of,
No,
like, I'm not into it.
I have a
So
lot of-
like that's where I'm at.
No, and again, I understand. Like you want to modernize. Tony's figs. He
Mhm.
felt bad because he's like, I really like Ken, but I don't collect O-rings, and I feel bad not buying anything. Like, don't feel bad.
Right.
You don't collect that scale. It's not something that you're into.
Mhm.
You shouldn't feel bad. It's not a big deal because it's like, oh my God, I really like this person, but I didn't watch your live stream. I feel awful. Hey, we can't watch every video or every live stream that people are doing that we like.
Right.
So
But-
let me just answer this question real quick from Viper Scout. So Viper Scout, this is what the bikes look like.
Tattooed alien
They're
Beverly
very
Hills
they're
teens.
cool. But they're very cartoony.
It might work with Road Pig.
Oh, that one's kind of Akira leaning.
Yeah, I was actually literally just gonna say that.
So they're
Also,
not
kind of
bad,
looks like
but
one of
they're
the
definitely
Power
cartoon.
Ranger bikes.
They have a cartoon feel to them, so they probably wouldn't work with the realistic dreadnoughts.
134 though. Did I see that price right for one bike?
That was for 3 of them. That was a 3 pack.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Good on them.
Adam said he was bullied into buying 2.
We also bullied you in buying those Power of the Force figures.
Yeah.
Tetsuo! I got you, Viper Scout. I can't imagine. I want to see Ken. I want to see Ken bullying Adam.
I like to see Ken bullying anybody other than himself.
He bullied.
I tell you what, I just got those 2 Delta 17 figs this week, and I haven't touched an O-ring figure, and I couldn't tell you how long. And I was actually pretty impressed with how well they are articulated and the way they feel. So I have no idea what I'm going to do with them because they don't fit anywhere in my collection, but I'll stick it with my Fisher Price Adventure people, I guess.
Yeah, he sent me a couple, and I was like, yeah, these are rad. These are like, I feel way more solid than what I remember my Joes to feel like, or my old A-Team or Buck Rogers, you know?
A-Team, yes. I can't say the Jet.
Right.
Well,
the A-Team always were.
That was Galoob.
Yeah, A-Team, Dukes of Hazzard, Chips. Those were bad figures.
There were Chips O-rings?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, man.
So, some of them are O-rings, some were like 5 POA.
Okay.
Migo put the O-ring
I had Migo.
Chip and Dukes of Hazzard figures out.
Oh, they did? Okay. Migo did Buck Rogers too, yeah?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, Buck Rogers was Buck Rogers an O-ring, but Battlestar Galactica was the 5 POA.
Yeah.
Yep. Those are great.
And the Black Hole. God, I love
Yeah.
those Black Hole figures. The droids from the Black Hole were so cool.
I had the garbagey guy. I forget what his name was. Let me tear into Masterverse figures that have been sitting on this floor for way too damn long.
How do you not
into the
open stuff,
Masterverse?
like within days of getting it? I don't understand.
The longest I held out is 5 days, and that's because I was doing it for a stream. But I gotta open it right away.
I tell myself, oh, I'm gonna video this, and then that's gonna take work. But also, teaching, work, and stuff just gets in the way. Teaching 2 kids, life.
Oh, I mean, I get that. I mean, I'm lucky that I'm single, so I can make a video when I need to. But your kids are also
at the age where they don't care if you're leaving them alone.
Exactly. That's true. Because to me, people are like, I can't believe you just got that figure in and you already put a review up. The thing is, I review every figure, and because of how I do it, that it's right out of the box. I can't wait. If I could wait 3 weeks, I'd wait 3 weeks before I do a review on it. I'm just like, I have this new figure, and he's in this plastic that he doesn't want to be in. He needs to be taken out, and I might as well film it and get it done. But if I get a figure in like that, I'm not gonna review. If I get like a duplicate of the army, I need to get them open.
The short answer is I have a problem. Like when you're buying things and you're not opening them and enjoying them, like you have a problem. So I have a problem.
No, Brick, we all have problems.
Sure. I have a unique problem.
I did sit on one of the Delta 17s for a little bit. Because every time you do a video, I mean, it is time consuming. Even if it's like mine where it's not heavily edited, it is still time consuming, and yeah. Oh my God. Highly.
Do you feel like it takes some of the fun out of it for you yet, or no? Is there a world where you feel like you might enjoy just opening it and not having to think about doing the review and everything? Yeah.
Yes. I'm trying to think of how to explain that best. I really enjoy doing the videos. I do. But when I had ordered another Crimson Viper, and because he was on sale or something. And I opened it and I was like, because I had already done the review, and I was just like, this is nice. I didn't have to set anything up. I think it's more frustrating because when you start, especially if you have a lot of stuff in, and I got a lot of stuff on my table, then I got to move the table, and you may only be seeing like 3 or 4 figures up there, but I'm looking to the side, seeing where I've just kind of thrown the figures, and I know that I got, and I notice it in my videos and how I do them, that if I have too much stuff on there, I notice it for myself that it becomes that like it's stressing me out when I'm doing the review because there's just too much shit on it. So just setting it up and getting in the, again, I don't even do mine aren't heavily edited, but yeah, there's been a few things where I just like, I opened up, I didn't review Dubin's horse. And it was like, I'm just going to open this. And then I just dealt with the frustration of getting the stupid little tie wraps off them.
Here you go, Brick.
Oh, I love that bike. I have that as well. Yeah, he looks
That
great on
bike's
that.
really
Look at
cool.
that.
Yeah, it looks pretty good on
Oh,
that bike.
that looks rad. I can't wait to put my Abyss Knight on that bike.
Yeah, that bike's friggin' dope.
You mentioned Dubin's horse. When did that come out?
Last year or the year before?
Guess who hasn't opened it?
Oh my God. I got it at Joe Fest, and the crazy thing is I got it at Joe Fest, and I had other figures on it. Because I had pulled down the Headless Horseman, and once I started putting Joe figures on it, I'm like, these things fit perfect on it.
Really?
Yeah, and when you put Spirit on them,
Yeah, Spirit looks good
awesome.
on Boreas.
Spirit is awesome.
Yeah.
You need to get that new white horse coming out. Put Spirit on that.
Well, it's not my first horse, so it doesn't, it didn't feel.
But I also had Dubin or Dubbin, whatever you want to call him, and I know he's supposed to go in, and he fits perfectly on him.
Dubon. I think it's hilarious when people call him Dubin.
I thought that's how they call. I thought that's actually how they called him.
I'm pretty sure it's Dubon, but
yeah,
tomato. It's Han.
Yeah.
AT-AT.
Cut in here for a quick sec. Want to know what you guys' thoughts are on this?
Let me blow you up, bud.
Holy, that looks great.
Man, I don't know.
You added the gold.
Go back and start all over, bud. That thing just looks like absolute trash. Jesus. Who taught you how to paint, kid?
You have an articulated jaw.
That thing is friggin' awesome looking.
Look at that.
Wow.
Are there any figures you haven't painted, Bud? Or do you paint everything?
Actually, there is a figure I have not painted, and I believe that is Jitsu.
And why is that? He has the worst eyes. How have you not fixed
Actually, I want to fix the whole goatee situation, the little hair that's under his lip, because that's all just casted black. But yeah, I haven't painted that one, and I don't think I've touched Slamurai, and there might be one more, but I painted the rest.
Yeah. Oh man, that Jitsu. Those eyes are so bad.
Yeah, it is. I actually got him right.
Show everyone.
Oh wait,
they had
another one. I customized the weapons a little bit, but I haven't painted him either. But yeah, let me grab a Jitsu here.
It's so
actually right up in the front.
Oh. Yours isn't even that bad.
Yeah. There's the area right on his lip. It's supposed to be colored skin tone. It's all just black.
Now, if you look at those eyes not through the camera, do they look like they're way off?
Yeah.
Okay. I noticed where the angle.
This side is drifting off.
Yeah.
A little bit.
People, it looks way worse in person because when I got them, you get right through the packaging, and you're like, "What's fucking wrong with that?" The O-ring Duke that they did a few years ago. for Hasbro Pulse, the 2-pack. It's on that level of how bad it was.
Is it as bad as was it the Peacemaker McFarlane they did a couple years back?
That I'm not
I mean,
sure.
his eyes were just out there.
I don't know because I don't know the figure. I just know that thing, dude. I don't even know how to explain it. And the paint looked bad to begin with, so the paint already looked bad, but his eyes were just like, "What the fuck are you looking at?" But they're toys.
I also did something pretty dope with my snake face. As far as paint on it.
Nice.
Went in with my color shift paint and all the snakes on the arms, the weapon, snakes on the head, fiddle.
I was just gonna say it's awesome. Like, there's so much great detail in these toys in terms of the sculpt that just need to be brought out.
Yeah, that need just a little bit of paint.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Like I really did.
Stuff like this.
I think
Actually, the Origins versions of that is another one I have not painted.
Look at that. Oh man.
I don't paint my He-Mans much,
That's what
unless it's like the special armor.
Get out of here.
I think the Origin figures, I think their sculpts have gotten better, where they look.
Oh yeah.
They look more like they should be on a $30 figure
Yeah.
than a $20 figure.
Please stay at $20 though.
Now, I don't want to say it too loud because then they will for you guys.
Right.
Right.
You know, I was really impressed with a lot of those later Mattel Creations ones. Fangor I thought was amazing. He like if you took him, if you were able to stand him as straight as erect as possible. I know that's what she said. It came out looking. He just looked really good, just really good and very impressive.
Now this one actually only did minimal paint on, just little highlights of the gold around the armor. I think I painted the snake on the belt too. I just added, I think, the white teeth. And that's pretty much about it. I did a little painting on the boots. If I can get it to focus. There we go. Just the bone white and then the green. But just little bits kind of really make them pop.
Sometimes those little extra pops will make a figure really stand out. Like that looks really good.
Yeah, just don't say like gridiron stuff. People get mad.
People only get mad
Oh
when
yeah,
you say
also
that, like,
toes.
because they get mad about
Got
things
to paint the
you
toes.
Me or Bobby B. Now your stuff, I mean, the stuff you do, Bud, it's really, you know, sometimes when people do the customs and the paint, you can just tell that it's paint.
Yeah.
It looks like it's something that a high end out of the factory should have looked like.
Like one that I just actually added something to today. I love this figure. I wanted it so bad when I heard the line was announced. But the Mouse Jaws figure,
Yes.
let me move this arm here. If you have one that's not painted, look at it. It is so basic in color that I just added, like these straps were black, I believe, were really dark brown. So I painted it red and then highlighted it white. Of course, did my coffee creamer shoulder because I have to. But like looking at the stuff on the arm here, like I totally see this as like a canister area that's holding some ooze that he's gonna burst out, and then painting this red with just little black stripes, just adding little things. Like this whole weapon was just that blue casted. Now here you can tell like it looks like paint because of the way I brushed it, but I just added these little
It looks amazing.
bits.
Yeah.
And then of course I had to get the ooze dripping from his mouth.
So
But yeah, like
Madgus,
tonight I added the red into the boots.
Mr. Madgus, like Lone Dragon said, those paint markers at Walmart are pretty decent. I think they're like $2-3. They're pretty decent. And if you want to go better than that, you can get like Gundam markers that are really, really good.
Gundam markers are good. I have a couple. just learn from my mistake. Not many people use Mod Podge to seal or Mod Podge to seal, but I decided to try to seal it, and it totally warped the colors of the paint, and it got sticky, and it was a horrible mess.
Speaking of Gundams, there's been a lot of viral videos of people not even using Gundam markers anymore, using like colored pencils with the fine tip.
Actually,
some
same.
of the weathering and the panel lining.
Yeah,
Really?
it actually works really well.
Yeah.
The only thing is pre-sand every piece with the lightest grain, like 1800 plus.
Say, you probably got to take that wax or whatever that is off the figures.
Yeah, there's like a wax on it. But once you do that, that's actually what I do with most of my figures. I should do it more, but I was going to paint the gold armor more on the top part here, which I would have had to take sandpaper because this is very glossy. But thankfully, the paint to the chest.
Do you use the paint the paint on Mod Podge or the spray Mod Podge?
The paint on. Like I literally.
Yeah, that stuff. Yeah.
I have the matte, and then I have the gloss for if I'm doing like metal parts.
Yeah.
Which makes a difference. Trust me.
Why'd you ask, Ed? Do you think that would have helped with that?
No,
issue?
I've had better luck with the brush on than the spray on stuff. So
yeah,
that's what I was asking.
So I got, I've been showing you guys in our chats, like I've been modeling, and it's been freaking fun as hell. These Ultramans are rad.
Hold them up there, Brick.
But I definitely want to go in with some paint. I've got some paint to do some weathering, and I want to go in and highlight, just like a Gundam has all the little lines there you can see in the gun.
Those are all snap fit,
looks
right?
like.
What's that?
I said those are all snap fit,
Where'd you get those?
They're all snap fit, and I got them. They're figurized. You can get them here, but they're not cheap. They're import. But
No. They work very similar to like Gundams.
Do they?
The way you snip them apart and.
Yep.
Okay.
But my brother was.
They all snap together. You don't have to glue them.
My brother was in Japan, and because the dollar's so strong and prices there are obviously lower than they are here. I just had him. I bought him on Amazon, had him shipped to his hotel, and just brought him back with him.
Nice.
So
that's the way to go.
I want to try some of the earlier 2000 Common Rider.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Figures. They're so good.
I could have just come back with all those. I would have. The issue is with a lot of these, and these were even. I thought I could fudge these in with most of my figures are like, larger figures, right? Legions, 6.5.
Scales a bit off, yeah.
Yeah. So like the comments.
Those about 144s or those 100s, would you say? With the with Gundams, you have MG scale, RG scales.
Well, so these are meant to be like human beings. So it would be the equivalent of like 112, I guess. But it's a little larger. These are a little bit larger than 112.
Probably about 8-inch then.
No, maybe, but that's what I thought. That's what I was hoping. But they're actually like here. I can put it up to. Masterverse is never a good thing to show because those dudes are huge. But
use your AWOC. That's pretty standard.
AWOC, yeah, sure. But AWOC's, he's got his action pose. Hold on. But you can kind of see head wise, like it's a smaller head. Yeah. But like in my brain, I'm like, okay, well, I guess he's a robot. Whatever. I'm trying to get in here, but they all
suits, it's
totally.
There you go.
But
it's like if you compare War Machine with Iron Man,
exactly.
He's always going to be beefier.
Yep.
But
check it out, dude.
Great.
LED kit, baby.
And what's nice is the kits in those ones are actually good, but the ones you get for like Gundam Master Grades, they're these little plug-in ones. Mm-hmm. They suck so bad. They're the worst.
I've heard stories.
But I actually have the yellow one and a couple of the greens because I had got some of the Exia.
It's so cool. And there's like multi-stage too because it's like, oh no.
And there is 2 versions of
he's been
each.
Taken over.
Now, is yours the silver armor on it? Is it painted or is it just gray plastic.
Metallic
Okay,
plastic.
because there is a version that's like
gross.
$20 more, where it's like a metallic paint on it.
Okay.
Were you
But-
hoping those were the scale of that other robot you got, Brick? What was that one you got that was
The
super
Astrobots.
articulate?
Yeah,
Astrobot.
it totally works with that. You
Yeah.
know, I was like, whatever, they're robots. But really, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. I'll live. But they're just cool. They're a cool thing to try too, and I want to try painting them.
Yeah.
So
I
it's,
hate you
this
'cause
is
I'm
my
looking
very
them up
first
right now.
stuff.
Rick, I'm looking them up right now. I hate
Uh-oh.
Yeah, totally. Look them up on Amazon.co.jp, and you can kind of
Enabler.
But that's where I got into trouble when I was in Japan. Was like, oh man, I could
Well-
just look on,
Well,
Yeah, I would lose
you can tell
myself
them
in a
is-
Gundam store.
I was
the
just
smaller
looking at
one-
stuff on Amazon, and I was just like, man, these are like,
Well, that smaller one you just showed me, I'm looking at was the Gundam Place store.com, and they have $37.99. That doesn't sound bad.
yeah, here,
Yeah.
right. And so I think it was like 20 something, depending on the smaller
Okay.
one. The bigger one was like, I think it was like 34 or 35, all said and done. So it's like, ooh, you know how that is. You're like, oh. But anyway,
Well, those kids can be very addicting.
and then he gifted me one of these. So this is
Yeah, I
another
went
one.
through a Gundam phase.
He threw in
So, I
a
know.
little gift, which is rad because he and I had these as kids. Orgus Ordroid, which was like a anime that never really took off here, but made by the same people who did is it called Southern Cross? Who did the basically Robotech 2, what we know as
Okay.
Robotech 2. So I'll dig into this guy soon, but that's my last model kit
For now.
for now. For now.
You missed a lot, Fu. You're gonna have to go back and watch the replay for the last 2 hours.
So, Patrick.
30
Did you all go
bucks.
through like the whole Hasbro Pulse thing already, or did
No,
you?
we
Oh,
barely
we
talked
haven't even
about
started.
Stream's gonna go until 5 in the morning.
Sounds about right.
No, it's not. Well, I'm not gonna be here for
Yeah,
5.
I won't either. The dude
it.
on the West Coast won't
So
either.
if you want to stay, Dave, you're more than welcome.
Where are you at, Dave? Where in the country?
Well, I'm in New York State.
Okay.
Dave's
I'm on
only
the East
about
Coast.
45 minutes north of where I am at.
Yeah.
Gotcha. You gonna come out to Legion's Con at all?
Not this year. I
Okay.
just switched jobs, took a pay cut, so that's not gonna be happening this year.
Gotcha.
Maybe
But you've
next
been in the past.
No, I've never been actually.
Oh,
but
gotcha.
I have plenty of people who've exposed me to Mythic Legions.
Mm. It'll be my first, so I'm really just excited at the idea. So
But you're also going there as a worker.
wait a second. You're saying Jason
you going?
expects me to work? No,
Oh,
I'm just
yeah.
kidding. Yeah, no,
It's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Jason,
I'm
I haven't
going.
even gotten to see the show yet. What the hell?
What do you mean?
If
set
work means touching every figure on the table, then sure.
up? No, yeah. I will be working, and I'm hoping to. Yeah, I will be working.
You
But
and
I'm also
Adam
going
have
to
to make
do-
side deals. Like, Adam, I'm going to use the bathroom, and I'll be gone for about an hour and a half, and then
Oh
you
no,
get
totally.
out.
I'm gonna cover him for as long as he needs to go get do that armory thing. I
Yeah.
hope. But I've heard that they have a sort of special time set aside for vendors, and I hope
Usually
that's
they
true. I
do.
hope I heard it correctly.
Yeah. They usually, at most of the shows, they have special times for the vendors to get in and get what they want to look at and stuff. So
I am lucky in that I will be at Engine for a Day where they're letting us sort of just do it at the studio. So
yeah, Adam says you guys will work shifts, so you'll be set. You'll be fine. You'll have plenty of time.
there's going to be a lot of us, but still, part of it is going to be want to be there and like talk to people, and like all these folks that we've met online, and just talk about this thing that we love, and so we'll see how that goes.
I mean, I can't speak for like anyone else, but I know for me, Delta 17 just showed up. Like if Steve or Ken would have been like, "Hey, do you mind helping, work the booth at Joe Fest? I probably would have been like, oh, super awesome. If you ask now, I'd be like, yeah, if you can't find anyone else, I will, but I just want to roam around and just shoot the shit with people.
Yeah.
I'd what do you think? I don't think I'd want to
yeah, I worked booths at conventions before. It gets old.
Yeah. If it's your product, maybe, but yeah, like but I had such a blast at Joe Fest. So
I think if you got if say like a 3-day event like Joe Fest, right? If you worked, one day, it'd probably be okay. But
yeah,
I wouldn't want to be stuck at the booth the whole time, right? But
So are you doing shows now with
late,
Hella
punk.
Dope?
You're already booked. PowerCon, I'll be doing it.
Is
I
that
might be-
happening for sure in 25?
Yeah,
Okay.
is it for sure?
that's what I heard.
So we're not sure. Just
I'll probably go down there for the Columbus Toy Show in March next year too. That's just a 1-day show. So
Hey, my headset's
About
making me
5
want
hours
to
away
go
or
charge
4
it.
hours away?
You
Say that
off
again,
You're,
Dave?
you're jumping off, bud?
Yeah, I'll be back on.
all right,
Still going.
we'll catch you later on, bud.
All right.
What was the question, Dave? How far is
Yeah,
Columbus from here?
About how far is it? About four hours,
It's like 4.5 hours
Okay.
from
it
me. So
feels
probably
like 20
probably
hours.
about 5 for you, depending on how fast you drive down the 90.
Well,
That's the other thing. You can
My-
you can hop on the 90 easier
Well,
than I
see,
can.
my wife has family in Cleveland,
Yeah,
and the way she drives is 3 hours. So
yeah, and Columbus takes 2 hours basically from Cleveland driving normally.
Yeah.
But
And
I can
got a
make it to
niece and
Cleveland in
nephew
3
at
hours. too,
Toledo
so-
College, so I'm like,
Yeah.
hey, you go visit family and you just drop me off at the show, and I can walk around and hang out with people.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's all good, man. All right,
I think-
is her family in in Cleveland, or are they like outside?
Yeah, she's got a sister and brother-in-law, and their kids are actually attending University of Toledo.
Oh, nice.
So
Yeah, if I can go for a whole weekend of PowerCon, if it happens, I will.
Yeah.
It's going to be coming off of Joe Fest, so it won't be too much. So I don't know about if I can stay the whole weekend. I might have to crash in some people's hotels.
Well, last year the hotel that Black Knight's brother got me, which wasn't at the show, it was about a 15-minute drive. I think I paid for Thursday through Sunday. It was like $235.
That's not bad.
No.
But again, we also know, again, like I feel like not being at the convention.
Yeah.
It's just like after experience Joe Fest, you're just like,
The nice thing is about PowerCon, there's no shows, there's no hotels at the convention
Yeah.
site. So
yeah. But I mean, like it's everything's gonna be a disappointment unless if the hotel is there and they don't give a shit, because that's where the fun happened, was after
yeah.
hours.
yeah. I had
Yeah.
more fun hanging out in the lobby and just bullshit with people coming into the lobby and the bar and stuff than I did.
Oh yeah. After Joe Fest, after day one, you've gotten everything you really want to get. Other than that, it's all impulse buys. It's like, oh, I still have some money left. I'll buy the Mythic Legion's horse, right? I mean, that's how that ended up happening.
I spent most of my money on pizza, so I don't know.
We all did.
That was good pizza, man. For a bar pizza, that was some damn good pizza. Especially in
really
Georgia.
Yeah, it was really good. If only just think about how much pizza they would have sold had they still opened past 10:30.
Right? Cobb or Brick, you know any answers to this question?
Anyone know? Oh,
I think that
the answer is yes to the first question, no
Yeah.
to the second question.
exactly. Yeah. No,
that was a good way to put that, Brick.
especially that Webster.
I'm catching up, Cobb.
What's that?
I'm actually opening a bunch of Masterverse that I've been sitting on because I found Tila.
Yeah, I heard that when
at
I
the store.
was in chat. Oh yeah, she's cool. Man, that tail on her, huh?
Yeah, she's great.
Really?
I wish this was better, but it's pretty awesome for what it
Yeah, I
is.
just
You
know how
know,
long it is. It's
Yeah.
freaking long.
is it intended to be like? I don't remember. In the show, was it like translucent or something? Is that why it's so faint?
I would almost think that if it's faint, was it supposed to be like shedding skin off?
Oh yeah, that too. That is kind of what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it looks like. But no, I'm pretty sure she just had like a fabric to her. But
Because I want that wired, and there's not enough. I mean,
yeah,
that's
there's
a
not
big
much to it.
hand stitching job, and this fabric is not the.
The best.
Yeah, it's not
Yeah,
durable.
even just like taking pictures or anything, I was like putting it all over the place.
And you put another
That's the
layer
flaw
on there.
in all of these. Ugh, look, you can see me. It's like
Yeah.
women's underwear.
I mean, some of the earlier ones, the figures. I mean, I was the first 2 waves when they did Revolutions and Revelations, Revolutions. I was all in on it, and then I put pause on it because I was shifting my collection around. But I still have those. I still think that they're some of the best. I mean, it's like a cross between NECA and McFarlane in my book.
Yeah, I
They're good
really,
figures.
I
It's
do
just
really,
that
really like this
sometimes
thing.
you can't find them, or they crank the price up. At least here.
Well, those two specifically that he was asking about are
the
are-
Atom.
whew, yeah. I could maybe part with my Atom. I don't know. Is Atom really that expensive?
He's
Right
another
now?
one that was. I don't know what happened.
Well,
I haven't
he's
really
looking
checked
for-
prices, but
for
I know
the-
he's been hard to find for people.
He's looking for the Masterverse. Is that the from Mode 2 Revelations? That print?
Yeah, it was I think it was branded Revolution actually. Or no, I think
Okay.
it might have been Revelation still, but it was
Because
later.
I just googled it, and
Mhm.
if it's the one from that cartoon, it's I'm showing it for $21.99 on Amazon.
There you go.
Are there many Masterverse that have gone up in price?
Nope. Oh no, never mind. It's just updated. It shows 49 now. So I guess I was wrong.
I think Web Store is the main one that's most expensive. I don't even think the Scareglow SDCC exclusive is particularly pricey compared to what people paid for it.
Okay. I was just
But
wondering.
Web Store is the main one. Is that right? Cobb is. That is.
That's was the one that I've seen
Yeah.
jump up like $100 here and there, and I'm like,
hmm
I don't know what happened with that wave. I forget what came in that wave.
It really was just that one figure. I just passed on it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It was just like seems like the one figure.
Let me ask you guys a question. Are there any figures that you see that jump up to like $100, $120 selling, and you were able to pick it up and you're just like, just have that regret and go, fuck, why didn't I just grab that figure?
Grab an extra.
Yeah. Or two, because they were just sitting there. Not like you were trying to like, you were just like, it sat there. It just, I walked by it. When What's-Her-Face got fired from Star Wars, and I remember all those, what's her name again? Yes.
Corona,
Yeah.
They were just sitting there. They couldn't get rid of that figure, and then
they
she
go
got
for big
fired. What?
They go for big bucks.
Do they really?
Yeah.
Huh. Cara Dune.
I was at Fan Expo a couple weeks ago, and there was a few vendors who were actually selling the figures. They're selling them for like what 150, 160, and that's Canadian. But she also happened to be at the con, so they were selling merchandise that people would be looking to get autographed by her. So it was the vendors.
You're talking about the Cara Dune?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta help her pay for that lawsuit.
After that happened with her, the price of them went up.
Yeah.
And it went up like that. It wasn't it was like a
it
here
was
you go, here you go.
overnight, basically.
Just shot up.
No, it's the
And-
same thing you see when someone passes away, right? It's like all of a sudden everybody
Yeah.
goes out and grabs the figures, and
Has that happened with any like Vader stuff since
I haven't seen
James Earl
anything,
Jones
to be
passed?
honest.
Yeah.
I haven't seen a lot of Vader stuff go up. But Vader's there's so many versions of him out there. I don't
Yeah,
think-
I mean, that's just the voice. Yeah. What's
I
the
do
name?
regret getting rid of our old Darth Vader speakerphone we had as kids. Wish I had that.
The one I'm mad at I passed on though is that when they had the WWE Masters of the WWE Universe, and that's when I first started getting into Origins. I saw the whole first wave. Saw it a couple times at Walmart, and I was like, no, it's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Origins. And then I ended up wanting them later, and then that first wave is the one that got expensive. Like Mr. T and all them. Oh my gosh.
Who was in it? Oh God, I wish I got that Mr. T. Who else?
Mr. T.
I have the Mr. T.
You do? Nice.
You know, I remember seeing all of them though, all 4 of them. I was like, oh, these are kind of cool, but not what I'm looking for.
I like Mr. T, so if I find figures of him, I always usually pick them up.
Oh, that Jake the Snake, he is a popular one too.
These are looking great, Cobb. I've been delayed on them, but
oh, yeah.
Is that the
way before last, huh?
Yeah, this is Revolution Hordak. Great sculpts. This thing hinders him so much, though.
His big tie in the front, is that crooked for you at all? Does it hang pretty straight?
It looks straight to me.
Mine's way off,
like to the left or to the right? Yeah. Yours dresses to the left?
A little bit.
That looks really good.
Right? Yeah. You can still see. I'm sure you got stuff.
Yeah, he looks good.
Yeah, he's straight.
Who is that guy?
Hordak. Hordak.
Oh, that's the new Hordak?
In the She-Ra universe.
Mm-hmm. For the
I know what the old Hordak looks like. I didn't see the new one. That's pretty badass.
See how far off to the side mine is?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Heat it up a little bit with a hair dryer, Brick or Cobb, and hold it straight. It'll straighten itself.
It curves to the right.
Yeah, a little bit. You have to straighten it out for pictures.
That's what she said.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You warm it up and straighten it out, it'll be fine.
Tug on it, you straighten it out.
Is that what she says too? Hey, Kenny.
Gotta warm it up.
Cobb, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, I was here earlier.
Oh yeah, that's right. You were here. I had to get rid of this thing.
Oh yeah. What sucks is that you
Austrian schoolgirl.
I know. Flying Fist T-Man's gonna have that same head. That one that just showed for San Diego.
It's a Masterverse night.
I mean, I believe this.
Bush League, man. I left my headphones on the floor and then they got tangled up with my chair.
Oh shit!
Nice.
I think you didn't roll over it.
That's it. I pulled the whole thing out. What's up, gentlemen?
What's happening,
What's up, man?
I just want to say Super 7. No, I'm joking.
Per your T-shirt, what lion? What lion are you?
What lion am I?
You just jumped in. Did you just form the head?
I think I did. I was just gonna say everybody wants to be the head, right? I mean, battle over that. Oh,
getting head maybe, but I don't know.
Yeah,
about being
that too. Ooh, and Oz isn't on here, but I'll show. I caved again. My second one I got. So he's pretty badass. But he was only $25.
Where?
It was on the Store Horseman.
Store Horseman, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
They have $10 to ship it, but still, it's worth it.
Then you order a bunch of stuff with it then.
Exactly. But I promised myself I wouldn't go down that road, and I got 2. I got the other skeleton when it came out, and then this one.
I haven't heard a lot of people talk about the price changes for Legions. I don't know. Are folks aware of that the prices?
I think we discussed it briefly last weekend down here.
Okay.
But yeah,
what is
I think it's a good deal because that was one of the biggest problems they were having with the shows. Is like Ted and Aaron talked about it, how they couldn't sell any Mythic Legions at PowerCon last year because they're
give Punk context. He was asking because I don't think a lot of people caught that because I didn't see people talking about it on their news stuff.
So the Four Horsemen have changed their pricing structure, so when they're at the shows and stuff, their figures are going to be $45, just like the retailer price for the base figures.
Okay.
So they won't be selling them for their $37, $40 price tag and outselling their vendors, which is good because they're starting to do a lot more shows. So
yeah.
So this guy at Walmart just now. I just got him. It's pretty cool.
Hold on, let me bring you up.
Ooh, a little platinum.
I like those.
Who's that?
Nice.
Is that Spawn like an alt color?
Yeah, this is the regular supposed to be red, but this is that
Hmm.
platinum blue, I guess, or the platinum edition.
That's his. That was how he. Well,
This is cool.
Well,
If you
that
see
had
it
to
in
be
the
for
back-
Walmart because it's blue.
Yeah, it is the
No,
Walmart.
if you see on the back, that's how Spawn was originally drawn
Yeah.
before he was a comic.
Yep.
But the blue, you know, it's
It's the
McFarlane.
Walmart exclusive because it's blue.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Wait, is that the one that came with McFarlane?
It's
That's-
the same version, just a repaint of that. Same,
Repainted,
that-
yeah. That was the. Okay, got it.
Yeah, he's good. And I
Rick
did get
Jones says
something
it's
another,
the blue. It's the blueberry spawn.
I got this one from BBTS the other day, and holy moly, it was expensive. I didn't realize I spent so much on her, but
Oh, yeah.
she's
Oh,
badass.
Yeah, those ones are pricey.
She's still in box. You haven't opened her. Put her
I
back in?
just got her today or
Oh,
yesterday, and
nice.
then I got one for Punk. I got this today from Pulse.
Ooh.
That is much better than I. That set ended up being way better than I thought it was.
Yeah, I like
fact
it. It
that
looks really
they-
nice.
They use different bucks. I mean, I
The
was
one you
gonna
just
buy it.
reviewed, right? On your
Yeah.
channel?
Yeah.
I buy it anyway because obviously I'm a completist and it's G.I. Joe. Most people only bought it because of the Twilight Guard. But the fact that they use a newer buck for the Steel Core Commander, he's way better than the one they used.
There's a
So the
lot of
Steel
cool
Core
accessories
Commander
on
is
it too.
different than the Steel Core figure they released in the other 2-pack.
It's the same overlay, but the buck is different. He's actually tall, a little bit taller.
That's
He's
what I'm
not as
saying.
short.
So the
Yeah.
buck that's from the Steel Core, not Steel Brigade, Steel Core male female pack is different than the
Yeah.
Steel Core Commander. That's cool.
Yeah, I think the original Steel Core uses the Beachhead buck, kind of, but he's a little bit shorter, so there's something that's different. This one, I think, uses the buck that they used with Firefly.
Yeah.
I
Well, they've
think.
been starting to mix on the torsos with the legs too to get different heights. So it's
Yeah, and in the what really shocked me, what more than anything, is the Twilight Guard doesn't use any of the Crimson Guard body.
Yeah.
It's a completely different buck.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, I was surprised I got that one today. This one I've had a little bit, but that was another Walmart Beetlejuice.
you're
Dude, I'm all over the place.
I love it.
I haven't seen those yet.
I
And
respect
then this
it.
one too. This one came the other day.
You're my kind of collector.
Yes.
so
Nice.
Do
you're,
it. Do it.
what
That
Beetlejuice is that? Is that NECA?
Yeah, NECA.
Oh,
And he's supposed to come in this variant with the red suit, but I haven't found that one yet.
the wedding tux.
What are you saying, Punk?
did you just get from Pulse that 2-pack?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
was it in a big box with just a little bit of that stuff thrown in and it was
Yes.
bouncing around?
Bouncing around. Yep. I was like, why is this so big? And it was light, and I didn't know what I didn't think it was from Pulse because it was so big. But yeah.
Mhm.
I was on the phone with Krusty Old Crow when it came, and I opened it up, and I just they put that mesh in it, but it wasn't even wrapped around it.
No.
It was just thrown in there, and then they threw it on top of it. And it was just, I mean, in the boxes.
Surprisingly, I have no dents, but
Yeah, I didn't have any dents either, but it wasn't wrapped. It was just, I'm like, why?
this
did
is
you
a really cool set. If anybody's on the fence, seriously, it is really good. Wow.
I think that's going to be one that people are going to start seeing the reviews, and they're going to jump on it. Stanley's asking, what's the new buck? I'm not sure what the new buck is because I didn't pull the other figures off. I take it back. I think the new buck, I just said it. I think it's the Firefly, and I think it's the Firefly buck because his ab crunch is loose.
Yeah.
But-
I was gonna say,
That Firefly ab crunch was horrible.
This one you don't notice as much because of how the overlay is, so it doesn't really affect it, but it has a ratchet sound.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, I'm trying to think.
Actually, I'm not big.
They
on
didn't say
McFarlane
anything
lately,
about
so I
their
just did the
higher
vampire,
Oh, sorry, Dave. I didn't mean to stop. on you.
vampire Marvel.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty good. I actually like this.
Oh, I saw him today. Yeah, he looked cool.
Oh, that looks awesome. That's a great looking
That's a
head.
gold
These are like
label,
the
right?
only McFarlanes I'm messing with right now are the vampire.
Yeah.
Oh, and this one you'll appreciate, Brick. I got this one the other day from
Earthworm Jim.
Nice.
got all
That's
the different variant heads. There's like a head that's burnt and everything. It's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
It's cool how they pop out, which is
Yeah.
perfect for the character.
That's cool.
So Andrew, they didn't really say much about their higher priced figures. All they talked about was their basic, the $45 figures are basically going to be the same price for retailers and for them at the convention booth. So the rest of it will probably stay their Horseman price, I'm sure. But
Yeah, that
Well, they're
Masterverse wave is nice, Brick. That whole set.
Yeah. That
It's
Cyclone.
come a long way, man.
The only thing that so far has been Thunderpinch's head that I'm not super into.
That sculpt
but
is
like,
awful. Yeah.
But like, he can do this. Like he can tilt his head back a little more than I would have expected, which is perfect for this character.
Well, if you get into the joy of painting, Brick, I can send you some heads if you want to get into some painting. You can start with the He-Man head.
I
I got a bunch of files. I could send you some heads for those
You
He-Man.
know as well as I do. I need to do a Skeleton.
Yep. You got to get into the joy of painting, man. You already skipped it, and you get the joy of assembling kits
well,
now.
he already did the painting. Now he needs to get back into it. Now that he's getting closer to retirement age.
I need to get painting on figures, not canvas or wood panels.
And this guy just finished. He was fun.
Yeah, that was.
That thing's killer. Are there other characters you're thinking about? Did you come up with that design, or was it somebody else was printing parts for it? Or
There was a part for the head and the boulder.
Okay,
And I saw that and I was like, dude, yeah, no, I did not. That wasn't out of. Now this one I did.
Because I think that's such a
This
rad
one was
idea.
all me, but it's kind of janky. Is the collector guy?
Yeah, exactly. That's cool, man. Just take a look.
That one I took the file of the actual collector and I shrunk it. Then I took the little parts here and then added to Zodak's staff. And then put a collector pouch on the back, which was snout spout.
Yeah.
So many of the old
cool.
vehicles from back in the day, I'd love to see kind of become characters like that. Or like I'd love to see a Stridor Centaur kind of thing
That
somehow.
would be cool. Yeah, that would be
Dragon Walker, man.
Oh yeah.
Well, and that's the thing is like I got all of them listed up, and what I have a file for that I could shrink down if it's feasible. Even the collectors kind of give it a try. But if some of them might be home runs, you never know. So
I think
I'm
that
thinking
looks
like
cool.
a Dragon Walker with the 4 legs like Mantenas.
oh yeah, no, that would be cool. That head would be really cool on a figure. Yeah, that's a good head.
I think I'm gonna open up all of these turtles.
Turtles.
Never gonna get to them if not. I was gonna do a live or
See,
something. This
you're like
weekend,
me.
and
Yeah, see, Punky's like me. He's like, I gotta wait and film it. And well, actually, you're quicker than I am. But
no, actually, I got a whole bunch of stuff all at once. I had like 14 figures. I already did videos for the Masterverse and everything else, but these have been out for a while. So I was like, oh, I kept putting them off for a couple of weeks. I'm like, I'm not gonna get to them anytime soon.
So Punk Andrew says that Twilight Guard looks like a Cobra officer body.
It is. No, yeah. So it's Cobra Officer Buck and then the arms of the old Cobra Trooper.
So they're kit bashing on their own stuff, which is cool.
Yeah. But it has nothing to do with. It has no parts of the Crimson Guard. It's the Buck of the Commander, the Steel Corps Commander. It has no. It uses a completely different Buck, all pinless joints and everything. So
cool.
Really good. I mean, it's really good. Everyone will be happy with it, I think. I just think that's going to be something that people are going to go back and get now once they start seeing the reviews on it.
They even have their own patches, like what you guys are getting with that, HasLab. No, I'm just
Cool.
kidding.
I won't be going back and getting it. I'm saving my money for Monster Force.
Yeah, wow. Me too.
Whew, when that line hits, man, that thing.
We just sold all your Origins. You got a nice little.
I have to laugh at that title on there. Sorceress from Channel 6 News.
God.
I don't know why that made me laugh.
I hate how they did that Vipor where they had to put Origins on the box, like nobody knew it was an Origins. Like that didn't make any sense.
Oh. I don't know what I did with his box. It did. It said like on the
Instead of saying just Vipor, it says Origins Vipor.
Oh yeah. That's right, it did, huh?
Is that a copyright issue? Copyright lap?
You know what? Maybe that
So
makes
they
no
said-
sense because otherwise it makes no sense. So
Yeah.
It probably is.
Sure.
Same reason they have to call a lot of the GI Joes by their full name now, with their code name in the middle of it.
There was something that came out recently. It was like Marvel's. Oh, Marvel's
Yeah.
Beyonder.
Yeah.
Yeah, like Marvel does that a lot. If they
Yeah.
put Marvel in front of it if they can't use it.
that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Brick, because I was kind of stumped on that one.
You're welcome. Hey, I don't mean to bring up stuff if we already passed it, but I just realized it says your logo. Did I miss something in the Clubhouse chat?
No,
Like that Oz.
I just did that for tonight because
Oh.
he was off. So
Oh, so he was here but he was here for a little bit.
he
until-
wasn't going to come on, but then he decided to come on because
Oh, okay.
he can't stay away.
Did anybody? I mean, did you end up sweeping everything with? I'm sure you did, Punk, with the con stuff with GI Joe.
Oh
We
yeah,
haven't talked about PulseCon yet.
Oh,
we
you haven't?
keep-
Okay.
We keep going
Let's
around
go.
the
Let's
issue.
go. Let's go.
I'm not
let's
gonna
go.
make it much longer.
Squirrel. Yeah.
Joe, let's go. Let's start with Joe before Lawrence falls asleep.
I liked everything they showed. I mean, it didn't. I mean, we all knew all that stuff was coming. It was nice to see it in hand. I think Dial Tone looks amazing.
Mm-hmm.
He's very vintage yet modernized. Ed and I were talking about it before we went live. He was always one of my favorite figures. I think I have 3 of them complete. I love the backpack.
Me too.
I love they updated it so it has a computer in the back. I love the gun. I love the idea that you can throw in his cell phone so he can see what's going on. It kind of harkens to what Grunt has when he flips down and he can see everything, and that's real world. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that they're not toying with in real life.
That is cool.
This right here, that thing right there is telling you Psych Out is coming.
This
Yep.
horn thing.
Yeah.
I think that's supposed to
looks
be
like
one
a
of those-
microphone or a mic, like a long range mic to me.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
one of those parabolic mics.
And
That is
I
telling
don't
you
want to
it's
take us too far off a tangent, but since you brought it up, how do you think they'll pull off Psych Out? Like how much different?
I hate that figure so much.
I know. Do you think they're gonna go like same with the level of changes to Raptor kind
Yeah,
of? You know
I
what
think so because I think they know how dumb he is.
I mean? Flash Gordon, baby.
Him and having all his little satellites on him just doesn't
Mhm.
work today.
Mm-hmm.
I think Raptor is amazing looking.
Yeah.
I watched Yojo Jerk's review on it, and I hated Raptor. But I've said before, everything that they do, almost everything that they do with even figures I didn't like, they did such a good job that I love them. So,
Tell us about the Saw Viper, Lawrence.
for the love of God, man. Like, people are so mad that it's a semi-automatic weapon.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
That's what it says on his original file card.
They think
screw
they
it up.
changed it or something?
No, they didn't change it, but people are mad.
People are mad because they think they changed it.
Yeah, because that's not a semi-automatic. That's not what it's supposed to be. And people are mad that there's a chainsaw on it because they're like, they took the saw too literally. First off, the saw comes off. It's a toy. It's about having fun, and they're trying to give you something different.
I like the colors. Colors
mean,
are awesome on that.
I'm-
guy.
I like
When
that.
I see the Saw with the gun, I'm thinking like Aliens when Ripley taped a couple guns together. You know?
Yep.
And that's kind of what that gun looks like.
Yeah.
Bruce Campbell would love that gun.
Oh hell yeah!
Well, would he just attach it to his hand though?
Well,
Who loves you,
either
baby?
way. I love the head with the hood on it, though. The balaclava looks good on that guy.
I think what they did with the gun was they tried going with a saw because that really does look like a saw.
Yeah, it does look like a saw.
But they tried making it like how the minigun from Predator looked.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then then they throw a little saw on it. The fact that the saw comes off, I think, is actually really cool.
I mean,
These are the same people though that are upset, and I mean, we have characters like back in the day that had Buzzer, who had a chainsaw with a a pistol grip on it. I mean,
Oh,
they're toys.
I mean, it's
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of like it's just a more intense version of a bayonet if you really think about it.
Exactly.
Yeah. And they even made a comment about it. I love I love
Leatherneck
Leatherneck.
looks good, man. Leatherneck.
Not because everyone says he looks like me.
I don't think he
The
looks like him.
customs are going to be coming out soon.
I already got one right here.
Leatherneck had
He just filed
woodland
down that
camo
hair.
though, the original one, didn't he?
He had camo, I believe.
Yeah, it was the vintage. That's what I'm saying. The vintage had woodland camo. Does this one have camo? Or
It,
is it all
does on
green?
the hat. It looks like maybe it's just hard
Yeah.
to see on that knee, but the knee wouldn't. There,
Yeah,
yeah,
there it
does.
is.
Yeah, it's camo. Yeah, it does have camo.
So I love that. I love the M16 with the 203 because it is Arnold Schwarzenegger's gun in Predator. We all love that, every
Classic.
single kid. But the fact that they modernized it and gave him an M4 and put the 203 on it, you had to have the 203 because it's iconic with him.
Yeah.
I think this figure looks exactly what you want. He is a Marine, like right out of the box. So
That's
if you want
Ricardo's
to,
backpack, isn't it?
I believe that is
Or
Yeah.
Outback.
Ricondo.
No, it's
Outback.
Ricardo's.
Yeah.
Clint had a good question there
Hey,
because
Clint.
I was wondering the same thing. Honestly,
Where's Clint's question?
the very bottom.
I can either grow a mustache or a goatee. I cannot shave it because then I look extremely young. And every now and then I just shave off the goatee, and I like it, but it has nothing to do with G.I. Joe.
That's for your love of the police.
No, that one was probably the coolest for me because I don't know. I like the dreadnoughts, man.
I like the muted colors.
Yeah, he looks
Like,
great.
he's not as bright. So when they do decide to do when they finally do decide to do the retro card, they can make it look different.
Yeah.
Xandar was always like one of my favorites. It was always Torch and then Torch, Monkey Wrench, Xandar.
That's quite the fucking scope on that weapon. Jesus.
But you're saying you do want a vintage color one in retro card?
No, I'm not saying I want one. I'm saying when they decide to do one because they probably
It gives
will.
them the option to go more
Gives them the
retro
option.
and make it look
Gotcha.
completely
But you,
different.
but do
I
you
would think
prefer
a little
these
bit
muted
better now.
colors? Like to on your
I like this. I mean, I like the other thing, but I have no issues with them evolving the brand.
Right.
I mean, all these people, they just want it to be the exact same. That's how lines die.
I mean, you still know who it is when you look at it. You don't have any question about that.
Yeah,
they didn't
exactly.
change it enough to where it's unnoticeable. It's
So
it's
I
good.
will say this: when I was watching it on my phone, he looked like it was gray, not blue. Then when you saw these pictures, these look more blue. So I'm interested to see how it comes off. Because on my phone, looking at the actual figure, it looked gray.
Oh yeah, look at that left toe spike. That's dope. That is cool.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
The other thing I have to say is that's one big freaking handle on that knife, and it's going to get in the way of a lot of movement. He's going to stab himself in the belly when he
Well,
comes over.
That pose right there is hot, though, the way he's holding
yeah.
that. Stupidly holding the gun, but cool looking.
That's a kill shot, man. That's a kill shot.
Yeah.
Say it another month. Say it one more time. Say it one more time.
I think these look good. They didn't. I mean, they really didn't show off much, which I think disappointed a lot of people. I think Starduster looks really good. I know it's just retro Duke's buck, but I think the colors really work well with him. So, and then I know even though they didn't talk about it, they showed off Law and Order and Heavy Duty.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Heavy Duty. I think Law and Order looks awesome. I think Heavy Duty is stupid. But I thought Heavy Duty was stupid to begin with.
That's the one that has like the green, big old green gun thing.
Yeah. But to their credit, they gave him that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they did give him, as Chris McLeod calls it, the desk. So
Yes, Andrew. That's why they have to use, because Hasbro lost the copyright to some of the names like Stalker and a few of the other guys.
Yeah.
Can you not find the Marvel Legends?
No, I can't actually.
He put
Dude, these, you said it,
know.
Kenny. This wave is freaking unbelievable.
That's great.
all right. If the guys
Damn.
from Hold Up Toys are listening, I know Ed asked about it. You need to put your newly released stuff out on the main page and leave it there. Because sometimes your stuff doesn't end up in the Marvel section.
Yeah.
So I go look for Legends. It's not there. I have to actually type in. I know on my Facebook page, Aaron actually posted a link to the PulseCon stuff. But it doesn't help you because you can't even find it.
I don't do
You didn't do Facebook.
Facebook.
I ordered this one.
I thought
Titania.
She's pretty
the
dope.
Marvel Legends look really good.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
I can-
love that they're doing that Secret Wars line. And
You know, I've
stuff.
already
King
heard
was pretty cool though, how they could switch out the faces to him and stuff.
Yeah,
that one's
I
a
told
good
I told my brother I'd sleep on that last night if I wanted him to order it.
We're gonna
These are
talk.
available.
We're gonna have to talk
Yeah.
Star Wars first because that's how the order they're coming in.
Oh, Star Wars. Sorry.
Prince Shizor.
All right.
Prince Diesor looks good, man.
So this here is the best figure they showed at PulseCon that I saw.
Oh yeah.
And I've heard a lot of people say the same thing.
I can't wait for Dash Rendar to come out.
Now, is that sculpt wise or because people prefer this character selection?
I
Like,
think
what are folks
It's
like?
a little of both.
Maybe
People have
both.
been wanting
Little
to
bit
see
of
Diesor
both.
for a long time.
but the sculpt looks awesome.
It does.
And then it does have the soft goods hanging off of his elbows.
That's
Mhm.
great.
So, but look at this thing. That thing looks badass.
They
I'm probably
put
going to
work
order it
into
just to have him. Because
Where my
put a
nerds
ton of
at?
work
What
into that.
species is Shizor? Where my nerds at?
I have no idea.
All right, it's all good. He's a feline. I'm a nerd.
This
He's
is
got
one of the-
pheromones that makes Princess Leia hot.
Oh,
This
right.
is one of the only books I've ever read in my entire life.
Shadows of the Empire.
Wait, only
It's
Star
been a
Wars
long
books
time.
or actual books?
Actual books.
I like to read the daily news. No.
I've read a lot of bodybuilding magazines and skateboarding articles, but
He does look good, man.
and I've read a lot of tape inserts so I can find out what bands they think, and I need to go buy their albums. Rick, you know that one.
I do.
How come I do not remember this commando droid from the Clone Wars?
I don't either.
He
Don't
was
feel
in
bad.
he was, I don't know if he was in a movie, but he was in, like you said, the Clone Wars cartoon.
Yeah, I watched the Clone Wars cartoon twice. I don't remember this droid.
And you
I
know, the
didn't
main
either.
reason I know him is because I have a couple of them in Lego form.
Oh, nice.
I mean, they're just so, yeah.
Gee, Brick,
I'm-
you're all over the place with your collection. Just joking.
Nah, yeah, that's not my
Oh, I can't buy the Delta 17 O-rings because they're too small. I have these Lego figures.
the figures were
Well,
have been
look at
around
behind
much
him. I mean, he
longer
does have a
than
bunch
this.
of Star Wars
I
Lego
haven't,
ships, though.
I haven't
Yeah, I
haven't
know.
actually bought much Lego in a very long time.
The car
you
looks
have
good.
your name.
What if they had Delta 17 Star Squad or something, where they did like outer space guys? Would you bite?
I wouldn't put on me. No,
Yeah.
it's less about the genre. It's the format, but I wouldn't put it past them. I'm really curious to see how far
I would.
they're thinking in terms of where they want to take the line.
They're not
Steve-
going to space.
Yeah, Steve is very military
Yeah.
grounded base.
But we got Space Force up here in Colorado
Yeah,
Springs,
Space
man. Come on.
But with that said, Action Force was supposed to be all down to earth, and he has like bugs and stuff.
Sometimes an idea hits, and then you just run with it, right?
I thought that the Luke, I heard people talking about the likeness. I thought it looked pretty good. The Black Series one.
Yeah.
What bugs
doesn't look
me is,
bad. They don't
is
have a picture of him
the
here, though.
sculpted clothes. I think that's why Shizor looks better to me, because the design lends itself to the figures style.
Yeah, they've never been able to get this flowing white top that Luke wears.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
But with Shizor just having the
Cool little playset.
but for $60.
Yeah. But for the people that got the cantina, it's going to go perfect with that.
But it doesn't
Yeah.
have floor.
Or you get someone to 3D print it.
That's definitely not worth $60 right there, though. That's for sure.
It doesn't seem like there's a lot.
That would be an easy print.
There's no cups.
I was just going to say there's no cups. What the hell?
You put the cups in the basket pretty well, though. Is that a Jawa figure? Is that Jawa figure have any soft goods, or is it straight up sculpted robes?
They usually have really flimsy brown robes on the Jawas. Soft goods.
I have to laugh talking about prices on stuff. I just got back from my nephew's birthday party. He's on the draft.
I gotta mention about the helmet there.
Yeah, the armorers.
Yeah, Emily Swallow's fucking hot as shit. All right?
I saw her taking that thing out of the box. I was like, damn, she's nice.
I was like, God damn! Like, why are they covering your face?
I saw her on it was Supernatural. My ex
last
used to
name
watch
like that?
Supernatural all the time, and she was on that one, and
She was a
really
demon.
good in that one. Yeah,
That's right.
she was super hot in that one. You should
There's
check that one
something-
out, punk.
Something hot about a girl's last name being Swallow.
Basically.
Sure, she hasn't heard that her whole life.
I'm sure. Imagine her at college, right? That would have been fun.
Oh,
Bunch
man.
of nerds.
She gets married, but she's like, no, I want to keep my last name. Okay.
So now we're on to the Marvel Legends.
Oh, I forgot about this one.
The verses.
Yeah, this is a
I've
Vulture
been into the cartoons, but
from the cartoon.
I know a bunch of people are, so this makes a lot of sense.
Zooms,
I do like the fact that they gave him two different heads, like an old head and like a younger face, and they explained that was his power of absorbing or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's nice that they did that. I mean, in the past, it's something that they wouldn't have done, and then you're fucked when they tint the paint a little bit and give it like a different face sculpt.
Is did the 90s cartoon, I don't remember, but was he like an old guy, or are they just sort of throwing that in there to
No, he
appease
was
more?
an old man. He used
He was.
a special tablet that was supposed to
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
absorb
that's actually
allow
life
him
essence.
to
Got it.
absorb the power to make himself younger. But then when he interacted with the Spider-Man, it ultimately backfired on him.
Okay.
The young head doesn't look bad, though. I mean,
Do those wings come off? Ooh. Can you zoom in a little? Okay. So it's like that Falcon, which is I've got the AWOC thing on the brain, but that's like basically like the way the birds are going to work too.
Yep.
For the AWOC ones.
Yeah,
But I
let's
didn't know if they
picture
come
it
off.
in.
I think the sculpt looks good. I just don't really care for it.
Yeah, I mean it looks good, but I'm not a fan of Vulture. So
Yeah.
I think the price though for a 2-pack, I mean they're only charging $49.99 for that 2-pack right now.
Well, that's not bad.
Is it really?
Yeah, I'm looking at the
you
website
go-
right now and Hasbro.
Go back
Pulse.
real quick, Ed.
So that's what makes me mad is that these these G.I. Joe 2-packs are $55 and you own the property.
Yeah.
Mhm.
How are they not $45? Other than you can just take
They
it
know
from
people are going to buy them.
Like, that's the thing. It's related to what we were talking about earlier. But can you imagine if they like? So you're right that they own it, and I think Oz is right in terms of the effect of licensing. But are they really going to go to market and basically like shame themselves by selling one brand for 45 or whatever it is, and then the other for 35 just because they can, or do they?
Well, they
But-
do.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
They
Do
do.
they?
The,
Do they really? Is it?
Yeah.
the GI Joes are
Then
$55
I'm an idiot.
for 2-pack.
or
And
higher
these
in
are
some
50.
cases.
Oh, for 2-packs. But what about for singles?
Well, they do
is
it. Like
there-
look at Boba Fett and Spider-Man. Boba Fett and Spider-Man are always more expensive than every other figure
Popular
for no reason at all.
characters,
Oh,
They're
sh-
taxes.
I mean, in the
Okay.
past, I think Marvel might have learned, at least the Marvel Legends department, maybe they learned a little bit because in the past, I think their previous 2-packs were a lot more than just $50.
They were. Yeah, they were like
So I
60,
think they
70
kind of
bucks.
realized, well, hey, we're not selling these. Maybe we'll try and do it at a lower price point.
Yep.
and that's good, but again, like, how do you do that to the GI Joe fans? At least make them the same
Yeah.
price. But like I said, like
Because
we all know that it's all profit. There's no
It's Hasbro
licensing.
at the back end, and it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. I do like the fact that they give him a mask that he can carry
Yeah.
around.
Yeah,
That's
That
awesome.
is cool. And I know people say that's stupid, but adults are buying this to do photography.
Right.
it's just like
Yeah.
that. The hood down on the Wolverines that looks like it. When it wraps around his neck, that's such a good look.
That was
Yeah, or
awesome.
like
That
Storm
was amazing
Shadow.
when they did that.
Does it kind of slide over the head so you can kind of have it like half on, like a cap?
No,
Okay, but let's not get crazy. All right.
No, I mean
It's only $50.
It's like with Hot Toys. A lot of times with the Spider-Man, they give you just the hood that he only will fit in his hand as an
Mhm.
accessory, and that's what this is pretty much, at least in my eyes.
Is that fabric or
no, it's
got it,
it's
got it,
plastic.
got it,
Yeah.
got it, got it, got it.
Yeah.
That's so cool. It's rad.
And then they gave him the
See, there it is, Brick.
New
Yeah,
body,
Crazy about the face.
old body.
It's an
full
older body.
the highly articulated one.
Yeah,
The
With
eyes
super
and
articulation.
face, it looks weird.
yeah, that's a bad headed sculpt. It looks like they wanted to do Tom Holland, but not go Tom Holland full.
Yeah, it doesn't look on model with the animation. I remember.
No.
No,
Hair. I mean, hair and stuff is there. Just the eyes. I think.
yeah. I mean, they could have used older Peter Parker heads, like the civilian head from a couple years back. They could have done something, but and what's the other head that they're including with that? Is that
Flash Thompson.
Flash
Oh,
Thompson.
Flash Thompson when
Yeah.
he was okay.
Yeah, it's not a
Even
bad.
Again,
He
I
looks-
think that's
he
cool
looks
they're
funny.
doing that.
Even Flash
That's not a bad
Thompson
2-pack
looks
though.
funny.
You get what 4 or 5 heads and
4 heads. Yeah.
5 heads because you got 2 with Vulture
Uh-huh.
and 3 with Spidey.
Yeah. Yep.
So that's not bad for Hasbro. Finally realized that they had to
For
start
50
putting
bucks,
accessories
yeah.
back into the box. He poses pretty good though for a Spider-Man. It looks good. I like that traditional Spider-Man look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, great poses right there.
Yeah.
I like what they did with the wings. I like how the curve of the back of them
Yeah.
continue.
It's nice seeing Hasbro actually put some background behind their character pictures now too.
Very generic, but yes.
Yeah, still. It's better than all black.
Oh, I give you that.
There you go.
And here's the Secret Wars, man. These things look so good.
Such the nostalgia hit, man.
Yeah.
That's all these-
I've heard people complaining because there's another Wolverine, a Captain America, and Iron Man, but
Dude, I love the Secret Wars when I was a
I-
kid. They,
I- I think
Yeah.
I'm probably in that boat that it's like, oh, yeah, another Wolverine this year. But I get it. I mean, it's the Wolverine from Secret Wars, so
Wolverine and Spidey sell, man. So why not put them out?
Yeah, that's what they
Yeah.
had to do. They had to figure out how to pack this wave and build, like, how are we actually going to sell a Beyonder and a Titanium? Like, there's a bunch of folks who want a Titanium who, like, they haven't had that figure yet. But it's always like threading the needle with Marvel Legends. It's like they got to balance the comic book people and the MCU people and the 90s
can't
cartoon
please
people.
everybody all the time.
Right. So they put in these two kind of like more obscure characters with like, here's your Wolverine, here's your Spider-Man, here's
Now,
your Captain America.
I didn't hear. Are these shields lenticular like the original ones?
I
They
didn't
look
even
it.
say anything about the shields.
Because
I don't
remember, you used to be
remember
able to open
seeing-
up the shield and flip the little disc back and forth, right? And then
Yeah, they
they're also
change.
lenticular.
Yeah, I just don't remember them saying anything about it.
Looks like they are from now.
They do swap out though, so they have multiple images. I just don't know if they're actually lenticular.
Yeah. That's
It's
a cool
cool, though.
spark the Wolverine
Tonight's
has. Though.
vocabulary word is lenticular.
Yeah.
Or is it lenticular?
Lenticular.
Yeah, when you zoomed in, you can kind of see the
Lenticular.
little lines on it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you? I missed that.
Yeah, when you zoomed in,
Oh,
a
yeah.
bit,
Yeah,
start
must
seeing
be.
the lines.
I just don't know if that's like embedded in the art or like, you know, a thing that
doesn't get
doesn't
one.
function. It's not hard to do though. It's not like, you know, people are talking about holograms and why and how that technology is like inaccessible.
Visionaries back in the day.
Right. It's like two images with lines and it's an optical thing. So
Now, what's the other image supposed to be like? Maybe a scroll?
Well, like for Iron Man, it's Iron Man and Tony Stark.
Okay.
And for Captain America, I don't know what it was for Captain America.
See,
maybe
with
that's
the cap shield, I wish they would have done like
A
I don't know,
full
like
one too.
indentations, like actual cracks and not just painted cracks on the shield.
Yeah.
But I get
Sculpted.
it's Hasbro.
I like the Cap. He looks damn good. Spidey looks good too.
he's totally in that
The
cap
black suit.
color from back in the day
Yeah,
from the
he's
toy.
symbiote. Oh,
Yeah,
Cap
that-
does have a lenticular shield too.
Yeah, they all do.
Yeah, I already have.
And the
I already had that one. Yep.
the quote unquote villains also have the square ones,
Yeah.
which is
They didn't have square ones back in the day though, because I remember Doctor Doom had a round one.
no, the villains did.
Did they?
Mm-hmm. They were the silver square ones.
Oh, maybe that's right. Yeah, been a long time, man. You know.
Wait, the Doctor Doom that came out with Captain Marvel, they didn't have shields, right? The 2-pack?
I don't know. No.
I don't think they did. Yeah, no. But I'm just thinking about the Marvel Legends. If they,
Yeah.
This is the first time they're doing that. That's cool.
This is the first time they're doing Secret Wars. Yeah, which is awesome.
Well, no, they just did that 2-pack with Captain Marvel and Doctor Doom, and that Doctor Doom was the toy version with the like printed chest
Yep.
thing.
Yep. Maybe he does have a shield. I didn't look at it. Maybe he does come on. This is so perfect like nostalgia bait packaging too, because this is like
Oh, the
you know,
bubbles. Yeah.
I remember
Mhm.
like the shields being just like this. It's so awesome.
You see the Beyonder? That's what I was referring to earlier.
Yeah.
Marvel's Beyonder.
Marvel's Beyonder.
What's the thing that he has on the top
Beyonder,
left?
I just met her.
I don't know what that red thing is. Maybe some.
Yeah. I mean, I
Oh,
wouldn't mind.
I saw
wouldn't
him
mind if they
sitting
did
with it. That's
Beyonder
like the
from
world.
Animated Spider-Man.
What's that, Dave?
I said I wouldn't mind if they did the Beyonder from Animated Spider-Man along with Madam Web. I think that would be a basic 2-pack for that right there.
And I just opened this up, and I have to say what those young kids say nowadays. Gyat. Gyat.
Yeah.
Wait, what do they say?
Yeah.
Gyat. Gyat.
Sometimes double
For
T.
big butts.
Well, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, my son ain't.
God,
told
She's
me
pretty
about
awesome. She's got a lot of cool accessories too.
she looked really good when I reviewed not reviewed her, but when we were looking at her, and they announced her. They all looked really good, just expensive.
And
Yeah.
scales with these guys, right? These guys and Classified, or more of these guys.
Yeah,
Lighter blue
Yeah.
than they've
I
used.
think
for
I think
past.
Articulated Ninja had.
They got what? Red Sonja, that one, and then the
I
other.
have Lady Death. I got from
Lady Death.
and Red Sonja. I got from Wraith when he was selling some
Oh,
stuff.
when he's selling off his collection there? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Cap looks good in this color, man. I love this Cap.
I agree with you.
They finally did a good Cap.
I don't like the fact that he doesn't have.
A
That
full
they didn't
shield.
give him just a whole shield.
Yeah.
I understand what they're going for, but it's nice to have a whole shield.
I agree.
Oh, this does
though,
open. Look at that. It does open and
needs to
flip
be
up.
sculpted. Oh yeah,
flip it open. That's awesome.
Does it say? Can you see if it actually says if it works?
I can't read that far in, Brick. Come on, my eyes are not.
I believe it or not, I can see. It just says it says insert lenticular, and then it says it in.
Oh, it does. Yeah. So they are
Spanish
lenticular.
and okay.
Awesome. That answers that question. Oh, and it's Steve
Oh, there it
Rogers
is.
on
Look at
that
that.
one.
There you go.
There you go.
That's cool.
Good
That's
hand,
really cool.
good hand selection too.
So
Fist,
2 heads there.
grippings. Yeah, got a smiling face and a mean face.
It's interesting. His shoulders don't. There's a
Yeah,
little bit of a
there's
gap
no
there,
shoulders.
but like I noticed the Wolverines in some shots like this, the version of Wolverine like this. It seems like there's like a bigger drop down to his shoulders, and his shoulders are like 2 big balls sort of sticking out on the side. But
Great.
didn't bother me. Looks good, I think. So I saw some other people who really didn't like it. Didn't like the way it looked.
The Captain
Look at
America?
that. Nah, the Wolverine's
Oh,
shoulders.
Wolverine. Shoulders, yeah.
But I think he looks great.
Well, we'll see. Just a minute. There's Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
They don't show his.
I just don't like that design of Iron Man. Like I never have.
Well, this looks just like the Secret Wars version of Iron
Yeah.
Man.
No, I'm just saying I've never
Classic.
liked that design
Yeah.
of that type of Iron Man. So
Oh, roller skates. and
wait,
all that?
wait.
He comes with roller skates, yeah.
Where did the
I'll have to pick them up then.
Oh shit!
And I'll
Roller skates to hook onto the bottom of his feet.
He's gonna work at Sonic.
The wheels.
Oh my god, we can use that with any figure.
He just
They
pegs
look
in the
like little
bottom of his feet.
Batmobiles.
There he is.
Welcome to Sonic. May I take your order?
Now, what they
Roller
should have done is
derby.
had his hands behind him with the jets coming out of his hands. Then he
Mhm.
could really get moving.
Now I want Sonic.
Peg the repulsor blast right off the back of the skates.
Oh, there it is. Tony Stark.
Lone
Donny
Dragon
Osmond.
lenticular is like the old cards that used to get that do one picture or the other, kind of that. Yeah.
Yeah, they flip back and forth.
Yeah.
So that looks like a bonfire or something, Brick. Look at that picture.
Oh yeah, I thought it
What
was.
is that?
I thought that was like
it's
him
like
playing.
Yeah, it's like the
With-
world on fire.
Yeah, with the world.
Yeah.
But his
That-
face is his super.
Yeah.
Is there a happy face or like a chill face? Because the Beyonder was always kind of like, hey,
Nope, that's
bro.
the only face I see.
Huh.
He's got that smile like, yeah, that fart, that was me.
All right.
Well,
So
what he's
let's-
saying is somebody stole my gold chain. How am I supposed to look good at the disco without my chain?
Right.
So
Well,
let's ask the
somebody
question:
in the chat said he looked like Donny Osmond.
He does look like Donny Osmond.
do we all know somebody or knew somebody that wore something like this to work all the time and always didn't button up their shirt all the time, all the way?
That was my uncle.
We used to. There's used to be
Yeah,
a
the
guy that worked at
polo.
one of our.
Never button up, just wide open.
There was this guy that worked at the at this food place that it was a food distribution, and we used to always make jokes of like, dude, when 5 o'clock hits, that disco ball comes down because he never buttoned up past his solar plex. It was like, and all hair's hanging out, the big collars, and you're like, someone's got to let him know, right? Someone's got to let him know.
Now imagine if you got him and that new disco. What is it? Nightwing. That's the disco version.
Oh yeah,
And that's a 6-inch figure too.
Yep.
and they're both just chilling, cruising
Yeah.
for ladies.
Cruising
They're
for the
too
chicks.
wild and crazy guys.
Matthew's saying why? Because he doesn't have furry boots. Well, Ed can flock anything.
That's right. I can.
Give him some Uggs.
There's this happy face for you, Rick. They put it in the lenticular.
Yeah, I was just looking at the comment there. Like, I don't know if they're necessarily trying to say it's Secret Wars 1, Secret Wars 2, but
I like that.
that was Lone Dragon. I
That
think
looks
it's
good.
See, that would be like my only motivation for buying this one would to get that second head with
That's
the
nice.
squinting eyes.
Those shoulders look
I pretty
really
much have that figure already from the previous black suit.
Yeah.
This was the figure back in the day, man. I was so bummed. I didn't have this one. My friend,
I had
my
this
friend
guy.
did. The black one. Oh man, I
Yeah.
loved it.
I had everything that was. I had all the Super Wars figures. I didn't have like the car or the playset, but I had all the figures.
Oh God, remember that Captain America like weird like cruising bike with a sidecar and
They had some wild play sets and vehicles back in the 80s, boy. I tell you.
the Dr. Doom one was rad. The Doom roller.
Uh-huh.
I had that for like a couple of days and we had to return it because it was not working right to Toys R Us and never got a new one.
What the hell kind of pose is this? It looks like he's trying to hold the.
That's
He's
from
like
that's from
jazz
the that's from the cover.
Oh
He's
yeah,
dancing.
Mhm.
Him and Beyonder hit the disco.
Yeah.
In that cover,
He's at the disco looking for the Beyonder, trying to hunt him down. Have you
He's
seen a
gotta
guy in an
fit
all
in.
white suit?
He's got
They're all
to fit
wearing
in.
all white suits.
And Lone Dragon, I mean, you don't got to point it. I hear you, but I don't think they're gonna make Secret Wars 2 figures because they didn't really make Secret Wars 2 figures. In fact, most of the actual original Secret Wars toy figures were not even like accurate to what
They
they
don't-
were.
They have,
they-
toy,
Squinting eyes
but
were-
they have the
were
toy
great.
articulation for it. So there's no. Why don't they use it?
Oh no, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the Secret Wars 1 versus Secret
Oh.
Wars 2 thing.
Yeah, but didn't they come out with the toy line before they made the Secret Wars comic book back in the
Well,
day?
they were like, we need to do a crossover because
Yeah.
we want to make toys. Yeah. But also like, yeah, I think they're
That's
just
squint-
going
those
Secret
squinting
Wars
eyes
is the
are
brand,
awesome.
regardless
I
of
like
the first one.
squinting eyes. They look
Yeah,
great.
that makes such a difference. That is so good.
That's a cool.
Man, I was so into the black
looks
suit
great.
back in the day.
Oh,
and
yeah.
then they got rid of it so quickly.
Black suit was always just killed it.
Well, it's like Robo's always saying, right? You get a figure that looks good in all black with just white highlights. It just pops.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a clean look. They got him posing pretty good. I'll tell you that much.
But the question is he going to pose that well in hand?
Well, yeah, that's always the question.
I'm curious what the shield is like. Is it got like the clip on the back?
Oh, it's
Can I
just
wear
like a
can I
little
wear
hand
like
clip.
a badge like I did when I was a kid?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Does it show the back of it on the card? I used to wear it like a badge.
Can I put it on my jean jacket?
Yeah, because it had like
Yeah.
a hanging thing. And you
It had the thing like
put
you
it
could put on, like,
Now you
you
can
hook
buy
over the
denim
figure's arms.
jackets, you know.
You know, as a kid, those badges, that sound of when it cracked. I wish we had our faces when we heard those badges crack, and you knew that it was never going to hang on you again.
They're all
Yeah, but you
holding
can
them.
probably,
So it's- I don't know if it's got a hand or not.
We
'Cause it
can
doesn't
always
really show it in the
3D print
picture.
new badge clips. There you go.
But I'm going to guess that it does.
Marvel Legends series.
Because see, he's holding it there, Brick, by some
Mhm.
kind of thing in the back.
Can I wear my Secret Wars shield?
Just Googling it right now.
So here we are. We're all bitching about the patches for HasLab, and we want to make sure that we can clip these onto us.
It's like, wow, that's cool. Is that a Captain America badge? No, look, let me turn. No, it's Steve Rogers. It's lenticulous.
Right now, someone from Hasbro is watching. There's like no patches next time. We're gonna make lenticular, whatever these things are. Right?
If they watch it, they've seen me, get upset at the people who are complaining and tell them to send them to me because I want those patches, especially
I like
especially
this Wolverine.
I do too. Especially the head. I like the alt head
smirk.
too. I feel like this isn't I could just grab this one and be done
Yeah,
with my little
Exactly. That's
Wolverines.
how I'm thinking about it too, right? I could get this Wolverine and have the
I just-
Wolverine.
I like that it looks like he has his little trail from his hair down there going all the way up into his chest.
His treasure
Like a-
trail, as they
What
call
they
it.
say?
Warren.
I had a wet V of hair going from my chest pubes down to my ball fro.
I do
you
wish
get-
that V was bigger, but that's how I guess that's if I'm trying to remember, was that how the original was? The toy.
Yeah, this is how the toy
Yeah.
looked.
Because the toy also had really short hair thingies too.
Yeah.
But there.
I can see what they're talking about with the shoulders here. It does look like someone just slapped the balls on the.
Mm-hmm.
I shouldn't say that. Like
It's a bit funky.
someone slapped the balls on the side
Slapping
here.
the balls.
With this happy trail going all the way down.
It'd be awesome if they had a cigar sticking out this mouth, though.
You guys remember that one, right? From Step Brothers?
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
He says, "Hey, I had the old bull.
Oh, I know
now
why they don't
want
have
the
a
young
cigar.
calf."
I'm just saying it'd be cool.
She grabs me by the wiener.
That's a good smirk on that face, though.
That is
I
a
like
good
it.
smirk.
Is that hair painted on, or is there texture on that? Like we're.
It
It looks like
does.
it's textured, right?
does look
Looks
like
like
it's
it.
textured.
Wow, you go. See, they did it for the for his arms, but they didn't do it for Cap Shield. Sorry, dude.
Ed sucks at highlighting chats. Sorry. I didn't say that. I just read it.
I can't do it all.
He's
man.
hosting tonight. He's mod. No, you can't host
Yeah.
in mod.
He's gonna give him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
How many of us will open one of those and only?
And only one bent claw.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
I mean, a lot of the claws, at least the ones I've had, have been kind of funky. But I mean, how often
Those claws are thin, though. I mean, those are so.
posing and changing it. So
Yeah.
would have been brave if they gave him like the old toys.
Clip-on wrist ones. Those are awesome. They have the ones for GI Joe. They could have put it with this.
Mm. They're like
Clip around
watches.
the wrist. That was
Yeah.
awesome.
See, that looks cool.
yeah,
Yeah.
I like
It's an
that.
interesting look for his face. It's cool. Yeah, you follow it up from his treasure trailer. You're saying like his over his back and down to the other end. That's great.
All right.
I think that's it.
I'm gonna call it a night because I'm about to.
You're
fall
calling it
asleep.
a night? It's so
Yeah.
early, Lawrence.
I know. I'm gonna let you do this all on your own.
Thanks.
Ah,
All right, Punk. Have a good one.
Night,
Appreciate you
Lawrence.
coming in,
Have a
man.
good one,
All
man.
right.
Be safe.
Nice hanging out with you guys.
Later, Lawrence.
what's that thing that you were just holding up, Kenny?
Yeah, what were
This
you
was
holding
a
up, Kenny?
3D printed part that I put on him.
Oh, that's
Nice.
rad. Wait, how does it connect into his hand? Okay.
Is that like a
But it's
Oh, it's like an
over.
actual ninja type of
what?
claw.
What figure is that?
The turtles. Turtles of Gray
Oh.
Skull. And then I printed the shield also with the face, as opposed to the one that they did that was
Nice.
Oh, yeah.
blank.
Looks like Vega's claw from Street Fighter.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that looks rad.
That's pretty
Yeah,
dope.
that looks dope.
Wait,
Are
so
they in the dark?
I'm not familiar with that either. Is that Skeletor in the Legends of
Skeletor is
Grayskull?
Shredder.
Yeah, Turtles of Grayskull Skeletor.
Turtles. Yeah.
Oh wow, he looks good.
I mean,
Yeah,
he
he's
almo-
pretty cool.
that green almost looks like it's glow in the dark, or it could.
That's what I was just asking. Does it glow in the dark?
Yeah, it doesn't. No.
No, it just looks like it though. Yeah,
It
Looks,
would
yeah,
be
it does
real-
look like it.
neon green. Yeah.
Probably put some paint over it.
Though.
That would. And then
Yeah.
I did the same with the Beast Man. I did the whoop, the shield's coming out. So I did the same thing for his shield.
Nice.
Oh, that's
I'm
cool.
still trying to learn that stuff.
Upgraded pretty good. Because that's his shield
it's
was just plain.
plain.
They advertised this, but when
Yeah,
it came
that's
out,
what
it
it
was just a
was.
blank blue.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So,
That's right.
So you
did
just printed the
design
dragon
that?
head and
Did you
stuck
put
it to the
image
shield that
and-
was there?
no, RBL 3D.
Or you printed the
okay.
whole
He
shield?
likes to put his name on the back of everything, but
Okay.
Yeah.
you could always tell what he does. But yeah, he did really good with this one.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I
Yeah,
just
the
painted it the
original
blue
picture
and then
was
the
like
gold. And
That dragon head would look really good with the wash over it, bringing all those details.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
yeah, I should have watched. You're right. I should have watched over that one, man. Failed on that one, dude.
Sorry, dude. It looks.
I was
good
trying to
anyway.
get the match on the color, and I didn't
Yeah.
even think about.
I'm just saying that dragon head has a lot of detail in it. That'd be
Yeah,
Yeah.
really
It'd
does.
go
I guess
good
you
with
could always go
legions
back
or
and do
skeletons.
that, right?
Oh yeah, no, I can. I'll have to shout you out, Ed.
All right,
I'll
thank you.
fix it. I'll fix it. It's always good to have a second set of eyes, man. I do this shit all by myself. Nobody's in my house, and I'm just like, okay, I'm done.
I bounce all
run it-
my ideas.
I
off
got to
the
run it
wall.
by you guys first.
Hey, how long does it take to print a shield like that?
It goes by height, so honestly, it probably take maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours. Not much, dude.
Yeah.
Like I just printed I got, oh my gosh. So I got the new Boojaboo, New Adventures of He-Man head. He did a Marlena head. There was a bunch that he just released, and I printed a whole thing of just heads,
Mhm.
Took like an hour and a half, and I probably got maybe 15, 20 heads.
Let me
Right.
ask you, how is it hard to get into painting the heads?
I
Because
honestly, I
I've
love
never
doing
done
it.
anything
So
like that,
like,
but like my bamboo printer, I've been printing a lot of crazy stuff, and I would love to kind of expand that for like custom heads and stuff.
So the
yeah,
hardest
dude.
part about
It-
heads is the
Printed
flesh
files.
tone and then painting fucking eyeballs.
And see, that's my favorite part about it. I'm weird because like I love matching paint. Like if anything I can do like really good without, like, I'm like grandma doing cooking. I'm always like a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Okay, got it. And don't ask me to do it again. I'll have to do it all over. But as far as the eyes though, yeah, that's like, I love doing eyes, dude. They're like, it's my
Dude,
favorite.
I'm gonna send you all my heads because I hate doing eyeballs.
Yeah, send them over, man.
I can't
love it.
see them anymore either, which doesn't help. 'cause
Well, and I got those glasses that have the lights, the big thick,
Okay.
I have
magnifiers
a
on 'em.
magnifying glass with lights and everything. My eyes are just shot.
You
I
got
They're
like
just-
the jeweler visor glasses.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do that for the little stuff like eyes. Or you can do things like a lot of people talk about using like a toothpick or like a
Okay.
tack, just dipping it a little bit for the eye. I always like to do the little shine on there. So I always put a little bit of white just to finish it off.
Yeah.
And then I'll use like my high gloss sealant. So that way, if I do the whole thing in like a nice matte and then do the high gloss, it gives it more of a wet look. And yeah. kind of
I
cool.
see people put the UV resin drops on the eyeball.
Oh yeah, that would be a good one too. What's funny is my favorite thing, and I use it, and I posted it out, and I don't know if people ever use it, but if you ever want to get a really, really good shine, I have this Pledge floor shine, and I got a big one for like $6-7, and I've almost used the whole thing, and I absolutely love it for high gloss, and it's for high traffic floor, so it seals really good. So if you ever think about that, it's a good one to get.
And what's
There you go.
it's clean, it's dry to
Yeah.
the touch. Huh.
It's just a clear sealant that you would put over your hardwood floors.
Yeah.
So that's a good one. And I do use kind of something like a Mod Podge, but it's a different version of it. It's something newer, and that does really good on the joints to not get the paint coming off if you're redoing like an Origins, painting over that joint area if you're not dyeing it.
But Dave, the best thing to do is just do it, man. Just practice.
Yeah. Practice. Yeah, no, practice is the way. I mean, and that's the thing is because you have a printer, you can print out 10 heads and you can practice all you want. And it's,
Well, I've been doing this for my shelves. I've been printing different logos for my
That's
shelves now. So
hell
Oh,
yeah.
that's nice. Yeah.
That looks clean, man. Looks really clean.
well, my P1P does all the work.
Yeah. Well, and
I'm
for
actually printing out it looks like a Nintendo cartridge, but it's got slots for the Game Boy cartridges to go into.
Yeah.
For a buddy of mine who's a video game collector.
dude, I remember when I first got my printers, I printed so much like random stuff, dude. It's so funny.
I printed my wife's the Desert Eagles from Deadpool 3 in gold sparkle filaments. We did that for her. I just been doing stuff left and right. I plan to.
Have you got one of those glow in the dark rolls yet?
No, but I'm looking at getting one of those soon.
Yeah, that's gonna be. Those are cool, man.
Because I have the AMS with it, so I can have 4 different rolls in there. I'm just like,
that's cool. That's Radnom has that one, right? Or does he have something like that? Ed, he's got a. I know he's got a bamboo.
Yeah, he's got a tube.
So addicting.
But the resin stuff, the resin printers, they do give you a better high detail on smaller parts.
Mm-hmm.
But they're coming along. Like those are a lot clean. Those bamboo have come so much further than like the old or what are they, Ender 3s and all that. Those are so
the Ender. I couldn't level it to save my damn life, so I sold it.
That's what a lot of people say. They can't get the Ender to level,
and it levels itself every time I send a file.
Plug and play.
So Christine, some figures take different sealers better, but I would say like Mod Podge could be used pretty much for all figures. The thing you want to watch out for is enamel paint. You don't want to get into enamel paint. That
Ooh.
doesn't. That's a no-no. That's
The
a big
chemical like busts through.
Oh yeah, it
it's
makes it
weird.
plastic all weird and never dries. And
I made
when
that
I first started
mistake a few
customizing
times.
figures back in like 1990. That was my first mistake, is I used the model paints that I had, which were enamel paints, and
Ooh.
first figure was
Plus,
a mess.
cleaning up enamel's terrible. I hate.
Oh yeah.
Oh, gotta be water based, man. So Brick, we'll get a show together. We'll start painting some figures.
Oh man, I would. I have no space. You know, and I'm gonna have to tear this down too, because the mother-in-law's coming next month, and I have to tear this all down
What's up, my thon?
No, don't do it.
for a couple of days. Yeah.
So my thon's dig your Star Wars ships on the wall. He's a big Lego fan.
Yeah, dude, I love it. I love the silhouettes, man. That's how you know it's a good design.
I think he has a Facebook group or a Discord or something called Bantha Bricks, which is all Star Wars Legos.
Okay.
That's sick.
Yeah, but I think you need a sign like this.
Hold on, Dave. Let me bring you up.
Oh, that's funny.
I 3D printed that for my wife the other day.
That's tight. Yeah.
I like the touch of the studs with the Lego
Yeah, it's
logo
I
type
think
on
I
it.
found that on Thingiverse or on Yegi or something like that.
And I know it's
Yeah.
probably not it's almost like a Napster type thing, but if you ever get on, or if you haven't yet, with Telegram, I found from a guy from a Facebook group, it's basically like everyone's sharing their 3D print files.
Mm.
And a lot of the ones that are like high end, high dollar, probably not the, most, I don't know how underground it is, but I've gotten a lot of free files, a lot of really cool ones from there too. So they even have like a whole Masters Universe like section, so I've gotten a lot of those. But I'm part of like the
Dragon. It
Patreons
is Mod Podge. People just say Mod Podge because
Yeah,
it's-
I
mod,
actually
yeah.
found the blast effects, like with G.I. Joe weapons, on Thingiverse, so I could print them out and just paint them now.
Oh, that's a
Which
cool
I
thing
think
to
is
be able to
great, so I
print a
can
bunch of, for
Just
sure.
print bunch for all the all the Joe and Cobra figures, and they'll have what blast effects.
That'd be great. Do like a clear, if you
Yeah.
get like a clear resin and paint on top of that. Love it.
Ed, have
I
you
like
seen
getting-
these yet?
Get some of that translucent paint. would
Yeah,
be
the
perfect.
translucent red or the translucent red.
Legolas?
Speaking
nice.
of Legos,
Ooh, Ross.
Have you seen these?
No.
No.
Best action?
New
They're small.
or old?
$5 at Ross.
Yeah.
It's at Ross. It's got to be
if they're
somewhat
$5
new.
for Ross. They must have been out for a good minute.
Aren't those like the
They're
what are they
smaller
called?
figures,
They look like they're
Tiny.
5-inch. Yeah.
yeah, compared to like the origin
Oh
size.
yeah.
What is the company, Cobb?
That best
Action.
I don't know how.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Oh, the action like I do.
They do turtles.
Yeah, that's,
too.
that's what I was gonna say.
They did.
Yeah, I
like
have a
the
couple
turtles,
turtles.
too.
like the turtles was in like the bubble or leather coats with
Huh.
the shades. They did a whole series of those.
Yeah,
I
I think
saw
that's
those at
only
Targets
the
for a
time I've
good
really
while.
seen them.
I got a couple Eastman and Laird ones with that from Ross, like early on when I first started finding out they were doing toys. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, I've never seen those Lord of the Rings figures. That's cool.
Yeah, I'm curious what the other ones look like. He doesn't look bad. I think I'm gonna give it to Carol, but now she's rolling to the L.
Well, now you can walk, right? Isn't it like walking distance from your place now, Cobb? Ross?
Oh, well, yeah, but the store's empty. That one. I went to the
Oh, damn.
yeah, Big Five, not Big Five.
Oh,
Loyal Subjects.
I know
That's
them.
what I was thinking
Yeah,
of. Loyal
I know
Subjects.
them.
Mhm, that's right.
Okay.
Thank you, highly. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam.
Adam got it.
Five
Adam
Below.
got it.
Yeah,
you
I
got your
saw
off
him
for a reason.
opening up some turtles, and he was saying the quality wasn't, they didn't seem to hold up very well.
Oh, they got Mask. Oh, that's going to be nice, man. I can't wait. I love Mask.
And they're supposed to be coming out in the same scale they were originally, so that'd be awesome.
Yeah.
That's tight. Well, that Wes, this friend of mine that lives in Netherlands, he sent me a couple files. I actually got a T-Bob file that's pretty cool. I printed out a T-Bob.
Oh, that's awesome.
Paint it up.
Transform.
It doesn't, like, I think he's working on trying to make it transform and get the wheel to pop down, but it's just the standing one. But yeah, dude, T-Bob
Max
was
was
one
such
of
a
my
good thing
favorite
at
toys
that
I
point
had.
in time because it was such a crossover between Joe and Transformers all in one. It was perfect timing for that.
And the
Oh,
cartoon
man,
was great,
yeah.
man.
Oh, the cartoon was
I
awesome.
mean, I can't wait for the vehicles are what I'm going for. I can't wait to see, because as a kid, didn't have the vehicles. I had the lunchbox with the
Ooh,
semi.
look at that.
That looks great.
Nice.
Missing some parts,
Nice.
of course, but you know,
Yeah.
doesn't have the little gun on the end. I could
I
could print that if I wanted, I guess.
I had a bunch of mass vehicles when I was a
Yeah, I
kid.
love
I
this
loved those things.
I remember getting this for my 10th birthday, man. Or 11th birthday. I was so stoked.
I got Miles Mayhem and his helicopter jet thing, whatever the hell that was called.
Yeah, Venom.
Venom, yeah.
That was a good one, man.
Helicopter jet, though. I always thought that was kind of weird.
Hey, there you go.
I need a second
Didn't
Hordak.
the motorcycle turn into one too?
Yeah,
Motorcycle turned into a
helicopter.
helicopter. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, it was like you could do like a land to air, or like the car flew.
The
and
helicopter
then
jet is
the
kind of
helicopter turns into.
It's like I could either go up or really fast.
Yeah.
I had
my
the one
favorite
where
was Piranha.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the one that shot out into the water. Oh my
Yeah.
god,
Yeah, the motorcycle with the sidecar that turned into a submarine.
that was awesome tub time, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, the helicopter jet's like a boat that turns into a sub.
Yeah.
It's like,
And then I had the Gator, which was the Jeep that had the boat that shot out of it too. That was
Opened
awesome.
up and yep. So I have the van, the one that, and I have the 57 Chevy that comes up and
Oh
has
yeah,
the
the
extra
57
wheels.
Chevy. That was
That
cool.
Oh man,
Nice.
that one's a good one.
Yeah, I had the Blazer, or it was a Chevy Blazer that
Yeah,
popped
with-
up and
With
turned
kind of the
into a-
doofy guy that drove it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I remember
The fat thug.
As
Yeah.
a kid, I always wanted like Mask and Centurions to do some kind of crossover or mashup.
That would be cool. Yeah.
those Centurion figures as a kid, man, that was like that opened my eyes because I was like, man, they're so big and you can connect things. Yeah.
The sound effects on the commercials made you want it so
Oh, yeah.
bad. Unfortunately, it didn't do that when you got them, but man.
Was it that and what was it? Sky Commanders was it called?
Those are cool.
They're all
Those seem
like
like
the
those
strings.
zip lines
Yeah,
and
that
stuff.
was
those
awesome.
are the same scale, yeah?
Yeah.
Weren't they?
I want to say
They're like smaller.
Sky Commanders are the same size as like Mask. Yeah, they were small.
Hey, did anybody here get the Marshall other than Thanos?
No,
I got the
damn,
the
no.
knockoff
yeah,
from AliExpress.
Wait, did you really?
yeah. That's from that other company. What the-
Oh, that's not. No, that's Dyson. Dyson, is
Yeah.
it?
Not
no,
knockoff, but the smaller one.
Right. Yeah, no, those are
definitely not as cool. We compared last week. We were side by side on. I was like,
that head
"Nah."
sculpt on Aces, man, is
Yeah,
amazing.
and
Yeah,
I love
that's.
that little
I'm
thing.
waiting for mine. I'm waiting for mine.
That's a good one.
Hopefully, it ships soon.
Oh, and
but
this
I
was
had
Order yours through, Brick.
the mega custom X head that I covered that ugly head with Brick.
Nice.
Oh,
That one makes it so much better than that.
Mega custom. That's
That's Boojaboo, I think. No,
Boojaboo,
no.
yeah.
This one was from Hordak MX. I'm sorry.
Kodak MX.
Kodak
Okay, yeah,
MX did
I
this
need to
one.
get that one.
See, I didn't
Yeah,
mind that
it's-
bigger head just when they turned into He-Man.
Oh, the cheekbones. It was so weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
where did you order your Brave commercial?
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. I ordered it from at PowerCon. So like,
Oh,
but,
you ordered
but
it
it
at
was,
Power.
but I didn't.
Right.
John Mejia did.
Yeah.
So he ordered it for me there, had it shipped to me, but it's like his email address. So I don't even. I'm just waiting. You know, I asked him, "Do you get a shipping notice?" Like, no.
So you shipped it. You bought it right from Ramen then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it available anywhere else yet, or is it just already done? Did they do it? Like
You can still pre-order it on Helidope.
okay.
Oh, cool.
I don't know about Big Bad, but I know Helidope is still up.
Yeah.
I
No.
haven't-
So we'll see.
Oh yeah, Adam, I'll shoot it over to you in a second.
When did you? Do you know? Have Thanos got his from Ramen? Right? Must have.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
He got his last
He got it last
Friday or
week.
Saturday.
I'm waiting. We'll see.
That what's it called? They had over the top. The poncho is so good, dude. Like,
Oh,
God,
yeah.
that makes it look so much better. That's a cool looking figure.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait for it. I'm excited for it. And he's a little bit on the bigger side too. So hopefully if he fits right in with these guys.
Ed, did you say you got a biker mouse?
Yeah. Yeah. I got
You
Vinny.
know how tall they were? Like the legs on these things are so long. Like I don't know. It's a little
Yeah,
different.
they're different, but I bought it just to try it out to see what they were like. But I got mine on this motorcycle, so it's a
Oh,
mouse
good.
driving a bat skeleton motorcycle.
Oh, that's cool. And it's cool. They come with what 3 different heads and a helmet.
Yeah, 3 different
and-
heads, and
Yeah.
It just looks like he's riding a demonic rat.
yeah, that's what I said. Works perfect.
This is
Yes,
cousin.
he comes with. The only thing I don't understand is what the hot dog is for, because I don't remember the hot dog.
Oh, yeah.
cartoon.
Yeah, they like to eat a bunch of
That's like their
stuff that I
pizza.
eat.
It's,
Yeah.
Is that their pizza? Yeah, there's a hot dog.
I still watch those every now and then. I watch
a
that
rat dog.
Orbital Bacon in the mornings on Saturday, and he always has a bunch of random cartoons, and a lot of Biker
Mhm.
Mice was on that one. That's a good one.
I watch. What's the cartoon one that I watch? I can't even remember. I can't remember what it's called, but yeah, I watch him on Saturday mornings. But he usually has he has a bunch of different shit, but I haven't seen him do Biker Mice yet. So
Well, this morning you had started off with He-Man, then went to G.I. Joe, then went to Transformers, and then he did some kind of weird Disney thing with mermaids, and then it went, so it was just, and then at the end he finished off with like a live action Turtles. Like he throws in so much random stuff. It's cool.
Live action turtles, not the Saban.
It was bad. It was like so awful, but it's like cheesy. It's fun to watch because it's so bad. It was like the second mutation or
the next mutation.
where
that was
The
when
live action
Saban
one, right?
got their hands on it. She did a crossover with Power Rangers in
Yeah.
space.
Yeah, it looked basically
Yeah.
like Power Rangers. You
It
can
was
tell.
terrible.
Oh, it was
Christine's
so
been
bad.
looking- Christine's
But
been
then
looking for Thundar. So
The
haven't we
female
all?
turtle, right?
Yeah.
But maybe she meant the cartoons, since we were talking about cartoons.
Oh, maybe
Thundar's
it's
the
a cartoon.
barbarian.
Hopefully, it's
They do have some Thunder on there. He does a lot of Conan. He does a lot of the stuff from Canada, which is cool, like Flight is Might. What is it? The Dragonflies with the Z. That one, it's so good, dude.
What is that one? Wait, is that the one that's like
they've got
armor?
Well, I
feel like I saw that, but it was totally new to me too. I saw it on that channel.
When I watched the
what
whole
is this
thing, and then I ended up buying a couple of toys where you actually pull like a ripcord and they fly. Dude, it's so cool. Yeah.
That's the
Wait,
one
we
with
had
the video where
those.
the girl pulls it and it goes right into the fireplace.
Wait,
It shows her at
I pulled
Christmas
up a
and
link
she
to it.
pulls it and it just spins right into the fireplace.
Oh, but was there a quote unquote girls line and a boys line of those toys? And then one was like more fairies, and the other one was like this
It was
dragonfly.
the same. There
Looks
was
like they
2
only ran for
cartoons and
one
2 toy
season,
lines, but they were like the
96
same
and
toy line.
97.
Okay, basically the same toy line. Got it.
Yeah, those are cool, man. I really liked the cartoon. It was a good one. Like the bad guy, like the I forgot what his name was, man, but he's just so cool. Like he's the ultimate bad guy. Like got the dragon head. I mean, just evil kind of crossover dragon man, and yeah, it's really good. You should watch it. It's good.
Todd C saying those got banned. The toys got banned.
Oh, is that because they were flying into stuff like that? But yeah, they go up pretty high, man.
Well, yeah. I mean, if they go up, you can aim them.
Yeah.
This way.
They're basically projectiles.
Yeah. Well, it's just like lawn darts, man. We loved me some lawn darts back in the day.
Yeah, lawn darts, little radioactive
They
kit.
have Axe
this is
throwing
for my
right now,
thon.
right?
There you go. Look at that.
Nice. That's tight.
I should open that Abyss Night, but I'm gonna wait.
You should open
That
your
looks
Abyss Night.
badass.
Nah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna try and unbox that one and film it and never edit it. And keep
Never
it
edit
myself.
it. And then
Uh-huh. Like all the rest of my unboxing videos.
yeah, it's okay.
I know the
We
video.
appreciate the effort, Brick.
Yeah. Wait till the hard drive dies. That's gonna be the best part. What'd you
Mummy's
get?
alive? Yeah, that's good.
What'd you get, Adam? What's going on?
Hello,
Get any
Adam.
toys?
What did I get this week? I feel like boxes arrived and they're probably just in this pile next to me, but I won't open them. for a few
Unopened.
weeks. I don't know. I can't remember. I've been so busy. I'm just reorganizing stuff. I'm just reorganizing my Super 7 Thundercats figures because I love them so much.
I had a good time when I went to go buy this. I forgot to tell that story. So, and I have the receipts to prove it. I went to Michael's because I was looking for organizing stuff for this stuff I'm doing. And it's like I went crazy, grabbed a bunch of stuff because it's like 50% off or 60% off. Plus, I'm a teacher, so I get an additional 15% off.
Nice.
And I go to check out and I look at my app. Like, here's a $15 voucher. So I walked out with like what should have been like $90 worth of stuff for $12. And then I walk over to freaking Costco, to Target,
Target?
and then I find out that I have like $19 in rewards. So I got her for like $2.
That's awesome.
Damn,
Hell
good
yeah.
day.
It was a good day. Today was a good day.
She looks good on that.
Speaking of
bone
Super
cone.
7,
Now I got
Brick,
that in my head. Thanks.
Brick hooked me up with this one. That was nice.
How's he holding up? How's that plastic holding up?
It's great, man.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah, it's good.
Jaga.
God, it's such a good one.
I remember that. Brick was at the store when he got
I was
that.
all, get it for me. I'll pay you.
Yeah, I was totally at the store. I was like streaming too.
He's like, but I have to tell you, California tax. I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
What is tax? What's California tax?
What's the tax
It's
out
like
there?
it's like 8. It's
Oh,
we're
it's
actually
nothing
less
compared
than
to us,
LA. Yeah,
Ours is
it's not
12.
that much. But yeah, it's like New York
0.75
is
here.
New York is highest, right? What are you guys at?
8.75.
Yeah.
Not
I
that
think
high.
It's the last
LA
time I looked.
That
LA
high.
County is like 9 point something, 9.25. Depends on what county, what city, and
We're building a new Buffalo Bills stadium, so our taxes will probably go up to like 9.25 next year because we pay for the
Yeah,
Buffalo Bills
it's
to
what
stay.
was it like $20,000 just to have the licensing so you can choose your seat alone?
I generally don't
It's
complain about
bananas.
taxes because it pays
I
my
won't be attending that
salary.
stadium.
So
There you go.
Stanley says it's
So unless I
11%
get free
in
tickets.
Seattle,
Jeez.
11 in Seattle. Oof.
but that's probably also a part of a city tax. So because New York City's higher than all of New York State.
Yeah.
Hey,
I go
in
out to the county and
Canada,
I pay 3.9.
in Canada, Adam, is it like we're talking about like, oh, it's depending on the city, depending on the if you guys have counties, I don't know, or is it just this is the tax across the country?
So
Provincial
there's
tax,
two
you mean?
taxes. So there's a
Mhm.
federal tax and then a provincial tax.
Got it. And the provincials range a lot from province to province.
I'm trying to think off the top of my head. Like Alberta has 0 provincial tax, so they just pay GST.
Uh-huh.
But that province is just going down the shitter. And then they're anywhere like ours is. So we pay 12, so ours is 7 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't even remember which one's which. I'm pretty sure GST is 5%, so the federal tax is 5%, and then provincial is anywhere from sort of 0 to I think at the highest it's like 8 or 9.
Okay.
So
like,
we're on the higher end for sure.
Japan, like speaking of all the stuff that I was buying, dude, it's all like same tax everywhere. It's a single tax rate. It's a percentage. And a lot of places will, if you're not from Japan, you can reclaim your taxes and basically not pay taxes.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
It's just like all the stuff that you don't realize. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I wasn't buying toys when I was traveling there before. I was barely buying anything because we're just trying to play music and
Constantly
leave,
has a question
and
for
leave
you, Adam.
flesh.
I have no
They have
idea.
a good salary in Canada nowadays.
I think it's wildly different wherever you live because it's the difference in cost of living. So in terms of like rent and groceries and all that kind of stuff is wildly different from.
So Toronto
from
is
one
definitely
place.
more than where you live out in the middle of nowhere.
Well, so every province has like a minimum wage. So I mean, if that's the baseline indicator, like I think minimum. I don't even know. Minimum wage here is like $15 or something like that.
Yeah. That's same here, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But
Not
that's
federally.
Canadian too. So that's not the same because if you're paying 15 US is like 2021 Canadian. And some of the major Canadian cities have like just as high a cost of living as some of the major American cities, which is kind of crazy. But then we pay you know, we pay higher taxes and stuff like that too. So, you know, there's trade-offs. It's not better or worse. It's just different is what I'm trying to get at. But I mean, we have healthcare. So, you know, you
guys get healthcare. So yeah.
You don't need to worry about getting sick here, which is...
What is this healthcare you speak of?
I live in the communist country of Canada where we have healthcare for everybody.
But speaking of like wages and whatnot, minimum wage here is $15. But I don't know if you heard about this. We have a store chain called Aldi's. It was just on the news. They're going to be starting wage $23 an hour.
Yep.
Which is kind of insane. Because I was discussing that with my wife. She was like,
the weird thing is that Aldi's is actually like one of the discount grocery stores too.
Yeah,
that's what they just opened too around the corner of the Ross.
Is it Italian, German?
German.
Yeah.
They got a lot of good stuff there. They pay their managers really well too for.
Yeah, so it's kind of crazy that if they're paying like new employees that, I told my wife, I was like, yeah, that's what they're advertising that they're going to be doing, but it probably won't be full time so that they don't have to offer health care.
Yeah, that's it, right? Mm-hmm. Wegmans pays good starting pay too for a grocery store.
I mean, 23, that's kind of like, that's what I was making that Spectrum after like 9 years.
I've heard horror stories of working for Aldi's though, because they don't hire a lot of people, so you end up working your ass off all day long.
You're doing multiple jobs.
Yeah.
So there's that.
And I don't know if you heard that part, Adam, but the minimum wage that people are talking about is their state or local.
Yeah.
It's $7.25 across the US.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew that because when I was
crazy.
When I was negotiating my minimum wage money from Spiro Toyz, I still get like nothing. I was like, okay, pay me something so that it's still like a nominal fee. I based it on that minimum wage.
I don't imagine Louisiana's is much higher.
I don't think Louisiana has a state minimum wage. I think the federal is like that's the base. Apparently people make a little bit more than that depending on, like, if you're in New Orleans, you'd make more than if you're in back of the neck county, whatever, swamp. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you can get a job there. I mean, that's the other thing. I think it's
Thunder Punch. I'm impressed by this wave.
I'm impressed by this. I got this guy a little bit late, but this is pretty awesome.
Hell yeah.
He's awesome.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's the articulated one. Yeah.
For $12. I mean, how could I not buy it?
Yeah, if I can help get me a second one.
Exactly. That's one of those things that I have a second of.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going back and getting another one. I wasn't 100% sure because like not all the Masterverse stuff is great, and his feet look crazy in the pictures, but in hand they don't look as crazy.
And you get that little rubber band off his nose. He articulate jaw too.
Oh, the jaw! I got
you
that.
Opened it up.
Yeah. But the helmet, I know that helmet's gonna fall right off as soon as I take that.
What's Conan look like that?
Mine
look
really
on that brick.
What did you say about the jaw thing?
The helmet.
Well, it comes with that
Like
little
the
clear rubber band around his thing for his jaw to stay in place while it's in the box.
Oh, while in the box. Okay,
Yeah.
got it. I didn't know if like mine.
I think I probably have like 7 of those when they went on sale for like $6 at Target. I bought all of them. And then that Battlefield one with the Origins with the Battle Armor He-Man, I bought about 6 of those. So
that's the bloody one.
They were so cheap.
Yeah.
I actually thought about like taking like a blade or something and kind of scratching the armor to make it look like he was in battle, you know?
Yeah. Because it is that high vac metal. That's good stuff. Yeah,
I opened this and realized I don't have a Masterverse He-Man yet.
Then you gotta get yourself
one.
Yeah.
Here, I'll gift you this Masterverse He-Man head.
Well, I want to get the Battle Armor one, but I haven't seen it yet.
The newer one with the smaller head. Yeah, that. The Battle Armor one's a good one.
Yeah, and just take the Battle Armor off, put the other harness on, like that. Yeah. That one to me is the best one they've done yet.
Yeah, with that harness, you can see the new sculpt and everything with just the harness on. See the Battle Armor hides it, but yeah.
He's
Did
got
that come and go? That wave is
It's
gone.
out now. Yeah,
It's out.
now.
Yeah, it's out now.
Yeah.
You
I
can
don't
find it at
remember.
Target or Walmart. Did you see this one, Brick? This custom I put together
I
on
did.
the
That's
Moss
awesome.
Man. Yeah,
So good.
that one was a
Speaking
fun
of
one.
Motu, any of you guys planning to see the movie when they make it?
Of course.
I'm not overly psyched.
But I'll still go. I'll be there day one.
Yeah,
It'll be-
absolutely.
Yeah, it'll still be fun.
mean,
like it's.
I'm
Is
hoping
it
it'll
a
be
live
better
action
than-
or live
it's
action?
a live
movie?
action, yeah.
I
Oh,
mean,
nice.
everything I keep seeing looks like they're going through with it this time, but you never know.
I mean,
Everybody's pretty skeptical on it.
Yeah.
look at the one from 87. I mean, it
Right.
was. It's.
I wasn't
There's
paying much
pluses and
attention to the
minuses.
previous announcements about it, but like now it's actually like there's actually names connected to it.
Casting.
It's casting. It's not as
Mhm.
though like
Yeah,
the
I
writer has left the project or the director has
But
left the
did
project.
you
like,
hear like some of the story? Like Adam grew up on Earth. It's almost like Star Lord.
Yeah, that stuff is bumming me out a little bit, but
Yeah.
also I'll go
So
check it
I'm
out.
not crazy about
Have
that.
they casted anybody like real famous or popular for it yet?
They said they want to do Leto as Skeletor.
What's his name?
But
Jared
oh,
Leto?
Leto.
Jared
Is that what it is?
Leto?
Let
Yeah.
Jared Leto.
Brie
She's-
Larson.
That
got
was
casted
a rumor,
Yeah.
but
Exactly, Brie Larson.
I don't know how famous they are, but for like Evelyn and Tila, and then
Mhm.
the kid playing He-Man.
I think Brie Larson is probably the largest name. She was
I'm
from
pulling it
Community
up on
and
IMDb.
Glow.
Yeah.
They have 3 people attached.
She's
right now.
awesome.
Nicholas
I like Brie Larson.
Galidesine as He-Man, Allison Brie. As
Oh, Allison Brie, not Brie
yeah.
Larson. Brie
Brie
Larson.
Larson's
Oh,
Captain
sorry,
Marvel.
sorry,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's how
Yes.
it's like.
Allison Brie, yeah, she's
I
she's
followed
awesome.
you right into that one, Adam.
Brie Larson. She's just, I don't know, she's something. And Camilla.
Wait, was that a
Mendez
good
as
comment or
Tila.
negative?
That was negative.
Negative.
No, you're not feeling Brie. Oh, you're talking Brie Larson. Sorry,
Yeah.
I'm bouncing back. And forth.
Allison Brie, I like. She's awesome.
she-
I don't like Brie
yeah.
Larson. Though.
Yeah, the Leto thing I forgot. Yeah, that was just a rumor.
But it might be true. But like the young guy that got playing Nicholas Galidesine, he looks kind of small frame unless like he spends a year bulking up.
Well, yeah, the last 2 guys that they said.
Well, come on.
All of
Look what
them.
they did for the
Yeah.
guys in 300. That's all digital muscle.
Yeah.
Sparta. And
Still
hey,
say they need that suit from Free Guy.
Yeah.
Let's get
Hey,
the airbrush abs. You know.
can
Yep.
we give Dolph
Ryan
Lundgren like
Reynolds
a little
or-
cameo somewhere?
Dolph
Sure.
Lundgren, yeah.
Yeah, give him a little cameo. You know,
Just
Yeah,
probably not
fans always
Frank
keep saying
Langella.
he should play King Randor.
Yeah, that would be cool.
why not? I mean,
Yeah.
But,
probably could
anything-
do it worse.
Anything where they're like, back here on Earth, I'm like, I know it's kind of in the lore, but I'd really
No, I
rather
think that's
see.
so weird too, because they
Eternia.
know that's what so many complaints were about the old one. I don't
Yeah.
unless
Yeah.
it's been that long they don't know about
Well,
it.
it depends on how they spin it. I mean, it all depends on how they spin it.
Yeah, at the
Yeah, I
end of the
just get, like,
day,
a
I'm gonna go check it
reverse
out.
Guardians vibe about it. So I don't know. It's just
Hopefully, it's
I love-
entertaining.
we can hope.
I mean, it could be Conan the Barbarian. It could be Sword and Sorcerer. Like
Which Conan?
either way, I'll have fun. The
The
Barbarian.
original one.
Okay, okay.
I'm saying it could be really
It's
good,
simple.
or it can be like
As long as you weren't talking Momoa remake, then we're
Oh.
okay.
I saw that too. But no, either way, like I was joking about Sword and the
I think
Sorcerer,
he's
but
kind of
like
the standout of this wave. Like
I still had fun with it.
I like Sword and the Sorcerer, but
Yeah, I want someone to make that sword.
Really cool.
Yeah, he is a good one, dude.
that's free on YouTube right now, I think.
Is it? Check it out.
Last
Brick, did you see Furiosa?
I did. Yeah, I saw it in the theater.
Yeah, that's a
I went
good
by myself.
That's a good flick.
I haven't
Yeah.
watched it yet.
Had a great time with that flick. I hope they
The whole
keep making
backstory
more.
that they did for her was awesome. And
Mhm.
Hemsworth is freaking hilarious, man. I loved his character.
To me, that was like such a great example of solid storytelling. Of like,
Oh, yeah.
you
Yep.
know, showed so much rather than told so much. And
Yep. Yeah, a lot of people didn't like the last Road Warrior. I liked it though. The last one they did with Tom
I was
Hardy.
fine with it.
Mad Max, Fury Road.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Mad
People
Max
didn't like
Fury.
it.
I liked it. I'm saying a lot of people didn't like it.
Oh, okay.
Who didn't like it?
Yeah, I
A
thought
lot
it
of
was
people
like,
that thought they needed Mel Gibson to still be Mad Max.
Oh,
No, there's
get
no
out of
way.
here.
You know
Oh,
that.
it's
You know how
bad
those
enough
people
that-
are.
Well, it's bad enough him and Danny Glover are making another Lethal Weapon movie. I'm not
Are
joking.
they?
That's
I
that's
legit
seriously in
thought that Danny
production,
Glover
yeah.
had passed away until I heard that announcement about the Lethal Weapon
Right?
movie.
I'm still too old for this shit.
Yep.
Still.
yeah. There's a lot of actually. 2025 is going to be a wild,
Year for movies.
wild year
yeah.
for movies. Man, I just saw a post like breaking down all the things that are coming out that year, and like, I'm just like, wow.
Well,
What? There's a bunch of
just
Marvel
wait.
stuff.
There's
Uh-huh.
going to be stuff that'll probably get delayed until 26 or 27.
Sure.
100%.
But there's stuff that's like fun and like I wouldn't have thought about it, but like, oh, I want to see it. Like that
Well-
live action How to Train Your Dragon. Like I want to see
Okay.
what that would look like.
Speaking
Like,
of
that's-
Momoa, did you see that Roblox thing?
No, I did not.
Or no,
Oh.
Minecraft. Sorry, Minecraft.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god.
My kids told me about it.
Well,
Come out
what
with
he
a
won't do
pink
for a
jacket on.
paycheck
I don't know
now.
what was going on.
Him and Jack Black, what they won't do for a paycheck, right?
Jack Black is Steve. Yeah.
Is that a wait, it's not a
I-
camera,
I
Cobb.
I'd do that movie for that
Oh.
paycheck.
I was putting it back.
There you go.
It was
Oh,
Legions?
Bros.
a couple weeks ago. Opened them up here a couple weeks ago.
Oh, it is
Oh,
Legion.
nice.
Oh yeah. That's a great one.
Borges.
Mm-hmm.
Cape on him is freaking. That's why he's not up on shelf,
No, it's
Yeah.
That
cool.
looks like a Spawn cape.
right?
That's how you do it.
That's a
Slightly
crazy
stronger
cape.
wire though.
It's all wired, and each one of the like strips
Yeah.
is wired.
It's wires. That's how they did it. What?
It just needs a slightly stronger wire.
That's what I think about the
Well, like
retailer wave headless horseman. The coat needed a stronger wire, and it doesn't hold it up very
Mhm.
well.
I mean, this year we had some pretty good movies. I mean, other than Deadpool, Wolverine, Beverly Hills Cop was actually really entertaining on Netflix. It was way better than I
saw
thought it
that
was
while I
going to
was
be.
in Japan. It was fun.
It's a
They
lot
held
better
back
than
on the
Beverly
song.
Hills Cop 3.
Sure.
I've been stuck
But
on
no,
my
I'm trying to
Ring of
remember
Power.
what else.
Been watching them, Ed? The Ring of Power?
No,
No.
I haven't
Yes.
watched it yet.
I will
Yeah.
once it's all done. I
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember.
I'm a binger. I don't wait. I can't wait. I have no patience for that.
Yeah, that's right. Before, when we were all talking about Oz with the coffee, something that Oz said, then I was like, "Oh yeah, keep my mouth shut." I can't wait for him to see it.
I've been watching. It's me and my family's Thursday night standing thing every Thursday. It's rad.
Yeah, I'm digging the season.
Did anybody get this one? Is this one even like anything? I just I don't know
Palpatine?
why I ordered it. but
That's
it's
another
pretty
version of Palpatine.
I think I saw, not that version, but I think I saw another Palpatine at Ollie's, actually.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I shouldn't have bought this one. $25 for that. Random.
All right, here are the movies. Next year, Captain America: Brave New World, F1, Fantastic Four: First Step, Superman, Tron: Ares, a Minecraft movie, Jurassic World: Rebirth, Avatar: Fire and Ash, The Black Phone 2, 28 Years Later, How to Train Your Dragon live action, Elio, Pixar, Spider-Man: Beyond the Spider-Verse, Zootopia 2, Blade,
Actually,
maybe,
I thought
Thunderbolts.
Spider-Man got pushed back another year. I could be wrong.
Thunderbolts are making.
Thunderbolts. It's Spider-Man: The Spider-Verse, the animated.
Yeah, the Across the Spider-Verse sequel. Yeah.
Oh, is that pushed? You've heard it's been pushed
Yeah.
back. Oh, Thunderbolts. Now You See Me 3, Mission Impossible 8.
8? Wow.
8, yes. Making
Yeah.
it's Mission Impossible 8. Making this movie is almost impossible.
It's that's a lot of movie because this
Yeah.
year it was pretty relatively dry compared because of strikes and everything.
I'm anxious
playing catch up.
and nervous for Fantastic Four, depending on how it's done.
Mm.
I think Captain America is going to be pretty good. I think it's going to have a lot of Winter Soldier kind of vibes. But
Is this Cap going to be with Captain America, or is Falcon as Captain America?
It's Sam Wilson.
Is it
Captain America? Yep.
With
And,
President
his buddy that was his little buddy that was his mechanic for
Falcon?
during the TV show is going to be the new Falcon.
And Harrison Ford as the president.
Yeah, I saw that when he turns into Red Hulk.
Hulking out. I can't wait to see Harrison Ford Hulk out.
What are you showing there, Brick?
I'm biting my nails, Adam. Tell us. What is it going to be? I actually don't even know this. I don't think I know this. Do I know this? I'm often told things and I forget.
I think you do.
Okay.
But you might not know that you do.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Once he sees it, he'll be like, "Oh yeah, I did know that."
But I'm like, oh, he teases a thing. That's great.
Well, the other thing that Jason has a habit of doing is just like working on things, but not really telling anybody, and then just like sending pictures and being like, "What do you think of this?" And so you'll like forget about something, and then it'll just like pop up, and it'll be like, "We're doing this. It's going up for pre-order." And you're like, "Oh, that's a thing. I thought you were just like tinkering or something." Like, "Oh, I repainted this thing that we're putting out," and it's like, "Okay, great. that sounds fun." And then he's just like, "Oh, and we've done a whole figure, and there's a wave that nobody knew about,"
Right.
which is like what Wave 5 was. It's like, "Oh yeah, we got a couple more figures that we just didn't have in a wave, so we just decided to create a wave and get them up there." So makes it fun, keeps it exciting.
Well, in his defense, most of the time he probably doesn't know what he's doing at the start either. So it's
no, he does. He's a lot more I've realized that he's a lot more calculated than just about anybody gives him credit for. So
really,
oh yeah, it's like trying to think of an example.
It's like organized chaos almost.
You know what it is? It's like Willy Wonka. You think that it's like all just whimsical and chaotic, comic chaos.
Yeah.
And then you realize that like he's got so much stuff going on that he just doesn't really talk about because it's not fun. And
then little orange people come out singing.
I can see him being Willy Wonka. Actually, I can see that. That's a good comparison. I can see that.
Well, like for example, the other day, I was like, "Oh, that's rad that the new wave showed up and Aho Kin is like out there," and Adam's like, "No, it's not." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, but Travis just showed the thing." Like, wait, what? And like Jason Cash was like, "Oh yeah, I had a couple," and he was there.
We got
and
a
sold
box
it to
of
him.
each figure to have for that show, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
So like literally, Travis is the only person in the wild who has it. But I don't even know if you don't think he told Travis that either, right? So
I don't think he told.
No,
Travis
why would he bother?
Right,
No,
so
Travis isn't the only one that has it. They
Was there,
got
like,
they
two?
got like a case. I
Oh,
say
there's a
box. I mean
full case. Got it.
So when the container gets packed, they usually set aside like 3 or 5 cases and just air ship them.
Yeah.
It costs way more, but like just to get sort of in-hand samples and all that kind of stuff, like it's just to expedite. If you waited till everybody got everything in hand, the reviews and the early reviews would come out, after people had them in hand, which doesn't really make much sense. Which is why you're seeing like some of the Monster Force stuff now. Like that stuff got air freighted. That stuff's like, that's
a perfect example. So there are there's nothing going out for early reviews, is there?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Travis
there might be.
Excited
There might
that
be.
he got that figure at the show too. It was funny.
Tell him to review it.
I haven't looked. I would know. I mean, it all goes through the same system. I can check right now. Actually,
That's hilarious.
if they got it like a week ago or whatever, I can look
Oh, wow.
because it's pretty easy for me to.
Next time we'll coordinate that.
Yeah, no, it's not uncommon for that to happen.
Yeah. Oh well.
But I would say that if they had sent stuff out for that, which I don't even think they're gonna, it's not the first wave, so it doesn't need to be out there right away. I think it was more because they had shows that they were going to, and if they're gonna send one case, they may as well send 3 or 4.
Several of them
like,
are just
doesn't make any
repaints,
sense.
right? Like the one is Gladiator Atreyu, that's just a repaint.
Treyu's effectively a repaint. Pale's effectively a repaint, but Hawken and the Mongrel
Right.
Those are brand new.
pretty new.
The Mongrel, yeah.
Ish. I mean, it's really there's 3 or 4 new parts on each of them, but it's not.
Mhm.
It's the same buck with the
Neck
hold on.
piece.
It's the same. It's the same base body.
Right.
With the difference being,
I love the tuft of hair on the neck. That's awesome.
yeah. So that tuft of hair is the difference basically, and then the neck connection's a little bit different. It
And
still
Mongrel's the
works
first figure
same,
on
but-
that buck to come out, right? On his buck.
No,
It's
it's
actually-
the same. It's the same buck.
I thought Mongrel had the bigger
No,
buck.
it just looks bigger because it has this and it has
Oh.
the articulated jaw and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why the whole Kickstarter was such a big deal, because it's actually truly introducing new
Yeah.
bucks. The
No, I
Gorilla's
thought
the
the
exception.
Mongrel was on the new, like the one that Atreyu's dad buck, whatever that.
No,
No,
the
I thought he was
void.
on-
The void is on the.
Oh, the
Brawler
voids.
buck.
That's the one. That's the okay. The void. That's the one I'm thinking of.
And
yeah.
the void will be wave 5,
Okay.
so it'll actually come out before the Kickstarter brawler buck.
Yeah. Yeah, the void's the one I was thinking of. That's the bigger one.
Mm-hmm.
does that peg in the back line up with the peg that's on the body? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think it
I guess-
replaces it.
Yeah, it probably doesn't matter because the pegs aren't that long.
The pegs aren't that long, but it's the
Mhm.
same. It's the same place.
Gotcha.
It's so you can see how like the neck is a little longer, like the top, the head and the neck sit a little bit higher
Mhm.
on the new with that tuft of hair.
You have the Gladiator and the other two as well, or just
I don't have the horrid mongrel because I gave it to Van.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
What's up, TJC?
Good morning. Where are you at, TJC?
I think he's in Australia or New Zealand, one of those two.
Well, it could be on the East Coast.
I mean, technically, it's 12:08 in Colorado, so I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's 2 in the
technically
morning
morning
on the
here.
East
So.
Coast.
It's
Too
definitely
early.
morning here.
Not here.
No,
In fact, I'm feeling old and sleepy because it's like already 11 o'clock, guys.
UK
Oh, he's
is
in the
7:08.
UK. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
7:08 in the morning there.
I'm gonna check out. I opened way more toys in just 2 hours time or whatever than I have in like 2 months, 3 months. Yeah.
Nice.
I
All
had
right,
a-
folks.
That'll
I'm
happen.
proud of you.
All right,
Thank you
Rick.
very much. Good night, everybody. Awesome hangout
See you, buddy.
as always.
I had stuff to open today. I opened this Battle Cat. I opened my classified Stinger, and I opened Hammond Collection Dinosaur, Therizinosaurus. They're all too big, and I was like, I've been so busy with other stuff. I just haven't been recording videos. But I was like, you know what? These boxes are too big. I need to get these boxes out of the way. So just opened them at the kitchen table. You guys were talking about that earlier. It's like it was so nice to just sit and open toys and like not record it and
Yeah.
like not
Especially
set
those big ones.
everything
Those
up
big
and,
boxes
like,
are hard to open, right? On a review.
they're impossible. So
Yeah.
I just decided I'm not going to do them. Like I've had that Stinger for weeks and I've been sort of putting it off and being like, okay, where am I going to record it? Because I can do it not in my office, but I can, if I do it as a recording, I can do it in the garage, which is where I have like a space where I can build diodes and stuff like that, like a nice big workbench.
Yeah.
But then I got to take all the lights down and I got to set everything up, and it's, I don't have the outlets for all the lights, and it's a pain in the butt. I'll do it when I get like the Dragonfly or the Rattler, like those justify, the effort, but I just couldn't be bothered.
Do you have a vamp?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you've already seen it.
Yeah, and I think I did.
Pretty
I
much.
think I did that video too.
Yeah.
So I might have done that one live because I was like, screw it, I'll just do it live, and then it's it's a throwaway video anyway.
I saw the huge long neck dinosaur. I was at a thrift store today. They had it on their shelf. It was like $45. I was tempted to
What
buy
is
it.
that, like a Dilophosaurus or something like that?
I don't remember what one it is, but it's the one that's like 5 feet long when it's all put together.
There's a few of them. I've
Yeah.
got 2, but I still need the Hammond collection Brachiosaurus.
Yeah. Those Hammond collections are nice, man. They're nice looking dinosaurs for sure.
I would say for the price,
Yeah.
they're very good.
Yep.
I mean, the especially with the bigger ones, the bigger they get, oftentimes the cheaper the plastic feels.
Yeah.
But 1/18 scale dinosaur with pretty decent articulation and decent paint apps for $20 to $60 is pretty reasonable.
Not bad.
Like I got the huge Giganotosaurus, the huge one. I mean, like
that thing's fantastic.
I put you could put a 1/12 scale figure down. It's
Oh, you got the super colossal one, not
Yeah,
the
the
Hammond
super
collection
colossal
one.
Yeah.
The Hammond collection one is the best one they've done.
Yeah,
so
that's a
far.
nice looking one too. But I
It's
got that
so good.
Giganotosaurus for $35 shipped off of
Yeah.
Amazon. But I
Wow.
bought it for the 1/12 scale figures because I figured it'd fit better with them
Yeah.
than the Hammond collection. So.
I only started buying the Hammond collection stuff after I backed Cyberzoic. I was like, I can't afford all those Cyberzoic dinos, so I'll sort of infill this world. with,
But Mattel does such nice paint jobs on those Hammond collections. I mean,
they're nothing like the Creative Beast.
Oh yeah,
stuff.
yeah. I saw a Creative Beast at Joe Fest. Geez, those things are.
It's bonkers. Like they're so like the Masterverse is to Mythic Legions.
Yeah.
What the Hammond collection is to the Creative Beast Studio stuff. Like it doesn't really compare. They're not trying to do the same thing really.
Well, they're trying to market to a different market too.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, they're selling them to very different crowds. Although I think the Creative Beast guys, I think anybody that's buying their T-Rex probably has 8 versions of Mattel T-Rex already. Well, that's a generalization. I didn't, so I guess that's not entirely true. But
I'm sure there are some that do though.
Oh, for sure. I've seen the collections. I've seen people's shelves. I've seen the dino nerds houses that are just full of dinos. They're not even they don't even collect action figures. They just collect dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I mean, some people collect spoons, so I guess it's
who collects spoons? I don't know a guy that collects spoons.
Spoons are pretty cool. I think anybody that collects spoons has got a pretty good head on their shoulders.
Yeah, I think so too. I know a guy that does collect spoons. He's pretty cool. I like him. This for you, Adam.
Have you guys seen those? Am I the only one that's seen those? So Creative Beast has a partnership with a PBS YouTube channel basically called Eons, which is like think of like Walking with the Dinosaurs type shows, and they have these like history of mankind and like what happened to this era, what happened to the dinosaurs, like what was the first dinosaur, what was the first bird or whatever.
Oh yeah, I did see those. I saw those on Instagram. Yeah.
So they're doing a backer kit. So they're crowdfunding straight through backer kit, which is not super common. It is done, but you see it more for like stuffies and like sticker packs and things like that. It's a bit odd. It's a strange choice. And having worked with Kickstarter and with backer kit, the backer kit is really designed primarily to do what Kickstarter didn't used to do, but Kickstarter's like figuring out how to do some of that stuff. And so it's kind of like this weird, they're kind of weird competing platforms now. They used to be really complementary platforms, and now they're kind of competing against each other. So they picked backer kit for some reason. I don't know. But it's confusing because it's like, here's the funding goal, but they were nowhere near it, but they still unlocked a figure already. And so it's really unclear, like what is going on, like how much do they have to make to actually make these figures? Do they have to, I think it's 185,000, and it's sort of like, do they have to hit that to make the mammoth, or did they sort of get enough to make the mammoth, and is 185 like the full, all the stretch goals? Like people are so used to the Kickstarter model, and backer
Right.
kit doesn't really work the same. So anyway, the
I
Mammoth
just saw
looks
some other
fantastic.
toy line
It's
starting on backer
expensive
kit
though.
too. I can't remember which one it was, but somebody else I just saw starting on backer kit without Kickstarter. I thought that was really odd. I can't remember what it was though.
It's I mean they kind of work the same. Like really, it's not that odd. In some ways, but in other ways it is odd because we all know Kickstarter.
Right. Well, that's, I
Nobody
mean, it's odd hearing that when you're used to hearing
it feels
Kickstarter.
backwards. It feels like, oh, so like I missed the Kickstarter? Like, what do you mean it's on backer kit?
Mhm.
Like, isn't backer kit where you pick your rewards and give your address? Like it's I don't know, it's just odd. But the Mammoth one it's big. Like it's really big, it's really dense.
Is that 1/18 scale or is that the 1/12 scale one?
The Mammoth is 1/18, and then they're doing a baby Mammoth as well. But then they did a 1/35 scale, which is something that they've done for some of the bigger stuff already. Like they did a 1/35 T-Rex,
right,
for Beasts of the Mesozoic. The Mammoth looks fantastic, but the backer kit price is like $200, and it's
Wow.
it's a lot of money.
Yeah, you
for
could
a
flock
woolly
it.
mammoth. You
I could flock it.
But
But I need some shaggy flock. You know, they usually only make like 10
kind of looks like
millimeters.
Snuffleupagus a little bit right there.
Yeah.
Hey, bird.
I don't know, man. You're gonna $200. People are gonna be are the ones gonna buy that are the ones that are gonna have like the prehistoric collections. You know, like the high quality, you know, dinosaurs.
Even still, though, like I think their T-Rex was like around about $200. I can't remember, but for the Kickstarter, like there was a Kickstarter price which was less expensive than that, and there's a lot of people like even that are big fans of you know that line and that company that are kind of like they're kind of like, what's going on here? Like what you know, there's like I think their T-Rex is $200, but if you bought it during the Kickstarter, it was like $180. And then it goes on sale pretty regularly too. You can get it for $180 pretty regularly. So $200 just seems like a lot for what it is, but but it's like the size of their T-Rex. Like it's huge.
Yeah, that thing's probably weighs a ton too.
Yeah, it's a lot of plastic.
Yeah.
I didn't back it. I'm going to wait for the Cyberzoic one. At which point it'll probably be that price, and I'll be like, this is a great deal.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Cyberzoic stuff on there, too. It's cool. Just looking through there, it just popped up, had a bunch of different cool.
Yeah,
the Smilodon. I got
her Smilodon is awesome. I'm going to get that black one. I love that black one.
She looks pretty badass.
Yep. So she comes with the Smilodon.
Yeah. There's the Dino Riders vibe.
Yeah, definitely.
And during the Kickstarters, they usually do like a Dino Riders themed thing. So they did T-Rex in the like cartoon, the Dino Riders cartoon.
Ooh, the
colorway.
Arctic Dragon is dope.
They did that thing.
Wow.
I had the prototype in hand, and I didn't back that, but I'm seriously considering whether or not I can find the money to buy it now.
14.
It's massive, and the articulation is phenomenal with that thing.
Really good.
Like it poses so well. It's crazy. I got to play with it at Joe Fest.
Yeah. I looked at it. I didn't touch it, but I looked at it. Man, that thing is the detail is just awesome.
Mm-hmm.
The detail on all their stuff is just incredible. I mean, that's what you're paying for, right? It's the details. I mean,
yeah.
Like that Smilodon, the way it can articulate and just is incredible. The way they have that thing articulating everything.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Well, gentlemen, I was the last in, and I'll probably be the early out just because the back's acting up. I had Walmart earlier.
You weren't the last in because Adam was here after you. So.
Oh, that's right. Well,
that's true.
So you're
one
good.
of the last. But I'm still like Jay Cutler, where I'm not putting in the time I need to. But you know,
well, you can probably nap for a
hated
couple
Jay
hours
Cutler.
tomorrow once the Broncos go down by a couple scores. Then you can...
Oh, we're gonna come on. We could win tomorrow. We're at home finally.
Who are you playing tomorrow?
Steelers, and we couldn't even beat up on Russell because he's out. So
Yeah.
we got to play Justin Fields. So we'll see. Let the rookie have a few games under his belt. He'll be all right. Just give him some time. He you know what? At the end, he actually
last week
played
you were
decent.
saying, "Oh, he's not really a rookie. He'll be fine."
But he still hasn't played any NFL. Give him a couple. Give him a
It's all
couple
about
weeks.
perspective, Adam.
Hey,
Denver's defense looks really good this year, though.
dude, I've
I
been
mean,
through
through one
fan my
week,
whole
but-
life. In the last 6 years, I've been saying the same thing. So
Yeah.
16 was my last Super Bowl. So I gotta. But
Yeah.
could be worse. I could be a Raider fan. Then I'd have to go kill myself. So, but anyway, all right, guys. Well, I will see you next week or
Later,
whenever you
Kenzo.
guys
Have
are
a
on.
good one.
Thanks for letting me in here. We'll see you. All right, later. If this thing works,
You just click the button.
click it.
Click
Well, I
it.
got this.
There you go. What are you doing there, Cobb?
Trying to figure out when my Google will stop working on my phone.
Oh, I thought you were playing with something down there.
What?
Nothing. Never mind.
I was trying to Google. I used my other phone to see if those loyal subjects, they have more of these. They got a bunch of those Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, there's about 6 of them or 8 of them, I think.
Yeah, they don't all look, because this one don't look that bad, the weight loss. But like the Aragorn I'm just seeing, he looked kind of funky.
Yeah, they're just.
What were you saying about the turtles? They're not that great. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the turtles that I got,
Those are Ross too.
probably not these ones. These are the older ones. These came out a couple years ago now, I think. I think the ones that are there now are probably like the street clothes ones or the like the IDW versions.
Well, they just give that turtles license to everybody.
Right?
Yeah. But no, the articulation's just kind of, you guys were talking about modern articulation earlier. It's sort of like it seems really dated. Like they don't have ankle rocker, which to me is like that's the one thing, like if you can't get anything else right, just make it so that he can stand up.
Yep.
And they can't do that very well. And they feel a little bit flimsy. There's not much paint. I'm trying to think, I think their faces are painted and that might be it. Everything else is sort of colored plastic, which they don't do a terrible job of, color separation just by using plastic, but there's no shading. There's no, I don't know. They're just, they weren't that great.
It's hard to believe how important that ankle rocker is nowadays with these bigger figures, just to get them to stand up correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can't, the center of gravity on them is 4 inches off the ground. It's not like when we had, 3.5 or 4 inch figures where the center of mass is right above their foot practically. So it didn't matter. They if
you look like the Star Wars from the 80s, right? I mean, the legs were
they
right
stood
next to each
fine
other.
because their legs didn't, their feet were always flat and center. You couldn't really do much wrong with them, but it's a lot different when you've got so many more moving parts and all that kind of stuff. And you just kind of think okay, you got double jointed knees, you got double jointed elbows, put an ankle rocker down.
Well, it's like these
Not
biker mice.
complicated.
These biker mice from Mars. I mean, look at how big these guys' feet are. I mean, they're huge.
That's on brand though. That's what they looked like.
Oh yeah, but I'm saying it's so nice because they just stand up.
They
nice.
just stand up really well.
Yeah. They don't look like out of scale. I mean, they're not. But compared to a Marvel Legends or whatever, I mean, they just look big.
I'm
not
shocked
bad figures, though.
I'm shocked that Marvel Legends still can't get the women's feet right to let them stand up.
They have that same problem with some of the Joe females too.
Mm-hmm.
Put high heels on them and stuff, and they're just
it feels like a disservice to those figures to not be able to get them to stand up properly. But what do I know?
Did you get the Odious figure, Adam?
I did not.
No, he's a really good figure. I'm really impressed with it.
No, that's what I've heard. It just, you know,
Yeah.
it kind of falls into that.
Didn't fit the collection.
Yeah, you guys are talking about Delta 17.
Yeah.
I got a couple because O-ring figures are still cool, and I wanted to check them out. They feel great in hand. But I bought them because I've known Ken for years. I
Yeah.
didn't buy them because I wanted Delta 17 figures. So
Yeah.
I have no.
Yeah,
have
I picked up
zero
two of them
connection.
just so I could play with them too, just to see what they were, and
Yeah.
support Ken and Steve a little bit, and that was pretty much it.
Yeah, the Odious figure, I don't have any connection to the.
I'm a
to the
huge Sasquatch
character.
fan though, so that's why I ended up having to get him. So
Yeah, and I didn't. It's cool. It's a good looking figure. I've heard great things about it, but
he's a great figure. He doesn't fit
Yeah.
anywhere in my collection other than like on the Bigfoot shelf, but he doesn't really fit there because he's got street clothes on. So
yeah. Well, you could strip him down.
I
and
could
then
strip
he's
him
just
down,
a-
but he looks kind of funky stripped down. So
kind of looks like an AWOC figure.
yeah, absolutely. Like what Brick did with his, where he put the AWOC armor on it, is perfect. I mean, it's
Yeah, well, yeah. And then, but I said to Brick, I was like, well, if I wanted to do that, I could do that for a lot less money.
right. True, very true. Yeah, there's really not much more articulation other than it's got the toe articulation outside of an AWOC on that figure.
Mhm.
I mean,
Mhm. Which is fine. I mean, like everything poses up differently. You can get figures that have great articulation and they don't pose very well.
Mhm.
You can have all the points of articulation that exist in the world, and the figure still just doesn't look right.
yeah.
when you
Well, it's like
pose
that
it.
original super articulated Spider-Man from like the 2000s. Remember that thing had like all sorts of articulation, but you couldn't get it to do anything because the articulation was overdone. It was like
It wouldn't stand up because all
Yeah.
the they were all just pinned joint, like they
Yep.
were like riveted joints. So it was like like there was no friction. It
Yeah.
was just the whole thing was just kind of floppy and loose,
Yep.
just about out of the box. I still have mine. He's over on the shelf.
Yeah.
I
got it
right
from my
next to
son
the
and-
current versions of the super articulated Spider-Man. So
I got it for my son. I think that thing was so loose within, an hour of him playing with it. It was like, yeah, this is basically just a limp body now. Just
cool idea.
yeah.
Sort of the first that I remember. I mean, I'm sure there was another company doing better articulation, but it was the first in that line where it was,
Oh, for sure. It was definitely one of the more super articulated bodies.
it wasn't. I mean, when you look back, like it's funny that it's super articulated. Like it really just had like the ankle articulation and the wrist articulation and the torso, but other than that, like it was.
Yeah.
Oh, and instead of the arm just going up and down, it actually had like the swivel.
It had the
type
pivot.
joint.
And I think that was the first toe articulation that they had out on Marvel, wasn't it?
It doesn't even have toe articulation.
The super articulated didn't have toe articulation?
No, it has ankle articulation, which is
Okay.
not something that the Toyz figures had.
Right.
So they had single jointed knee, single jointed elbow, rotation at the shoulder, and then out and back at the hip, like at the waist, and then rotation at the waist, but no ab crunch. Head just swiveled too. You couldn't do anything with that. But super articulated had the diaphragm cut. It had the ankle articulation. The arms and the legs were like you had the the joint, like it would rotate, but it would also go up and down. And same with the legs, like you could do the splits with where I don't. It's probably like 45 degrees or something, but it was still like game changing.
Yeah,
or felt that way for me as a kid. But yeah, now Spider-Man now can get like you can't. They're not even close to the same thing.
It's come a long way, but it's like I originally started collecting. I mean, for a long time I was collecting vintage GI Joes, and then I started picking up some of like the Dragon Models figures that had like awesome articulation. It was such a crazy difference in that.
Yeah, I mean, it's all come so far that it's like kind of crazy.
Oh, you're getting. Did you order the 18 van? The what's that? Rev. I can't remember what he's calling the.
What did he call it? He changed the name, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't he call it the bread van? Wasn't it called the bread?
It was called the
van?
bread car, but now it's called the Rev, which is the some ramen economical vehicle. The Raider's the one that's got the armor on it, but it's not the 18 van paint. I can't remember what he's calling the 18 van paint, but
I didn't order any version of that. No.
Yeah, I ordered the
I'm
Raider.
going to be tapping out. I was up early this morning, so I'm going to crash. Been
All right, Dave.
hanging out with you guys.
Yeah, we're probably going to be shooting out of here in about half an hour anyway. So
yeah.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, have a good one, Dave. Good seeing you, brother.
Goodbye.
Recoil. Yeah, that's what it was. The ramen recoil. The Rev recoil.
They're cool. I just, between all the classified vehicles, I don't have space left.
Yeah.
For non-classified vehicles.
I only got the Vamp, so I got the Ramen Raider, and when he redoes the Ramen Racer, I'll pick up one of those. But
I've got. I started off early. I think I've got 5 of those coil cycles, like the Baroness motorcycle.
Oh, yeah.
I've got 4 of the Rams. I've got a couple Trouble Bubbles. I've got 2 His Tanks, 2 Vamps, 2 Stingers, 2 Dragonflies on the way. Huh?
Did you get the 4-wheeler?
The Ferret. I got 2 Ferrets.
Yeah.
Yeah. No room for a van.
That's quite a few vehicles. Yeah. Of course, if you got the van, you can put a couple of your cycles inside the van.
Well, that's a good point. I mean, it might take, I could save space by getting it, because I could put a couple of the bikes in it. I was thinking it would be a good Dreadnoks vehicle.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people are going to have, Dreadnoks with their motorcycles stuffed in the back, or
somebody else, like Gridiron will come up with like a trailer or something.
Yeah.
Where you could put Marvel Legends Punisher bike on there, and away you go.
Or have one of those like tow hitch holders for a motorcycle or something.
Something. It'll be and it'll be $40. It'll sell like crazy.
Me and Punk were talking backstage before we went live about like some of the stuff that Gridiron's made for the Vamp looks damn good, but it's like
I don't even look at it.
The one Tony has that he's put everything that Gridiron has put out for the Vamp onto his Vamp. It doesn't even look like the Vamp anymore, but damn, the thing is probably like a $500 car now. It's like,
yeah, it's and that's where it kind of gets me, because like all this stuff, like I buy toys. This stuff gets played with, so like to put all that money into it, and it just gets past the point of what I'm kind of doing with it. So. That was
the other thing I liked about like the Rev Raider, all that stuff, like the window armor is just magnetized, and it comes on it. So
it's clip on,
pull it off, and be done with it for now, right? It's like,
but I like to like the Vamp is my absolute favorite G.I. Joe vehicle of all time.
Yeah.
And so I look at the Vamp and I'm like, it's perfect just the way it is. I don't.
Yeah, I got mine completely stock. I like the way it looks. I didn't even put the gun on the back because I like the way it looks without the gun. It's just
I don't have the gun on one of them because that's the one that gets played with more. So that one doesn't have the mirrors, it doesn't have the little handle thing, it doesn't have the light bar, it doesn't have, it's like stripped right down.
That's the one thing I don't like is those lights fall off real easily.
Yeah, well, yeah, when like a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, an 8-year-old are playing with them too, it's like, okay, where did the lights go? I'm not even gonna bother. So that stuff's all just sort of tucked in a little plastic.
That thing's built solid though, so I'm sure the kids could play with it without ever damaging anything.
Oh, they play. Yeah, I mean, it'll just fall off. Like they won't break it off. It'll just fall off, and then they'll just, keep going down the hallway, and it'll end up under a couch, and I'll have to like go looking for it. And they don't care. Like that's the thing is, and it's part of what I love about like playing with my toys with the kids is how little they care about some of the things that people complain about. Like, I mean, how little they care. They don't even. There's no thought in their head that like, the arm articulation. If only it's like they don't care. Nope. They do not care. You know, when Lionel's sword falls out of his hand, it's just, can you put this back in his hand?
Yep.
They don't. It doesn't matter to them.
I grew up. My first action figures were that I remember were the Fisher Price Adventure People, which were like 5 POA, and you know,
Yeah,
their arms were posed in such weird positions, and they were the greatest thing ever when I was a kid. So
yeah,
none of that matters to me now.
It's just a different, you know, it's just different. Everybody's got a different sort of take on it, and everybody's got different things that they need or want. And
like I like Mezco Gomez figures, and I buy those purposely for the fact that they pose the way they pose and they look the way they look, right? And those are like the figures I take a lot of pictures of, just like the Mezco Conan, right? If I'm just buying regular figures, I don't give a shit. I mean, it's like, you know, the Mythic Legion's not having double elbows is like not even a thought for me. It's like,
I mean, they pose pretty well. Like what I found, regardless of the line, right, is that you can usually find a couple good poses with every figure.
Yep.
It might not be the pose that you wanted it to hit.
Yeah.
You know, not every figure is gonna hit, you know, a superhero pose, you know, that superhero landing pose that you can get on select few figures. But that's okay. They don't, you know, a knight doesn't need to move like Spider-Man does.
Right. Yeah, it's exactly that. I always say, like, the Mythic Legions, right? A knight in armor is not going to be able to, you know, put his hand up, you know, in some crazy pose, because it's just not going to happen in real life. So why does
nor would he want to, is my thing. Is that like, okay, you're over exaggerating your knight's pose to, you know, pose a certain way and to have his sword held a certain way or whatever, and you know, you're upset because Mythic Legions doesn't do it. Okay, if you want a figure that'll hit that pose, it exists, right? So just go out and buy that one. So that's where I kind of get lost when people are like, you know, oh, this figure doesn't do what I want it to do. I'm like, well, then it's not really the right figure for you. Like your complaint is valid in terms of what you want the figure to be, but the figure isn't that. You're not.
Yeah.
There's a disconnect between like objectively criticizing the figure sometimes and sort of transposing what you wanted the figure to be.
And unfortunately, sometimes the figure that you really have in your head is just not there at all, right? He just doesn't exist. I mean, like,
and I mean, that's like, it's a bummer. Like if there's, you know, like it's a bummer if you can't get, you know, the figure that you really wanted or whatever. But yeah, that's articulation doesn't bother me. If I was bothered by articulation, I'd probably never buy Super 7 Ultimates. But it doesn't. Here's a good example, right? And I'm just looking at these guys because they're on my desk. The Naughty or Nice Santas.
Oh, I want to get one of those.
The articulation is not great.
Of course
not. But what do I need Santa to do?
Right.
What do I need angry Santa to do? He just needs to hold these bats and look nasty. Like he's not. What do you really want?
Rick and I just had that conversation about the Barbarian Santa because we were talking about that one, right? It's like,
do you have that one?
I don't have that one. That's the one I'm going to order that one from BBTS, but
it's so good.
Yeah, that's what Brick was showing it off to me. And I was like, damn. And I don't care about the articulation either, right? It's like, as long as he can stand there and look badass, that's all I care about.
And his cape is wired.
Yeah.
But it's like not a wire, it's like a ribbon. It's very odd, but it's really, really cool. And this is like a separate.
Yeah, piece. He just looks so cool. I love the tattoos or, you know, whatever you call on his chest.
Yeah.
I don't know if they're supposed to be tattoos or scars, whatever they're.
Really, really good. Arlen's actually sending me a couple more. He's like, do you really like those? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, well, which ones didn't I send you? And I was like, well, Mall Santa. I think Mall Santa. There's a Krampus one, and there's like the evil Santa goblin guy.
Yep.
So
I like the. I think he's called Winter. Is that what the Winter's the? He's not like the actual Santa Claus. He's the like the wizard looking dude.
The translucent one? That's
not
wave 3 or 4 or whatever?
Not the newer one. The one that came out last year. He's all in blue. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Frost? Something
Frost. Yeah, that's what it is. Yep.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. And now I have a
Father
home for
Frost.
my,
That's
for
what his
my
name is. Father Frost.
I have a home for my Christmas Ewok.
Oh
now.
yeah,
He
nice.
He gets to live. He gets to live with the Santas.
I got 2 of the
That's
Naughter
real
Nice elves last year to put in my Christmas display, which they're really cool because they come with the present and the candy cane and all that, and the different heads. Yeah, and they're
Yeah,
only
he's
like what 5 or 6 POA, and they're awesome. I love them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like you don't necessarily need them to be crazy articulated. They're
Yeah.
just an accessory to
Oh,
go
that-
with your Santas.
I didn't get a blue one. I got 2 green ones.
So this is Julie the elf, and she came with the male elf head, and then like a head like this guy.
Yeah.
And they're cool. They're just fun. There's like rotation in the wrist.
Yep.
And then
Yeah, so maybe like 9 points of articulation is maybe what they're at, but their
well,
arms don't bend. It's just up and
they're
down. with the
effectively
arm.
5 with rotation at the
Yeah.
at the wrist. But then the hats are interchangeable.
Yep.
And they're just they're keyed. So you know,
Yeah.
you get the different heads.
Yeah, I got 2 of the green elves that were the same, and it came with the male, female, and then like another male, but it's like the angry.
Yeah.
Elf head.
The angry elf.
Yeah. Oh, you're an angry elf. Call me elf one more time.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to getting Mall Santa.
Yeah, Mall Santa. He's like based off of what's his Bad Santa from
Bad Santa. Yeah, he's got the beard
Billy
just
Bob.
sort of like around his neck. Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's still thick. It's the same. It's that same thicker butt.
Yeah.
But it's all dirty. Like it's brown instead of white.
Yeah, he's all
It's
disgusting.
like
Self
grimy.
Whiskey or rum all over him.
Yeah.
I think it comes with like a cigarette and a bottle. Yeah.
Yep. Did you get
Comes
all
with
the
appropriate
all 8 reindeer?
accessories. I don't think I am.
No.
I can't justify that.
I
Again,
want-
it's just like
Man,
one
I
of
can't
those
justify
space
the
things.
price either for 8 of them. It's like, oof. I might
If
grab
I-
one just to have them like stand up in the, in a display.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where like if I buy one, I want 8.
Yep.
I technically 9.
And then you got to
And
get
then
a
if-
sleigh.
Well, they're gonna do the sleigh.
Right.
So
They're going
that's
to do the sleigh. That's what I'm saying. So eventually you're going to do the sleigh, right? And that's another probably $100 bill for a sleigh.
Yeah. So you kind of like if I had gotten in earlier and it would have been like, okay, if I could buy 2 reindeer every 6 months,
Right.
It'll take me a couple years to get all the reindeer lined up, but then I'll
Yep.
be ready to get the sleigh. But I don't have any, and it's like I'm not prepared to like shell out for 8 right now. with-
Yeah.
Just so that I can get the sleigh. But
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
see.
gonna get the traditional Santa Claus, and I want to get Father Frost, and I'm like I said, I'll probably get one reindeer just to have it stand up in the display, and of course,
Yeah.
then I'll probably really like it. Then I'll end up ordering, the other 7 throughout the next several months, but for next
Yeah.
Christmas. But
that's kind of where I'm at. I'll get one. I mean, you could have 2 reindeer pull a sleigh, really. So
yeah,
I mean, it wouldn't be canon, but
right. And then you got to get a 9th one because you got to have Rudolph, and then it's like,
yeah. But then if you have the sleigh, you can get the Mythic Legion's bear to pull the barbarian Santa
oh
sleigh.
yeah, and the sleigh, that'd be badass right there.
Just saying. Could be pretty cool.
Or you could save yourself some money and buy the memory Toyz bear that they're going to put out, and then it's not quite as much as the Mythic Legions one.
Won't it be though?
I think that one's going to be like $80. It's probably the same price as Mythic Legions was if you pre-ordered it, but
Oh right. Yeah, I mean that's always skewed too, because like
Yeah.
I order my stuff through eCollectibles.
yeah,
And then if I had to order like a 5K type thing, it's like $50 to get it here.
yeah,
So
right,
then
yeah,
it's
for sure.
So then all of a sudden it is the same
Yeah,
price. So
Because I know the bear right now on Helidope is like 130 or 140, something like that.
is it really?
Yeah.
I didn't even look at the price. I just ordered it.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think I want to know the price.
It was 80 on on their pre-order.
Pre-sale? Yeah.
I think it's like I think it's like 130 is what it is on Helidope right now. So,
Mm.
but I'll be grabbing that because you got to have a damn bear. That bear is just awesome.
Yeah. And I've seen it in person. So it was like it was like a day one instant buy for me.
Yeah. Lawrence dipped out, guys, and so he left.
Oh yeah,
his,
he streams to.
He left his stream simulcasting from this channel. So yeah, that's sorry to confuse you guys, but yeah, he dipped out a little bit ago. He couldn't hack it anymore. He was an old man, had to go to bed. But yeah, those that's why I'm really excited about the Monster Force, because I know from like I have some of the Fresh Monkey Fiction Eagle Force figures, you know, the 4-inch ones, and then I got like the elves, and I'm impressed with all their stuff so far. So I know Monster Force is going to be top notch.
Yeah, the reviews look good, sound good. If they're anything like the Santas, you know, the quality of the plastic is really, really good.
Yep.
Actually, can I reach it? Yes, I can. I was going through my pile of stuff that I have to open. Everybody's familiar with this box, right? The Marvel Legends box. The shape is very unique. You know, the cutout, the window cutout, everything about it, you know, you're familiar with. This is like the first wave Naughty or Nice. This also got sent to me because I'm going to gift this to somebody. These boxes are very oddly similar.
Very similar.
In everything other than like the little,
the little logo
at the
area.
bottom.
Yeah.
But like the shape's identical. You get one guess where these are probably made.
Yep.
So it's really not that surprising that they're the quality that they are.
Yep. Exactly.
They're being made by the same people. That's you know, there's like 5 factories that make action figures. So it's not
right.
It's like, oh, are you using the factory that they made Classified in? Or are you using the factory that they made Masterverse in? Or are you using, like, there's not many. And most of the small guys are using really like 2 factories.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. When you guys, not you guys, I shouldn't say, when Sparrow, like last time when they did they had the regular figures and they were like in a regular box. Now, of course, they have more accessories and stuff. But then they did the Ancients in the small box. Was that just because there wasn't extra, they didn't want to waste a lot of space, or was that just because I mean there wasn't really that much less other than the weapons?
Well, they were a lower price point. There was less accessories. So really it's just the figure that's actually in the blister, like in the plastic
box.
blister.
Yeah.
Everything else was bagged because you all you got was extra hands. So there was no reason to.
It was just basically so it wasn't a lot of wasted space in the window and all that stuff. Really.
Yeah, there's no wasted space in the window. So like visually it looks better.
Yeah.
You don't want empty space because then it looks like you're cheaping out. So that like when Marvel Legends doesn't have accessories, it's visually obvious that there isn't accessories.
McFarlane does that too with some of their DC multiverse.
Well,
big windows and.
Yeah, I mean, look, like this Wolf's Bane is a great example, right? Like that's why this gets a giant Build-A-Figure piece.
Yeah.
Is because otherwise you'd have just a pretty slim figure with an extra set of hands in the middle of the same box that you get, you know, Beast in or something.
That washes
like
out
that.
with the background color of the box also. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you kind of have to balance that a little bit. And so those ancients were also just a stretch unlock that came around just because they blew past all the unlocks that they had planned. Yeah. And people were like, we want more. And they're like, what if we give you another monkey?
Yeah.
People were like, yay. And
I bought a ton of the
another cat. I'll believe it or not, there's like 3 of the 5 that are pretty much sold out, and then there's 2 that there's still lots left, and I don't know why, because it doesn't correspond with, like, to me, anything. It's just 3 are randomly like, you know, there's 10s left of, and then 2 of them there's still a couple hundred left.
That is very strange. The Cyborg Santa Lone Dragon, oof. That was, I saw it on eBay about a month ago, but it was the only one I've seen. So it's just one of those things you have to hunt for because they're not going to release any other Santas except for the standard, like the one that you held in the box up there. Adam. They're really re-releasing that standard one, but that'd be the only one they ever re-release.
Yeah, that standard one will be like an evergreen one. So
Right,
every time they run out, they'll do it again. But the other ones, I don't think they will. So
you're welcome, Christine. Thank you for coming in and have a good night. Yeah, they like I like the lumberjack Santa too. I was looking at him; he's pretty cool looking. I like the Santa
I got
just
that
chilling
one
out
too.
with a flannel shirt on. It's pretty dope.
I've got him. He comes with maple syrup. And he comes with his axe.
Does he have a pipe too?
He does. Yeah, he comes with the pipe. A couple of them come with that pipe. There's a few.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I like the fact that his
really,
hat's
really
like flannel and it's short.
Yeah, he comes with a winking face too.
Yeah.
But the hats, like all the hats, fit the same, so you can just put the normal Santa hat on him.
Yeah.
I think you could. I'm gonna try it here in a sec. Oh, that didn't work very well. So you can still,
you can rock the real Santa hat.
Still be Santa. That's the dirty, naughty, or nice one. But here, let me see if this works or not, because it is a different head sculpt. The barbarian Santa has a different head sculpt, but yeah, it still works. You could have like a friendly barbarian Santa.
Yeah. He's after he had his fill of meat and raw meat.
I hope they do like a Mrs. Claus, and
it'd be nice to see a Mrs. Claus and
a few more things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're fun. They're a lot of fun.
I was sad that
you're into Santa.
Yeah. I was sad they didn't get the Naughty or Nice Halloween stuff going.
Yeah.
Those look pretty cool, but
yeah. It was
which is weird because like there's just as many people into Halloween nowadays as there is, into Christmas. So
I think that one might have just been bad timing. I think it might have just been like there was just too much going on right at that minute. But who knows?
Yeah, they might do different versions of ones that they're already out there, but I don't think you're going to see actual remakes of them. Grandma Mrs. Claus, sexy Mrs. Claus, evil Mrs. Claus. Yep.
Well, you got to think they'd all be like the same buck with like maybe different heads or something.
Yeah.
So who knows? It could be.
You could have like a mall Santa Claus, mall helper that's like, like the same vibe as the mall Santa, all dirtied up and comes with a bottle of like Strawberry Hill wine or something. That'd be fun. Yeah, they're definitely going to have to do that if they got the reindeer coming out, and then of course they got the goat and the evil zombie, thanks to Ireland reindeer heads.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
what's up, Wraith?
Yeah, I gotta get. I don't know which Monster Force stuff I need or want. Did this Kilo War just go up?
No.
It's been up for a while?
It went up for a while, then it got sold out, and then they reopened it. So.
Oh, okay. Because I
didn't buy probably, I want to say, since Joe Fest time frame.
Oh, okay.
I think he went up when we were at Joe Fest, actually. That's because I missed the first pre-order, and then it was sold out on BBTS, and I was pissed. And then it ended up going back live. So.
Because when that belonged to a different property, I wasn't as interested. But now I'm like,
the updates that they made to it are really nice. I like the way it looks better than the Veteran Williams.
Yeah, it kind of suits what I would want it to be.
Yeah,
more. They're doing a basic one too, right? Is that right? They're doing like a.
Eventually, they're going to do a standard werewolf.
Just a werewolf.
Yeah. Because
I will buy their.
That's all part of the lore. That's all part of the lore. Is the werewolf thing. So.
I actually like the vest better than the jacket.
Yep. I can't wait till they release Chadsworth and then the Yeti do whatever they're calling him.
Yeah.
His name is, but I ordered all of them, but I had to keep going back through my BBTS pre-order because it was like I'd ordered so many of them because they were, pre-ordered for so long. And it was like, I did a couple different multiple orders, and I ended up having multiples of figures that I'm like, I don't need, 3 Van Helsings. I only need 1 Van Helsing. So I'm like, I only need
How
one.
many of the troops are you getting?
I'm only buying 1 to begin with, but then I'll probably go back and
Yeah.
buy the ones that I really like.
Yeah.
Because some of them I like more than others. Like the one Crimson Moon Sleepwalker division of the Crimson Moon. I like him, but I'm not really fond of the other guy. Even though they're all the same, just different, different jackets and repaints and stuff.
Well, that's the thing for me is like I don't need this whole line, but I'm kind of thinking like, okay, kind of want one of like the Delta Red.
Yeah, I got the Delta Red guy.
And then like the Dracula and the Forgotten King, and then beyond that, then I like the Eraser. Like then I'm sort of like, okay, I want the Frankenstein, I want the Invisible Man, I want the werewolf. I can't wait till they do a creature. Yeah, like because they must, right? Like if they follow the pattern, the creature from the Black Lagoon's got to be in there somewhere. And I don't.
Their need figures are pretty sweet for sure. Like the Eraser, like the way they did the Invisible Man with the invisible arm attachment, so it looks like his arms are invisible with the sleeves rolled up. And then what the hell they call him, the Frankenstein, the Donner Party. He looks awesome. So yeah, I can't wait till they do like Creature from the Black Lagoon and all the other ones that they could get into. But I'll probably get one of every figure because I'm not really an army builder type of guy anyway. So I'll probably buy like one of every figure just so I have one. And then like the Black Watch guys in the black suits, I'll probably buy 2 of those just so I can have one of each head represented.
Yeah.
There's going to be all sorts of Joe fans and Valaverse fans buying the General Brown figure with the 4 different heads. And
I think so. I think that General Brown figure, I think just the suited figure.
Yep. Because nobody makes like a military general in his general, uniform, right? His dress greens. I mean, it's
and that one's perfect too because doesn't it come with like 3 different heads and like
it comes with 4
hands?
It's got 4 different heads.
Yeah.
Several
and one
sets
looks
of sunglasses.
like the OG Flock GI Joe head.
Yeah. Yep. And then his name badge says Brown on it, but then you can take that part of his pocket off and
put a blank one.
Yeah, it's like it's perfect.
Which is genius. I mean, it's just clever little things like that make
that would be awesome. A Violent Night homage. That would be some really cool stuff to see in the Santa Claus line. Yeah, the Monster Force line. I think it's going to take off once it actually hits. So I made sure I had at least one of every figure pre-ordered on BBTS right now. So, but then they went crazy and like brought that Halloween boy in. I was like, that is. I mean, it's a perfect addition, but it's just like the colors don't match the rest of the aesthetic of the line. It's like
no, but I like that they did it because it kind of brings in another. It's bringing in another IP.
Oh yeah,
So then you kind of go, okay, there's like, what more could they bring in? And I mean, they did. There's an homage figure for the Gridiron guy, and it's just like kitted out with crazy weapons. They let him design the weapons, I think.
Yeah,
right?
And he's the weapon supplier for him.
Yeah,
which is perfect.
But yeah, Halloween Boy is kind of a funny one. He comes with that flaming sword, and you're like, wait, who is this?
Yeah.
It'll work for lots of people. Not me.
Like
I mean, it's a little bit lost on me, but I do like that orange. That orange is probably.
I like the
really,
orange.
really good.
When I first saw it, it's like that figure's gonna pop. It's like
the head is weird, but I don't know the comic, so I don't know.
I don't know anything about the comic either. I know that it's from a comic of the old noir style stuff. So it's like,
I won't go too deep in this, but. A lot of it is sculpted by Arlen too. So
yeah, I don't buy. I'll be buying the Monster Force over like GI Joe. So it's that's just the trade off.
I mean, I'm just recently sort of started getting to the point where the list of GI Joe characters that I want is starting to run out, but there's still a few that I want, and if they make the figure good enough, I'll buy them.
Like Dial Tone. Dial Tone was, like I was telling Lawrence, Dial Tone was the last Joe I remember buying as
Dial Tone looks good.
And I was way older than I should be buying toys at the store at that point in time, for what it was, right? I mean, but I never stopped buying toys, but it was like Dialtone was the last figure I remember buying at a store, got my allowance from my parents when I bought Dialtone. He looks really good, so I'll be picking him up, and there'll probably be some more on the line that I'll have to get.
That I Leatherneck is, I never liked that character, and I never liked the vintage figure, but that figure looks good too.
Well, it's just like Raptor, right? Raptor is like one of those figures back in the day. It's like I liked him, but he was still kind of oddball for G.I. Joe. But what they did with the update of him, it's like
so good.
Damn.
Yeah, I knew because he was so odd that no matter what they did, I'd probably get it. And then I was very, very pleasantly surprised with what they did, because it's like, that's what I want classified figures to be. I want them to take the stuff that didn't even make sense when they released it as a vintage figure and like modernize it, but not make them too crazy.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I wish they'd keep going in that direction where they take the original design, right, and just modernize it, change it up a little bit to the point where you can still recognize the character, but not to the point where it's like so far out there in left field, right? It's like,
I the first wave, I know it was based on the game and people thought the game was terrible, so how dare they make figures that sort of but those were perfect to me. Like the designs were fantastic, and I thought that was, I totally get the people that wanted a 3 3/4 inch O-ring figure just 6 inches tall. I get that, and we're getting that with the retro line for the most part, and so that's, you can still,
the only thing I wished about the original, the first ones they did for classified, was I wasn't a fan of the guns. Not that I gave a shit about the fact that they were like trying to sci-fi them, but I would have liked to have a little bit better looking sci-fi guns. You know what I mean? Like, instead of what they did, right? It's like,
what's funny about that is, like, I think it was a missed opportunity, because they took existing Nerf gun designs, which I'm totally fine with, but I thought they're gonna re-release these Nerf guns in like G.I. Joe deco.
That would have been a good,
and they didn't. And I think if they had done that, people would have been like, well, this makes perfect sense. It's cross branding, and now I'm gonna buy, the
now I can have a G.I. Joe gun and a G.I. Joe
sniper rifle to shoot my kids in the back when they backtalk me and then try to like get away from me.
And they might have had that plan, though, like that.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they might have
started right away. I mean, it was like, what the hell is this?
It might have been, best laid plans, right? They might have had that all lined up, and then COVID hit, and the production just went crazy, and they were like, okay, scrap that. The logistics are too complicated. And then they did a Nerf gun, and nobody bought it, and it got canceled. I don't think it ever got made.
They made that Aliens Nerf gun. It's pretty bad.
Yes.
I think a Joe line one would have been perfect, right?
They made they did a Star Wars line. There was years worth of that Star Wars line. I've got a bunch of those because they look fantastic.
My son had a ton of those when he was a kid. The Star Wars ones.
It just felt like such a missed opportunity. And then if they didn't do that, I thought for sure they could make like the snow job rifle. Just make that as a Nerf gun.
Yeah, maybe that's the standard. That's the standard G.I. Joe green army.
Yeah, that's rifle. Like in the cartoon they all have this, but if you go back to the vintage figures, it was the gun that came with Snow Job. I think it's called like the XLR 15 or something like that. But it was to me, that like anytime they come with that in classified, that's the gun that mine get. It could have like a perfectly accurate real world weapon, and I'm like, get that out of here. Like I want them to have the laser gun.
My Duke has his laser gun. That's when I got posed with the retro Duke.
The retro Duke. Yeah.
They did a solid job with retro Duke. I like him. So.
Yes, there's a few like retro Duke versus like Wave 1 Duke. I'm a little bit torn because they're both really, really good. Same thing for me. Same thing for the first wave Scarlet and the retro Scarlet. I'm like, if the retro ones had a couple more like modern updates, But that retro Scarlet does have the updates. You know, like the ponytail isn't all. You know, the vintage one didn't have a ponytail. It was
Right.
just like a weird thing going on, and everything was sculpted on, so she didn't get the accessories. Like you got the arrows and the quiver.
Yep.
You know, the crossbow is pretty good, and like, yeah, I don't know. It's pretty much a perfect figure, but I just wish there was like one or two. If it had the Joe Pro, right? Like if it had
Right.
that,
Yeah.
the communicator thing, I would have been like, yeah, perfect. That's all I needed. I just needed that update.
I laugh at how many people were upset about the Joe Pro thing. I'm like, I think it's a cool little add-on, right? I mean, how else are they
It's
supposed to communicate?
Great. It's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, little touches like that make me appreciate, you know, the design team
Yep.
caring. You know, if they didn't care,
Right.
they wouldn't bother with it. I don't know.
Yeah. I think one of the problems with the Joe Pro though is that they didn't really explain what it was at first. And they just called it a Joe Pro. They didn't really explain that it was like
They didn't even call it that. I think that was
Right.
like the fans started
Yeah.
calling it that, and they're like, oh, okay,
Yeah.
we'll concede. You can call it whatever you
I mean,
want.
I kind of figured once a couple of the figures all had it, that's what it kind of was. You know, it's like, you know,
It's just their
little-
communicator. I think
Yeah,
they
it's their
said it's
communication
like that's their
exactly, like,
communication
whatever
device
that
or
is,
whatever.
right? So it's like,
All right, that's all I need to hear. Like I'm not.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
they're doing good though. I mean, damn, they're coming out with some stuff. Jesus.
What are they, like 150 figures in like
Yeah,
4
something like
years?
that.
Like they launched. When did the first figures come out? June 2020.
It was during COVID, so yeah, it had to be 2020.
So we're like just over 4 years in.
Yep.
And we're like physically in possession of 130 some odd.
Yep.
I think we're right around 130.
Right. 130
So,
figures and what? 1, 2, 3.
3 HasLabs that have
3 HasLabs and 3
crushed it.
other vehicles, right? 4 other vehicles.
Well,
got
more
the
than
vamp.
that. How small do you consider a vehicle? Like, do you consider the coil a vehicle? Do you consider the repaint separate vehicles?
No, I'm saying like you got like the basic design, right? You got the motorcycle, the 4-wheeler, the trouble bubble, and then the vamp. Jeep
2
thing, right?
motorcycles.
Oh, that's right. There's 2 different motorcycles. That's right. And you got balloons.
Balloons. Let's celebrate.
So yeah,
2 motorcycles.
5 vehicles plus 3 HasLabs coming, right? I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
5 vehicle designs, right? I mean, yeah, there's some repaint on them and stuff, but like the basic
there's
design.
the Vamp and the Stinger if you count as one, and if you count all 3 versions of the Ram as one, and 2 versions of the Ferret as one.
Yeah.
2 versions of the Trouble Bubble.
To 130 of them, the Joes,
something like that.
Yeah, it's around there that actually physically in like had been out in stores already.
Yeah.
I was thinking because in 2022, that's like the same time Masterverse and that. And I thought Masterverse had a lot. I'm like, man, Joe's got I think about 30 more.
Yeah, and that's not even counting the retro cards that aren't numbered.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That doesn't include the retro carded figures, which there's been like 10 of or something like that. So, and some of them are pretty
10 or 12,
close to repaints, and some of them are not. So,
Origins came out around that time. Origins has a ton. I don't even know how many. But, you know,
Origins is right up there too.
Yeah, it's at least 130, I'm sure. That takes up 2 of my shelves.
I hope they do an Ozstriker soon. Ozstriker's cool.
Yeah, the Ozstriker is cool. Didn't they announce the coil, right? They announced that, right?
The coil was the one that came with Baroness.
Or not the coil. What's the Fang, right? The Fang was a hang glider?
No, the
what the hell is the hang
the
glider
Fang
called?
is the helicopter. The
Oh,
little
yeah,
black
that's right.
helicopter.
The little black helicopter that you stand up and you get your head taken off by the props.
Yeah, and that wasn't announced, but it's been in the background of the art for Starduster.
Right. Yep, that's what it was. It was in a card picture, but that's usually hinting at what's coming out next. So
I was trying. There was something that was in the background of, like, if you go back far enough, like the original background for the first few waves had like the whale and it had like a night raven, and people were like, "This is what we're getting," and I was like, "I don't know." Like
yeah. And the one picture they showed the Cobra hydrofoil too, which is
yeah. I think the Fang I think is a pretty fair bet. I think the Sky Lone Dragon you're bang on. I think Fang, Skyhawk, Striker. The Claw is the glider, and I think the Claw would be a pretty easy one to do as well.
I thought I saw the Claw, but maybe that was a custom one after they showed it on the card. But I'm really surprised they haven't done any water vehicles yet. I'm really surprised.
I'm not as surprised, and I say that as somebody that doesn't care for the water vehicles or for most of the water characters, because it's an environment.
Well, it's an environment that's definitely hard.
It's a weird one to kind of replicate, right? The play pattern is a little bit different, and I just wonder.
I feel it's the same thing. Like people talk about, like, oh, I want Arctic figures. I want Arctic figures. Well, where I live, I have 6 months where I could shoot Arctic scenes, right? People that live in Texas don't have that luxury, so they're using fake snow.
It's not even that for me. Like for me, as somebody that just plays with all of these, the Arctic figures, the water figures can kind of only fit the play pattern with certain other figures. Snow Job can't just run around with Duke with his sleeves rolled up.
Yeah,
like it doesn't.
Well, come on, Quick Kick was in the cartoon in the Arctic Circle.
He was. He absolutely was
with no shoes and his shirt on. So I mean,
but it's just sort of one of those things where like even as a kid, this goes back to like my play patterns as a kid. And I'm in Canada and it snows plenty here. Like it wasn't like I didn't have snow. I should have liked the Arctic figures. They just never fit. I could never find a place for. I could never find a team. Apart
that
from
was the biggest
Arctic
problem,
characters,
right? Because they had the Snowcat, the Snowmobile, and then Snow Job, and then what was the Cobra? Snow Serpent, right? But that was it. So you had basically, 2 figures.
Yeah, you kind of ran out of like the right ones to play with, and it was like, well, I mean, you could put Snake Eyes in anywhere.
Yeah, and it's really hard to replicate underwater action, right? So like, even if you got Torpedo, he can't you could swim with them. I play with them all because my grandparents had a house on a lake, so I mean, I was in the water all the time. But it's like I had a boat that went on top of the water that I played with more because it was a lot easier to play that.
Yeah. I used to have Lego boats. They used to make floating Lego boats, and I had those. So I never really took my Joes in the water. But that being said, Wetsuit's one of my favorite character designs, like that turquoise and orange. I really want them to make Wetsuit just for nostalgic reasons. But
I'm sure they will. They'll get.
I'm sure they will too. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I like the way they're doing things now, where they're giving you like some really like popular characters along with a couple of the not so well-known ones. They've been throwing a lot of those in there, so
there's still on my list is not many figures, but like Don Moreno is still on my most wanted list. I'm kind of shocked that they haven't done Don Moreno, to be perfectly honest. I mean, she's like really big in the comic books. She's like a pretty, as far as I can tell, as far as I know, like pretty beloved character.
They didn't do her in the original line though, did they?
No, she's never been made.
Yeah, she's never been done.
I think the 4-inch modern line they did one, but it was during the like collectors series ones. So I don't know.
There's a lot of cool characters and character designs in the comic books that they've never seen. So
we'll see.
But
anyway, I gotta run too.
We're gonna dip off here too for sure, because it's late enough in the morning. So it's 3:15 a.m. here. So
yeah, my kids will be up in a few hours. It doesn't matter what time it is here. My kids decide what time I'm getting up. So
yeah, that's the joy of when they're young, right? It's like
they'll probably be up before they have to get up too. They'll come in and they'll be like, I need water. And I'm like, just get water. Why are you waking me up at 2 a.m?
All right, everybody. Thanks for stopping by. Cobb, Adam, thanks for joining us. Appreciate you guys. Talk to y'all later. Everybody have a great night. I don't have a closing because this is Oz's channel, so we're just going to end it really awkwardly.
Bye, everybody. Oh, wait, it's this, right?
Yeah.
Pew, 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 pew.